and it's set for a fantastic day of action. I am Molly Davis and I'm joined by Fred Atkins, and we'll be guiding you through all the excitement today. And today's live stream is proudly sponsored by Cluberly. Morning, Fred.
Morning, Molly.
How are you?
Living the dream, yes, very much so. Looking at this side, Kent have won the toss and chosen to bat, and it is what we might call an experimental Kent lineup. We've been going through the various permutations before the start of play here. We've got about 1 or 2 minutes to go before we actually get going here, possibly 5 minutes. The bell has just rung, and looking at the table, I think it's fair to say that Kent's chances of qualifying from this group are mathematical. They could theoretically get to 16 points, and then they could, if a very unlikely combination of results goes their way, reach the well, I suppose it's called the quarter-final stage. I feel possibly calling it a quarter-final is slightly odd because it's not a last 8 in this competition. You have to finish in the top 3 of the group. Somerset, of course, are in one of the qualifying spots at the moment, so they look set fair to qualify. They've gone with a pretty strong-looking side. But from a Kent point of view, we've got Ollie Curtis is making his pro debut today. And Molly, if you wouldn't mind just going through the sides, actually, while we got them in front of you. It's yeah, it's going to be. We're talking about Kent possibly theoretically having a mathematical chance of qualifying. I think it's theoretical only. They would need to win today by a biblical margin, and again against Yorkshire, the group leaders, on Tuesday, and hope that a kaleidoscope of results goes their way. We're just watching Denley and Dawkins walking out to the middle.
Yeah, so your Kent lineup today: Ben Dawkins, Jaden Denley, Joe Denley, Jack Leaning, Harry Finch, Ekansh Singh, Ollie Curtis, Corey Flintoff, Mo Rizvi, Fred Klassen and Mikey Cohen. So that's how your Kent lineup are today. And I will run you through your Somerset lineup as well. So we have Archie Vaughan, Tom Lammerby, Lewis Goldsworthy, James Rue, Thomas Rue, Josh Thomas, Finn Hill, Ben Green, Jack Leach, James Thiedham and Jake Bull.
Yeah, so it's a strong lineup certainly for Somerset, as you possibly expect, given that they're still in the box seat for qualification. It looks like it's going to be Dawkins who is going to take the first strike, and it looks like it's going to be Tom Lammonby who's going to be opening the bowling from the Nackington Road end. Currently 2 slips in place. So both Rue brothers are playing for Somerset. I've seen a bit of them playing for the England Lions and England under-19s this season. They both looked very impressive young players. Talking of impressive young players, Dawkins is going to be facing the first strike. Scored that magnificent century up at Northampton on Thursday.
Indeed, and I had the pleasure of watching his innings at Beckenham as well.
So Lammonby into bowl, first delivery, and that one is edged for 4 from Dawkins. It was, I say edged, I think he might have steered that. Just went in front of Archie Vaughan at second slip. And so Dawkins is off the mark with a 4. Do you say that was a controlled shot, or was there an element of fortune about that one?
I think he was looking for it, but I think the fortune is that it just landed short, didn't it, of the slip there.
Yeah, I think maybe possibly doing him a disservice by saying that he edged it. As Lammonby gets back to his mark, comes into bowl again. And this one is more on the middle stump, and it's just prodded. Well, prodded's the wrong word. It's off the pad, and there's no run.
It's a warm day here in Canterbury. The crowd are still coming through the gates.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a pretty big crowd here today. It's a bank holiday vibe about it as Lammonby goes back to his mark, comes in again for the 3rd ball of the innings. And this one, a decent area. They're going to get a single for that at least. It's sort of nudged through the gully area by Dawkins. So Dawkins has 5 runs to his name already to go with the century that he got at Northampton, and the field switches round for the left-hander Jaden Denley, who got his highest list A score this time last week at Beckenham, where Kent, of course, beat Lancashire. It was a very exciting game. If you look at the final margin, I believe it was a fair few runs that Lancashire needed, but it was the sort of game that was in the balance right till the very end. So Lammonby comes in. Denley decides to just play that one to the offside, and there's no run. Kent 5 for no wicket in the first over here.
Yeah, these two got off to a flying start last weekend at Beckenham. They sort of both cashed in with the runs.
Well, Denley literally cashed in because he was dropped when he was on 2 by the keeper. Lammonby comes back in to Denley, and Denley just again is watchful on this one. Just sort of plays that one out onto the leg side this time, where it's fielded and there's no run.
Yeah, they sort of both settled into their innings last week, and they played some fabulous shots and really gave Kent the platform that they needed to start off their game.
They did, but I felt very sorry for Balderson to end up on the losing side. As Lammonby comes back in, bowling to Denley, and Denley tries to play this one off his hips. He's going to get a single for that one, just sort of nudges it towards backward square leg area. And at the end of the first over, Kent are 6 for no wicket. That's a leg bye there, so Jaden Denley is yet to get off the mark, but they'll be reasonably satisfied with the progress in that first over here. Those of you just joining us on the live stream, it's a very young Kent side, lots of players being rested. We were talking about that Kent's chances in this competition are largely mathematical, so players are being rested presumably with the Blast quarter-final at Lancashire in mind.
Yeah, you get the impression that eyes are sort of looking that way slightly, not to jump ahead from this competition at all. So it will be opening up from the pavilion end. Okay, we are confirming who that will be as Denley takes strike. That one there just goes through to the keeper nicely. Good ball there to open up his over. I think it is also worth mentioning as well that today here is Community Day at Kent Cricket, so there's lots of things going on and around the ground, lots of people here, and as the day goes on we can let you know a bit more about that. I think it's Lammonby that is running in to Denley. That one there, just pushed down the leg side, so it will be a wide.
So apologies there, it was actually Jake Ball that bowled that first over, not Lammonby.
It's adjusting from being away at Beckenham's, coming back here to Canterbury again.
Yeah, I'll put it down to that rather than anything else. Jake Ball, of course, was on loan Kent for a spell here earlier this season.
As he runs in, and that one is struck hard into the offside, but straight to the fielder. Yes, if you are in and around Canterbury today, come on down for Community Day, and also to watch Kent take on Somerset. It's meant to be a hot day today for your bank holiday weekend. There's ice cream vans here, etc. So come on down. But for now, Denley is taking strike, as that one again is hit into the offside. Straight to cover though, so there's no run. Kind of feel the intent's good here from Denley, but he hasn't quite timed one yet, has he?
Not yet, no, he's not really got hold of one. Say 50 over cricket's a very different beast to blast cricket. There's time to play yourself in, play some shots, get a score, and there's no need to go gung-ho too early.
As he runs in, and that one is struck again. Didn't quite time that one, so that's gone up to mid-on.
And that's no ball, I believe. I think he must have overstepped. So just waiting to see confirmation of that. Yeah, 2 runs given for the no ball there. So it looks like Lammonby just overstepped his mark slightly there. And this will be a free hit. So ideal opportunity for Jaden Denley to get off the mark here.
Yeah, you think this could be the one that he looks to eye up here. As Lanaby comes in to Denley. And that is hit hard through the offside. And that will race away for 4. It's a lovely cover drive.
Yeah, it's an old-fashioned buffet delivery for the free hit there. It's easily dealt with by Denley, and that does get him off the mark. So he moves to 4 runs from 8 balls, and Kent move on to 13 for no wicket.
You feel now this is sort of Kent's over here. As Lanaby comes back in to Denley. And again, that's driven, but straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, we just had a couple of people asking as well about player selection for today. Joey Everson has been rested. Official word is his back was a bit stiff, so that's why he's not in the lineup today. And of course, he has shouldered a fairly hefty workload for Kent this season. So it's not a bad idea to rest him with that last quarter-final in mind.
As again, bowls. And that is hit through the offside, off the back foot, and that will race away for 4. Sort of leant back on that one, sort of threw his hands at it, and that is 4 more to Jaden Denley's total, 4 more to Kent's.
Yeah, and that is a very attractive shot there by Jaden Denley. Getting it through the cover point area, if you like. Moves him on to 8, moves Kent on to 17 for no wicket. And so it's going to be Jake Ball to continue from the Nackington Road end.
That was a good over there from Kent.
Going to be Dawkins to face, so Ball comes in. It's just a straight batted shot from Ben Dawkins. Decides to play that one watchfully. Pushes it out to cover. It's a dot ball. There's no run. Dawkins is obviously the more aggressive of these two last week and that game at Beckenham. Certainly, in fact, very unusually, he faced the first 3 overs, which was the most freakish occurrence. Ball comes back in. Bowls to Dawkins, and Dawkins has edged that one through to the keeper, and he's out. And that's a huge blow for Kent. Ball has struck 17 for 1 here. Dawkins is out for 5, caught by the wicket-keeper James Rue. Off the bowling of Jake Ball. It was very nice delivery, seemed to swing a bit. Dawkins just probed at it, and well, it was his day on Thursday when he scored that century, but I'm afraid it's not his day this afternoon or this morning, and Dawkins is out.
Yeah, feather edge there through to the keeper. So that is the end of Dawkins' batting days, but that is a good cover over there from Somerset after the over prior, where Kent have probably won that one, but now Somerset coming back here in the 3rd over of the game.
Yeah, just trying to see who it is that's going to be coming out, because we've got a very experimental lineup, and it looks very much like it's going to be Joe Denley that is striding to the middle. So Joe and Jaden Denley are going to be batting together. It has happened before, we're told. Liam Knight's just messaged to say that they've batted before on one occasion, which was when they put on 51 for the 6th wicket in the 4th innings at Essex in Chelmsford last year. That, of course, was Jaden Denley's first-class debut. So, uncle and nephew batting together out in the middle. Denley is going to be taking the strike here to Jake Ball. The score is 17 for 1 after 2.2 overs. So, Ball is back at his mark. Denley, Joe Denley, I should say, is just scratching his guard. Umpire at the Nackington Road end, just signalling that he's ready, and Ball will come in. And Joe Denley's first ball is a forward defensive stroke, which is played out towards the cover area, and there's no run. So yeah, we were talking about that partnership last week. Another very hot day at Beckenham. Denley, saying, was on the non-strikers end for the first 18 deliveries before he finally got called into action, as a ball comes in again, and that one is just left by Denley, just goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, I say a lot here with the slope here at Canterbury. It causes a couple of problems sometimes. It's always the gradient's more than you expect, and especially from a keeping perspective. The ball always travels down that slope a bit more than you'd probably expect it to.
Yeah, I actually measured the slope on Strava earlier this year. As ball comes in, and that one is prodded back by Denley. There's no run by Joe Denley, I should say. To get used to calling them both by their first names while this partnership is active. Ball goes back to his mark. Ball, as we said earlier, had a loan spell with Kent. He got injured during that, which sort of adds to the suspicion that Kent's bowling unit has been slightly cursed this year. Comes back in, gets to the crease, and this one Denley again decides it's not worth the risk. Plays a forward defensive shot out onto the leg side, and that was a wicket maiden for Jake Ball. So at the end of that over, Somerset have limited Kent to 17 for 1. As Molly was saying, decent comeback from the visitors there.
Yeah, indeed. That felt like the over that Somerset needed there before Kent probably looked to get away a little bit too quickly. That happened last week at Beckenham with the two openers after Denley got that life on 2. They sort of took the opportunity with both hands.
Yes, Port Balderson was absolutely crestfallen afterwards. He'd played such a great innings, but he just gave his wicket away a little bit towards the end. As continues.
And then he just pushes it up to mid-off there. Yeah, you sort of feel now the question's been asked back to Kent, hasn't it? With that wicket falling and the slight rebuild that's happening now, especially after that wicket maiden from Jake Ball.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for a wicket to fall early on. And Ball has struck, but it's just very, very early to be taking risks, I think.
Maybe again is back into Jaden Denley. And again, that's been pushed up to mid-off. Sort of a copy and paste job of the ball before.
Yeah, both of them being watchful. I imagine it must be a fairly big deal to be batting alongside your relative in a List A cricket match. It can't happen too often. Probably more frequently with brothers than with different generations.
Yeah, and it's a nice stat to have though, isn't it? As again, that one is just defended away by Jaden Denley. As you've just mentioned, a bit watchful now here, Kent.
I can imagine it's the sort of thing that happens in club cricket. You probably get fathers and sons playing together quite often. I think David Fulton played in the same side as his sons for Whitstable, either last season or this. But it's fairly unusual in this level of cricket.
Again, Lammerby comes in, bowls, and that is driven into the offside. But a good diving effort there from point stops any run.
Yeah, and it's a very stingy bowling effort from Somerset since that wicket fell. 4 dots in this over so far from Lammerby.
There again, as he starts his run from the pavilion end, comes in to Denley. Again, just worked off of his legs, but straight to mid-wicket. This is a good over here by Somerset.
It is, yeah. They really battening down the hatches after taking that wicket. And imagine uncle and nephew will be telling each other, probably, there's no point in getting too concerned about it. 3.5 overs in.
As again, he's in, bowls, and that one again is just worked into a backward point region, but straight to the fielder. So that is the end of the over. Another maiden there by Somerset.
Yeah, second consecutive maiden for the visitors here. So the score remains 17 for 1 after 4 overs. And we're just watching the two batters having a bit of a family conference in the middle. Let's see if Jake Ball is going to continue from the Nackington Road end, which it looks very much like he is.
Yeah, you get the impression he'll stay on, just from how well he bowled the over before.
Yeah, it'd be a bit early to be making a change, I think, as Ball comes in, bowling to Joe Denley, and Joe Denley again, just prods that one to the cover area. It's fielded and there's no run. The score remains on 17 for 1. So yeah, we were examining the permutations. Kent currently got 8 points. They theoretically could finish with 4 wins and 4 losses. As ball comes into bowl from the Nackington Road end. And there's a sort of stifled shout there. They might run a leg by here, I think. Let's see what's given. And it looks like it is going to be a leg by. Wasn't any genuine conviction in that appeal. And so 1 run is added to the total, but Joe Denley yet to get off the mark. Jaden will take strike. Yeah, we've been looking at the permutations. Kent need a mathematical miracle to qualify from this position. It's another dot ball. Apart from that leg by, this has been a almost flawless spell from the Somerset bowlers since they took that wicket.
Yeah, I think in limited over cricket, if you can come out of the power play on top, you've obviously done something right, and it aids your case moving into your fielding innings.
Ball comes in again, bowls to Denley, and Denley this time drives it. Doesn't get it quite where he wants it to go, but he'll get a single for it. It's fielded out towards cover. So they come through for 1 run, and Joe Denley is back on the strike. Kent move on to 19 for 1, or the Kent Spitfires, I should say. So we are in one-day mode. Kent, one of the sides that keep a nickname. Somerset are just Somerset in this competition. And Denley takes the strike again. This time will be another dot ball. So it's not every side decides to stick with a nickname in List A cricket, but Kent is faithful to the Spitfires. We were having a discussion last week about Spitfires is one of the most successful nicknames, if you like, for a cricket side. So Denley again is going to just play that one out onto a sort of square cover area. And there's no run, so at the end of that over it's 19 for 1.
Again, good over there for Somerset.
Yeah, they've reined it in significantly since they took that wicket. Jaden Denley currently on 9 from 18 balls. Joe Denley yet to get off the mark after 8 deliveries. And it's going to be Jaden that faces this over from Lammonby.
As he starts his run into Jaden Denley. And that is hit hard away into the offside. And it'll run away for 4. He split the fielders there. And that's the release that Kent needed here.
Yeah, just a little bit of pressure building. That succession dot balls. Scratched single in the previous over. That's a lovely shot from Jaden Denley.
As Lammonby comes in to reply to Jaden Denley. Short ball pulled away, and that might go all the way. And it does.
Yeah, it's another 4. It's not the most attractive of... It's either a hook or a pull from Jaden Denley there, but it's beaten the fielder down at backward square leg. It bounces over the rope, and someone hands it back to the field. It was one of the subjects we were touching on last week as well. Polite fielders. It was an incident where, was it Mo Rizvi fielded it? The ball got stuck under the covers.
Yeah.
And it was exceptionally polite to the spectator who fished it back for him.
As again, in bowls. And that one is pushed into the offside. Well fielded there, but there might be overthrows, and there is.
Yeah, buzzers here.
So they get the run.
Somerset not backing up there. And Kent will go through and steal a run. So they move on to 28 for 1. So it's been a fairly rough start to this over for Lammonby. Would have been a dot ball, but goes through for the single. We'll return to the subject of polite fielders at the end of the over. I'll mention the name Alex Loudon. Be familiar to older listeners, or listeners of a certain generation.
Again, as he's back in from the pavilion end into Joe Denley, as that one again is just defended away. But picked up there by mid-off in the end. Obviously, yeah, here at Canterbury we have the flats, don't we? Just the left-hand side of us, and I feel they're extremely polite as they also throw the ball back. They must do a lot of looking around the garden space in front of their houses to try and find a ball that's gone over the fence.
So I'm never quite sure what the etiquette is.
As in again, has wafted at that one, Joe Denley, but he's missed everything and gone through to the keeper.
Yeah, he's possibly knows that he's got away with one slightly there. Not the greatest of shots, but I don't know whether he tried to just pull out in the nick of time there. There's no hint of an appeal from any of the fielders.
Yeah, it kept a little bit low, doesn't it, as it went through to the keeper.
It did.
As again, back into Joe Denley. And that one is driven on the up, but hasn't quite timed it. So it will be no run, and that is the end of the over.
So the end of the over, better one for Kent. They move on to 28 for 1. And yeah, we were just talking about fielders and polite fielders, because Mo Risby was exceptionally polite to somebody who retrieved the ball for him at Beckenham. Just watching Kent must be over 20 years ago, because it was at the Moat in Maidstone. Alex Loudon was an all-rounder who was, at the time, getting tipped for England selection honours, and he was fielding on the boundary in front of a exceptionally drunk section of supporters. Alex Loudon had a fairly posh accent while he was interacting with these people. It was quite an interesting encounter as ball continues from the Atkinson Road end, and Jaden Denley just prods this one towards the cover area where it's fielded, and there's no run. I think Alex Loudon, he moved on to Middlesex, I believe. It was linked with one of the Middleton sisters, perhaps. I may have got that wrong. Somebody listening, I dare say, will have more royal knowledge than I do, be able to correct us. As ball gets back to his mark, coming round the wicket to face the left-hander. Delivers, and this one is driven by Denley, and that one looks like it's going to race away for 4. Goes past the outstretched arm of the fielder to cover, and Denley, we're upstaging his uncle at the moment. He moves on to 22.
Yeah, the diving effort from Finn Hill there in the covers. It couldn't quite pull that one back in.
Yeah, it wasn't too far away from Hill. It was just close enough to keep him interested, but I don't really think he stood a lot of chance of getting there. And so ball comes back into bowl to Denley. This one is straighter. Denley just prods that one back, and Hill again is the fielder, and that will be no run. So the score 32 for 1 here after 6.3 overs. Ball returns to his mark. Just a few rehearsals going on in the background. As the ball comes in, Denley squirts that one onto the sort of backward square leg area. They'll get a single for that one. And the score moves on to 33 for 1. So Joe Denley it is to take the strike as ball returns to his mark. Ball coming in from the Nackington Road end. Gets to the crease, delivers, and this one just wafts. Denley not playing the stroke that he certainly had in his head there as that ball went past his edge. Joe Denley getting a bit of a life there. It was a decent delivery. Straight through to Roo. And see no appeal from the Somerset fielders, so I think it's fair to say it didn't touch anything or get near anything as ball goes back to his mark, comes in again, bowls to Joe Denley, and Denley this time straight drives in for 4, right back down the ground. So Joe Denley getting off the mark in some style there after facing 12 deliveries where he hadn't managed a scoring shot. He's driven ball straight back down the ground, and that will move the score on to 37 for 1 after 7 overs.
Yeah, Kent climbing here, aren't they? Good little partnership in the middle between both Denleys here is helping Kent.
Frank from the media team has just come in. I thought he was about to offer us a commentary stint. He's just taking the lunch orders. So it's us to continue.
There will be a change of bowling here at the pavilion end. And it will be Ben Green. A good change here from Somerset as Ben Green comes into Jaden Denley. And that one is watchfully defended away.
He's a player I know that a lot of people around the circuit are very keen on. Ben Green, spoken of very highly. And sporting that fashionable sort of mullet haircut that is very popular with cricketers. Came in about 4 or 5 years ago.
Back in here, driven away by Jaden Denley, but that is straight to cover.
Yeah, it's rather picked out the field there. It's Jaden Denley.
Yeah, that haircut seems to be ever growing in popularity around the the cricketing circuit.
First noticed it during that famous lockdown game a few years back when Sussex played here.
In again this time, and again defended away from Jaden Denley, looking like he wanted a run.
Yeah, the dot ball, but Kent, I think they'll be reasonably happy with the start that they've made here. 37 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be unhappy with that. Obviously, both Denley settling in to their innings.
Bearing in mind it is a pretty inexperienced lineup.
In bowls, just been worked off the back foot there, behind square. But the fielding is done, so there will not be any run. It's Goldworthy there, I think, at backward point. But yeah, as we did say, people are still coming through the gates here, so if you are local to Canterbury, come on down. Again, as Green's in, Fuller this time. Splice of Jaden Denley's bat as it goes to backward point.
And the first person you see when you come through the gate, if you are on foot, is the TV icon, Mr. Maker, who is a huge Kent fan. Phil Gallagher's proper name. He's here today as part of Kent's Community Day, and he's greeting people as they come through the gate.
Green back in, high up in the air this time. Fielder makes chase.
I think
That's
it's going to be
over.
4 runs.
4 runs.
Yeah, so in that area that you can't quite see from the commentary box. He
Yeah.
lofted that one, didn't he? Didn't quite get the power on it that he might have liked, but he got enough on it to carry it over the rope.
That sort of positive, he's used his feet down the wicket to try and hit over the top of the inner ring. He's got the height on it, a couple of bounces, and it runs away for 4. So that there is the positive intent and the fearless cricket we see so much these days from the young talents. And Jaden Denley just showing all that off in that last ball there.
Now, I believe that ball is going to continue from the Nackington Road end, and he is continuing, so he comes in facing Joe Denley. Joe Denley again watchfully just plays that one back out, or it's fielded by Lammonby, I believe, and there's no run taken. So Kent Spitfires 41 for 1 after 8.1 overs. Jaden Denley, the senior partner, batting alongside his uncle. So we mentioned it's not the first time that they've batted together. They did so Chelmsford last year in the county championship to fairly reasonable effect. As ball comes in and Denley again, Joe Denley just plays that one back. Archie Vaughan fields that one. And the no run is taken.
Must settle some nerves as well, maybe for Jaden Denley, batting with Uncle, if he has nerves.
It could work both ways, couldn't it? He doesn't look like the sort of player that gets nervous. I don't really think. I know people deal with tension in different ways, don't they? And people deal with nerves, and some people think it's healthy. Some sports stars vomit before games when they go out. So we'll return to that in a second as ball comes back in. Denley this time whips that one away in a mid-wicket area. There's a dive by the fielder, but it's going to trickle towards the rope for 4 runs. So Denley, his second scoring shot, his second 4, moves on to 8. The score moves on to 45 for 1 for the Spitfires. I mean, you play, Kent, when you play, do you get nervous before the start of a game?
I think there's always nerves that go around, for sure, especially the games that you play, but I think it's just trying to go through your own process, whatever that may be.
As the ball goes back to his mark, comes in, bowling over the wicket to Joe Denley. And Joe Denley is squared up a little bit by this one. It sort of hits him about the thigh or the hip area. And there's no run. Ball sort of drifts through to the gully area. So, of your Kent teammates, are any of them particularly nervous, or are any of them particularly zen before they go out to bat or bowl?
I think Amy Gordon might be the most sort of chillest person we have. Sort of just goes through her process, or takes it in her stride.
As the ball comes back in, Denley. This one tries to drive that one. It's not going to beat the fielder.
I tend to like to get everything I have in order, so I get all my kit out and make sure I know where everything is. That generally tends to calm me down. But then as the day goes on, the area with the change room I sort of have gets messier.
Right.
So I don't keep it that tidy for that long.
So ball comes back in over the wicket to Joe Denley, and Joe Denley just going to get a single out of this. They might think about getting a second. They think about it, but I think the younger of the partnership was keener than his uncle, and they decide to settle for 1. And so at the end of that over, the score is Kent Spitfires are on 46 for 1. There's 1 over of the power play left. Jaden Denley is on 27. Uncle Joe is on 9.
Yeah, we saw last week how quick Jaden Denley was, and Ben Dawkins between the wickets. It was rapid. But obviously today, more senior Denley goes just the 1. But it will be green to continue from the pavilion end here. As there's a bit of traffic control going on in the field.
Yeah, something Kent are obviously keen on. Having a left and right hander together does cause the captain a few problems.
As Ben Green makes his way into Joe Denley, and that's hit him on the pad. Umpire's unmoved. That might have been going down leg.
I think it was going down leg. Also, whether I don't know that it was too high necessarily, but certainly there was enough doubt in there that I would have been surprised if that had been given.
Yeah, it was not. It was an appeal from Somerset, but wasn't all in unison, as one would say. As again, Green is back into bowl. Again off the back foot, Joe Denley, as he pushes that up to mid-on. But there will be no run.
Tom Rue just giving the ball a little bit of a spin before he throws it back to Green. So, not the only relatives that are out there today. Tom and James Rue also playing for Somerset.
As that one is just watchfully defended by Joe Denley. I'm just enjoying looking around the ground, seeing so many people in today and trying out all the activities that are on and around the ground that we will be able to update you on as the day goes on. Sort of community day here at Kent Cricket is always an action-packed day, so it's always fun to be a part of. As Green comes back into Joe, as he uses his feet, hits that hard up to mid-off. They will run a very quick single. But that intent there that we were seeing earlier from Jaden Denley, Joey's now putting into his own innings as Rue there.
Yeah, I don't think that went quite where he wanted it to go. He rather picked out Rue in the field. As you say, charged down the wicket. It's the first time we've seen him do that during this innings. Green switches around the wicket.
Into Jaden. Again, lofted in the air, moves his feet like the over before. And that will go.
It's going to be 6. It's you have to excuse us. Our commentary position here at the Spitfire Ground, we can't quite see the area where the ball has landed, but that one has carried over the rope, and that is the 50 up for the Kent Spitfires after 9.5 overs. It's the penultimate ball of the power play.
And that there was the intent we saw the over before, wasn't it? That was 4 last over, but he's got it all the way this time. As Green comes back in to Jaden Denley. And that is just guided towards backward point, but there'll be no run. So that'll be the end of the over. So the Kent Spitfires are 53 for 1. And as Fred was just saying here, where we are in the commentary box, we're sort of just slightly above the practice wickets. So with the stand next to us, the balcony that sort of moves sort of out towards the ground, we lose visual anywhere, don't we, down to the right-hand side of us.
It's certainly not a view that I would complain about, because it's probably one of the best views in the ground. There's just that small area that we can't quite see. So, end of the power play. Kent Spitfires 53 for 1. Jaden Denley is on 33 and Joe Denley is on 10. Are we going to be having a change in the commentary box? Liam doesn't look like he's quite ready to come in yet, so
I think there'll be a switch soon.
I'll carry on for another over here. As looks like ball's going to continue for a 6th over. Opening the bowling from the Nackington Road end. Bowling to Joe Denley. And Denley just prods this one out to point. No, there's no run. So after the power play, Molly, who would you say is happier after those 10 overs?
I don't think Kent are going to be unhappy. Obviously losing the 1 wicket of Ben Dawkins, but this partnership is growing. And obviously 53 on the board. But I think it's still pretty even. How about you?
I'd say pretty much the same, actually. Certainly that early wicket was a blow for Kent, but they recovered pretty well as ball comes in. Bowls to Joe Denley, and Joe Denley just plays that one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
See, we've mentioned the younger element to the Kent team today, but that's not to sort of display sort of Joe Denley being back in the team. You have Jack Leaning as well, so there is some experience that goes along with that.
Yeah, Jack Leaning showing his value in this competition as well. Very experienced head as a ball comes into bowl to Joe Denley, and Joe Denley is squared up a bit there. I think that was going down leg side, and it's a fairly vocal appeal from the bowler, but I don't think there was a huge amount of conviction from his fielders. So there's no run taken. Umpires certainly didn't seem interested, and I believe that was just drifting down leg. So the score remains 53 for 1. We're going to have a change in the commentary box at the end of the over. Liam Knight's going to come in, and we're just working out between us who's going to carry on. I think I'll make way for Liam very shortly. So ball comes in. 4th ball of the over, 3 dots so far. Denley manages to get this one away towards the square leg area. I don't think that's where he intended to play it, but he's going to get a single for it, so the score moves on to 54 for 1. And Jaden Denley is back on strike. He's scored 33 runs so far at exactly a run a ball. And ball switches to around the wicket to bowl to the left-hander. And this one is played straight back to him by Denley for a dot ball. So at the end, or approaching the end of the 11th over, the score remains 54 for 1.
Yeah, the Denleys are obviously building here, from, as we said, for Kent. But again, a little bit of a tight bowling here for Somerset is creating some pressure.
And so ball in round the wicket to Jaden Denley, and Jaden Denley will drive that one through point area. You have to get just a single for that one. So I'm going to allow Molly to take over the commentary, and we'll leave you in the capable hands of Liam Knight from the Kent media side. And I'll be back in around 10 overs time.
I'll see you then. So it looks like it is going to be still Ben Green to continue for Somerset at the pavilion end. As you were just saying there, obviously Kent going along quite nicely at the moment, and Somerset are going to be hunting for that second wicket here. 55 for 1 currently. Jayden leading the charge with 34. As he's about to take strike here to Green. As Green comes charging in. And again, that is driven, or a push actually, to cover. So there'll be no run as Archie Vaughan does the work. But yeah, Somerset, a couple of people are sort of moving around the field, but not too many changes. As Green comes back in. That's defended there by Jayden Denley. And as I welcome Liam Knight into the commentary box today. Hello, Liam.
Hello, Molly. How are we?
Very well. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. It's a lovely day here at the Spitfire Ground on Community Day. Loads of people in. I walked past quite a few members in the pavilion on my way up.
As Green is back into Jayden Denley. Again, defended away. Straight to Archie Vaughan at cover.
So if you can hear a bit of wind on our mic, it's actually the fan behind us, because it's a bit of a sun trap here, isn't it, Molly? We've got a fantastic view behind the bowler's arm from one end.
Yeah, we are very much right behind them today, as the wicket being used is directly in front of us. As Green's back in. Shorter, pulled away this time by Jayden Denley. He didn't quite get all of it, so it will go straight down to fine leg, so it will just be the one. That shorter ball has been used a couple of times to Jayden this morning, but he's dealt with it pretty well.
Have we done the housekeeping of the last time these two batted together?
We have indeed.
Yeah, so just over a year ago, uncle and nephew, Jayden and Joe.
As again, Green's into Joe this time. Driven on the up.
That's coming our way.
Timed beautifully. And that will go all the way for 6. That is a perfect drive on the up, over mid-off. Nothing they could do about that. And he hasn't tried to overhit that. That is just pure timing.
In the words of Ben Watts, that's vintage Denley, isn't it? Joe Denley just standing and delivering, playing that lovely drive that we all know Joe Denley for, and it goes for 6 runs. We were in danger for a second there. It came right towards us.
As Green's back into Joe this time. Again, uses his feet, but it just hits him on the pads there, so there'll be no run. Yeah, it's almost as if Joe's gone to younger Denley. I can hit a 6 too, as Jayden sent one earlier, just in front of us as well.
Yeah, that was lovely to watch as well, and I'm sure both Jayden and Joe will relish the fact that they are batting together. Do you reckon Joe calls Jayden Nodge, which is his nickname, Nodger, nephew of Joe, or do you reckon he's got a different name for him?
I think there'll be a different name. In that sort of family circle, there's always names, isn't there? Nicknames you give to your family members. So I'm sure Joe has done that to Jayden. But no, it's nice to see these two back together, and I'm sure for both of them actually, it's pretty special, isn't it, to be able to bat with a family member on a big stage like this. It's one you won't forget.
Lammonby's coming on from the Nackington Road end. He's bowled 3 overs so far, and he's been quite expensive. He's going at 6.7 and over so far. So hopefully Somerset will want a slightly more economical spell from Lammonby at this end. He comes in to Jayden Denley, who drives that back to him, but it will be picked up at mid-off, and there will be no run. Have you seen Mr. Makey yet, Molly?
I've seen him from afar, but I haven't been able to go and say hi.
Speaking of seeing people from afar, Ben Roddy, the legendary pantomime dame, is here in full get-up today, bright red dress. So you'll be able to see him if you're here at the grounds.
He was saying that Community Day is busy today and there's lots going on.
Absolutely. We'll go through that in a little while as Lammonby comes in again to Jaden Denley, who cuts that away nicely. He won't get 4. It'll be picked up on the boundary, but they're going to come back for 2. Slight misfield, but no damage done from a Somerset perspective. Did you enjoy your first stint with Fred?
It was lovely, yeah. We had a little chat about obviously Joe and Jaden batting together and pressure and how we deal with it, etc.
What pressure?
Dealing with the nerves of being a professional athlete.
Absolutely. Lammonby comes in again to Jaden Denley. Hit him on the pad there, Denley, but only the bowler appeals, so can't have been that close to a dismissal. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam Knight, here with Kent wicketkeeper Molly Davis. You can get in touch with us today if you're listening in to our totally unbiased county cricket stream. You can get in touch at Kent Cricket on X, or you can email in livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. Kent and Somerset fans, let us know where you're listening in from. Lammonby comes in again to Joe Denley now, who cuts that away very nicely. There is a fielder there, so they'll only get 1. That's another lovely looking shot, gets a bit of applause from the pavilion.
Yeah, indeed. I feel like I should say as well, last week we had at Beckenham, we were playing Lancashire, and we had lots of Lancashire supporters and fans get in touch. So if you are listening and you are a Somerset fan, please do get in touch. We also like to hear from everyone here on the Kent Cricket live stream.
Absolutely. If you've got any facts or tidbits about Somerset players, we'd love to know more. Lammonby comes in again to Jaden Denley, who plays that nicely, and it will go to the rope, but it will be cut off. They'll come back for 2, so this is a good over so far from the Denleys.
And that
brings up a 50 partnership, so that came up in 63 balls and only 38 minutes. So Kent have started well here. They lost Ben Dawkins early, who turned up famously last time out against Northamptonshire, but these two looking good, Molly.
Yeah, indeed. I think the fans here at Kent are enjoying what they're watching. I know Somerset are looking for their second wicket of the day.
So Lammonby with the 6th ball of his 4th over comes in to Jaden, who hooks that away, and he will get 4. So lovely looking shot, lovely correct shot from Jaden Denley, and I'm sure his uncle at the other end will be saying nice one, Nodge. And they come together in the middle for a little conflab, and that's the end of the over. Kent Spitfires are 72 for 1 after 13 overs here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, on Community Day. Loads and loads of juniors in today, which is great to see. Of course, for all of our home Metrobank One Day Cup fixtures this summer, under 14s tickets are just £1, whether that's online in advance or at the gate. We've got one more game here on Tuesday against Yorkshire, so if you haven't got your tickets yet, if you couldn't make it today to Community Day, you can come down on Tuesday and watch the Spitfires. There will be more cricket activities on Tuesday. Face Painter and the community team will be putting people through their paces in the indoor school as well. So do come down if you haven't got a ticket yet.
Yeah, if you're looking for something to do at the back end of your summer holiday before we all go back to school, then do come down and watch some cricket and get involved. And it will be a change of bowler from the pavilion end, and it will be Jack Leach.
Jack Leach, yeah. England player, of course.
This will be a good test for the Denleys here.
Yeah, do you think this is early for spin or as expected?
I think it's not uncommon these days. Outside of the power play, bring a spinner on, try and, get a few inroads here.
Yeah, Kent without Matt Parkinson today. He's been rested, so we'll see how they get on in the second innings.
And again, Leach is in, and that is just driven nicely up to mid-off, where Roo will do the work. Just be the single. Yeah, I think it's not uncommon for teams to turn to their spin early doors. And I think, obviously, Somerset needing their second wicket now, hoping that the very experienced Jack Leach can do that.
Not many other spinners you'd want in a Metrobank match, is there, than Jack Leach?
Exactly. I think it's a good player to have in your team sheet for sure. Obviously, Kent spinners as well today. So, Mo Rizvi, to mention one.
Mo Rizvi, Jack leaning with his off spin, and Jaden Denley with his slow left arm.
Yeah. As Jack Leach is in to Jaden Denley. As that again, she's pushed up to mid-off. They're going to go for a quick single and make their ground in the end. I think a direct hit, I think he still would have been safe. He's a quick Quick young man is Jaden Denley.
I just took my cap off because I thought we're in the shade here, but the sun is poking through, so I've had to put it back on. It's a lovely day here in Canterbury. If you're listening in and you live locally, why not come down? You can get your tickets at the gate. Loads of things going on. Loads of our community partners here today, and we have the voice of Kent Cricket, Steve Watts, on the mic on the PA as well.
That leaches in again, and that there has been worked beautifully up to mid-on as he's used his feet, Joe. And they're going to come back for 2. And again, that quick running of Jaden Denley makes his ground. So, Joe Denley, again, probably vintage, as you would say. Moves down the wicket, clips it off his legs, but a very good effort there, I must say, from mid-on. A diving effort. As I say that, mid-on now drops back to the boundary.
I'm going to apologise now, Molly, because I am also covering the game on social media today. So if I go quiet for a second, it means that there's a post imminent.
As Leach comes back in. Again, that is worked off the back foot from Joe. He's punched that out to the covers. And they get a single. As Hill does the work out there by the flats. But yeah, this could be a pivotal point in the game here. Just get a feeling. For both sides. The partnership here between these two. And the experience of Jack Leach. Again, that is worked off the legs of Jaden Denley.
Solid, right behind it.
Yeah. It's really testing my concentration here with Jack and Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack, Joe, Jaden. Lots of
J's.
As Leach is in. As Jaden just works it off of his legs, but he has hit that straight to mid-wicket to Lammerby, so there'll be no run. And that is the end of the over. So Kent at 77 for 1. After 14.
If you've just tuned in, we've got a 50 partnership here between uncle and nephew, Jaden and Joe Denley. And if you hadn't heard earlier, they've batted once together before, putting on 51 for the 6th wicket in the 4th innings against Essex in Chelmsford last year, which was Jaden's first-class debut, and he dug in really well, showed great maturity to earn Kent a draw there at Chelmsford, also known as the Death Star, of course. And it will be Lammerby continuing from the Nackington Road end. So we've got Joe Denley facing the first ball on 22 and Jaden at the other end on 45. And we'll see how Joe Denley goes against Lammerby. Here with his left arm seam, he comes in, and that's a classic Joe Denley cover drive, but fielded very well inside the ring. And there'll be no run.
Yeah, it will be. See, Lammerby is continuing here. Switch of ends that we've mentioned earlier.
Yeah, just the one from the first over. In comes Lammerby again then to Jaden after the one run, and he's on the back foot there, and he plays it into the offside, but fielded very well. No run there. Are you a fan of these black Somerset kits, Molly? Well, obviously, we said the other day on the stream that loads of teams in the Metro Bank One Day Cup this year are wearing blue. We're one of them.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I spoke to you last week about the 2 kits that Somerset have. I'm a fan personally, but I'm sure today in the heat they're not enjoying wearing the darker coloured kits.
Yeah, that's not taken into account very often, is it? As Lammerby comes in again, that's cut away nicely by Jaden. Again, find the fielder on the rope bit. They will get one run for it. That's hard to say. In the heat here at Canterbury. As I say, you can get in touch at Kent Cricket on X, or you can email in live stream at kentcricket.co.uk. Kent or Somerset fans, let us know where you're listening in from. And we'll read a few out as well.
Yeah, do get in touch. Last year, a few of the Lancashire supporters gave us a few good facts, actually, so it was nice to read them out.
And I'll be in again to Joe Denley, who drive that nicely, and I'll get one. Shy at the stumps, misses. One more to the total. Joe Denley moves on to 24 and puts Jaden on strike. One hit away in theory from his half century. And I told you, Molly, that I would need to have a look at covering on social media. And I don't want to preempt anything, but it's better to be ready than not ready. And I take full responsibility if a certain milestone isn't reached now. As Lammerby comes into Jaden. And that's played respectfully back to the bowler. There'll be no run.
So yeah, if you do have any fun stories of any of the Somerset players or Kent players, please do let us know. Or if there's any game you've attended this year or in past seasons that you've enjoyed and has a fun story attached to it, please do get in touch. And then we can talk about that instead of having to hear our voices
Absolutely,
whittle on about cricket all afternoon.
Absolutely. Slamaby comes in again to Jaden Denley, who cuts that away, and he'll get one. It dissects the fielders in the ring, but there is a boundary rider out there, and he'll do the fielding very nicely. Comes back into the wicketkeeper.
And that is the end of the over.
Yeah, 81 for 1 after 15. Kent have started well here. They've lost Ben Dawkins early, but again, he looked quite bright, didn't he, when he started up?
Yeah, I think obviously for Kent fans, disappointing, but over the last few games for Ben Dawkins, he's shown his skill and the talent that he has. So a bright star of the future, we shall say. And I know the Kent supporters have been loving him.
Yeah, Somerset fans listening today, we've had two relatively young England under-19s openers, and they actually put on a record partnership against Lancashire for the first wicket at Beckenham, and Ben Dawkins turned up against Northamptonshire.
As Jack Leach now is into Jaden Denley. Again, worked off the back foot there, but he's hit straight to fine legs, so there'll be no run. It's a diving effort there.
Very wristy there from Jaden. He's trying to turn it around the corner very fine to try and beat that fielder.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen a paddle or a sweep yet from Jaden Denley. That's usually his go-to to the spinners. As Leach is in, and that is just defended away nicely. But yeah, as I say that, we do have a very leg side boundary field, so they've eradicated the slog sweep and the conventional. As Leach is into Denley. Reversed this time, got it fine.
There it is, Molly.
And it might even race away for 4. And it does. So that little flare from Jaden Denley, as I was speaking about, brings up his 50. Excellent 50 again from the young Denley, batting with his uncle. Raises his bat to the crowd and to pavilion, appreciating all of the support and the members that are in today, and the young kids that are in as well, enjoying the day. But he knows his job is not done.
No curse of the admin as well.
That's a good start as Leach is in. Uses his feet this time, but hits it straight back to Jack Leach. Yeah, I've watched quite a lot of Jaden Denley recently, so I feel the paddles and everything was imminent, and it was. There's Leach again in. Wristy off his legs, but that is going to be straight to mid-wicket where Lamaby does the work. This is good from Jaden Denley, sort of applying the pressure a little bit to Leach. Only the 4 off the over though. As he's back in this time. To Jaden. Again, this time an appeal. The umpire is unmoved. So the reverse there from Jaden didn't quite go off. All the theatrics from Somerset, but after that, just a dot ball. So, scores at 85 for 1. Jaden Denley sits on 51 from 57, and Joe Denley sits on 24 off of 35.
Yeah, so the graphic has now gone up, I'm pleased to say, Molly, and the eagle-eyed Kent supporters among you will notice in the Metro Bank One Day Cup this year, every time we use a player graphic, there's a small addition.
Like a little Easter egg.
Like a little Easter egg to each one. Obviously, we're trying to get the average age of Metro Bank One Day Cup fans down slightly with the kids for £1 offer and trying to bring through that next generation of Kent fans. So we're going a bit rogue on socials during this competition. And on Jaden's 50 graphic, we've got in the corner there a tiny little Frank Lampard, who Jaden says is his sporting idol. And then, of course, favourite food, teenager, pizza. So there's a pizza just on the F of the 50 as well. And there'll be plenty more, hopefully, to come on Jaden's graphics over the next 2 games.
Yeah, it was interesting this week. I was on the ground as I think the team were heading off to, must have been Northamptonshire for the game. And I will come back to this story after Archie Vaughan.
Archie Vaughan, yeah, comes in to Joe Denley. Denley plays that nicely into the onside, but there'll be no run.
Yeah, as the coach was there and everyone was getting on the coach, and they do a trip to Sainsbury's, and both the Denleys walk into Sainsbury's and come back with their items.
Form comes in again to Joe Denley. Classic Denley drive. I'm going to say that a few times, I think, today. And he beats the fielder. It goes underneath him, and that's gone for 4. So 4 more for the Spitfires, and well received here in the pavilion to our left. And a few of the Community Trust 4 and 6 cards obviously we handed out today, and the Family Zone right in front of Freeman House are waving the 4s up. 4 more to Kent, 89 for 1.
Yeah, and Joe comes out with a coffee for his long coach trip, and I think young Dane had some sweets or something with him. So
4 into Denley, and that plays that into the onside, but quite fine. And he beats the fielders in the ring. I'll get 1.
So I did have a little chuckle to them myself when I walked past, and maybe we saw the difference in generation there between the two Denleys.
Yeah, Molly, you played for the women at Glamorgan, didn't you? Did you stock up at Sainsbury's before you went?
I think I was pretty good. I think I tried to avoid the sweet aisle and the chocolate aisle. It's a long 4 or 5 hours otherwise.
Absolutely, yeah. A long way to go is Glamorgan.
But a coffee was in hand, so...
Did anyone do the classic prank on any of the players saying they needed their passport to get into Wales?
No, but I heard the Middlesex women's team did that to one of their players.
Form comes in to Jaden, who drives that nicely, but it well fielded inside the ring. There won't be a run there.
Yeah, there was a story. They pretty much nearly got to Wales and said, "Have you got your passport?" And I think bless her, she sort of freaked out a little bit.
You going to name names?
I would never.
As Vaughan comes in to Jaden, who plays that with a nice high elbow, and he'll pick out the fielder on the boundary, and he'll get 1 for it. It's a good scoring rate from Kent. They're not trying to hit the ball too hard, but they're picking the gaps in the field and then putting the bad balls away. They're up to 91 for 1 now here at the Spitfire Ground. As we see your former co-commentator Fred Atkins on his lap around the ground. Is he going the right way?
I was about to ask you the same question.
He's just in front of the Kennedy gates.
Oh.
In his pink shirt, lovely pink shirt today from Fred Atkins, strong from him. As Vaughan comes in again to Joe Denley, who defends that, but it will squirt past the fielders in the ring. They'll get 1 for it. So end of the over, Spitfires up to 92 for 1. Joe Denley on 30 now, and Jaden at the other end is on 52.
I thought he's going left. So is it left for wickets and right for runs? I think this is the debate that happens a lot in the changing room, so which way it is. So there you go, if you do have the answer to that question.
Yeah. And also, if we do lose a wicket now, it'll be Fred's fault and not one of ours.
It's a very good point.
As the sun comes through the thin clouds here, so that I'm now very much back in my decision to wear my cap, and I can still see. Are you struggling now, Molly?
Slightly.
Capless.
Yeah, it's the one they haven't worn a cap as well, I think. So, but the fan is doing a good job here in the commentary box, but I'll probably still find a way to get burnt. But anyway, Jack Leach is going to be continuing from the pavilion end to Joe Denley. As he's in. And as Joe just pushes that off of his legs, but Archie Vaughan does the work there at a sort of a shorter mid-wicket. Again, Leach back in. Uses his feet that time, Joe, but again hits that straight to cover. The intent you can sort of see come out of here from Joe Denley.
Yeah, you'd argue these two are quite set now, so maybe they'll try and get a few more runs on the board.
He's back in, uses his feet this time, whipped off of his legs and pushes that up to long on, where the fielder does the work on the practice wickets.
So we mentioned the additions to Jaden's graphics. What would you have on yours, Molly? What sort of Easter eggs would you want on your graphics?
Maybe a little Bournemouth logo for the football team.
Absolutely, yeah, AFC Bournemouth. Probably their only fan in Canterbury, aren't you, Molly?
It's a big supporters club down here. I am the only member. As Jack Leach gets ready to bowl to Jaden Denley. As As he's in, that is swept. Pill for LBW. Umpire says no.
Finn Atkins was in trouble there, wasn't he?
Oh, he wouldn't have been welcome back up here. But again, Jaden Denley still out there. Bit of something in it there from Somerset though, so
I think that was fine because Fresnel sat down next to Steve Watts, the announcer, so he's not in motion.
as Jack Leach comes back in here to Jaden Denley. He uses his feet, heaves that almost off of middle stump out to deep mid wicket, but he gets 2 for it, and that is 2 more to his total.
It was almost a slight correction there from Jaden, and he came down the wicket trying to hit that over
Yeah.
Freeman House.
And he sort of played it more square by the end, so he sort of muscled it, which nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely not. No, he's got runs for it, and it fell safe from the fielders, didn't it?
That's how I play most of my cricket, just try and muscle it everywhere. But a lot of his shots have been timed well. As Jack Leach comes back into Jaden Denley, and he just sort of prods that into the leg side. They get the 1 as the inner ring fielder of Lammerby there has just dropped out to the boundary.
Yeah, just 4 runs off that over, came up to 96 for 1, but you'd argue, Molly, that these two haven't really looked in danger. There was that LBW shout, but apart from that, they've looked quite solid as they now collect a drink from George Garrett.
I was about to say, is that George Garrett today with the duties of drinks?
Yeah, I think I can just see his squad number poking through the bright orange bib. So, we're at drinks, slightly earlier drinks break, but it is quite warm today and it will be quite a short break. They're now heading back to the middle, and Kent are 96 for 1, 4 away from 3 figures in the innings, and I don't think it's heavily favoured either side really at the moment, has it?
No, me and Fred were saying this earlier after the power play that both sides aren't going to be too unhappy. Obviously Kent losing the 1 wicket, but the control that sort of they then took from it. So it's still going to be Archie Vaughan from the Nackington Road end here as he comes in, as Jaden just sends that out to cover. And it'll be Joe now to take strike. Obviously down today to the more formal names of the Pavilion end and Nackington Road. Obviously the last couple of weeks at Beckenham we've had the City end and the Beckenham end / Crystal Palace end. But today back to the 2 named ends, let's say that.
Yeah, you were coming up with all sorts, weren't you, Molly?
As that's whipped away again from Joe Denley into the leg side. And they get a run.
What were your favourite Beckenham end names that you came up with?
I think it has to be the City and the Crystal Palace end.
See, City is the name, so you're saying there that we can't get any better at that one.
I think when you have the skyline of London in the background, I think you've got to use that to your advantage. As again, Vaughan in, punched off the back foot this time by Jaden Denley. He's timed that well to pick up a run for it. But yeah, I think having the Crystal Palace sort of grounds and academy buildings around you and also directly behind you, so nice to sort of nod to that. As Vaughan's back in, used his feet this time, Joe Denley, but that's straight up to mid-off. As you've said that, you've had a fire engine that's here for Community Day, you must say that. Nothing has gone wrong here. Just drives past the sight screen.
Loads going on today.
Vaughan back in, uses his feet, Joe Denley. Didn't quite time that one again, so it is a copy and paste kind of shot from the ball before. But Vaughan's getting through his over pretty quickly here and putting the pressure on Kent. As he's back in. Uses his feet again, hits it hard through the offside. He'll get a run as a fumble there from short cover allows the Denleys to come through. And that brings up the 100 runs here for Kent, which is applauded around the ground from spectators and members to our left up in the stand.
Yeah, loads of members here today. Really, really good to see.
Yeah, I think as well, having the first Metro Bank sort of game here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Previously the 2 games been at Beckenham, so people that are local to the Canterbury area coming in to watch the first game in the comp at Canterbury.
Yeah, we're lucky to have members dotted all across Kent really, and it may have been a bit bit of a journey for some of the members that live in East Kent to get up there, so I think we were quite fair, weren't we, with 2 home games at Beckenham and 2 home games here.
Yes, indeed.
So Jack Leach will start a new over from the pavilion end. Thank you, Molly, for covering my over whilst I did put a post up. And he will go to Joe Denley, who plays that into the onside. They'll just get 1 for it. I'll say it one more time for the next few minutes. If you want to get in touch, at Kent Cricket on X, or you can email in livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. Let us know where you're watching from. Kent and Somerset fans, we'd love to hear from you. As the field gets changed ever so slightly to the left-hander. And Leach will change his angle of attack here to Jaden Denley, who's on 57. Comes in and Denley hits that very nicely indeed over mid-off's head, and that'll be 4 more. Absolutely lovely shot from Jaden Denley, and I don't want to compare them too much here, but it is like holding a mirror up to Joe, isn't it? The left hand and the right hand is like you've just flipped it on a video program.
Probably, yeah. Endless net sessions as when he was younger, I imagine, and yeah.
Yeah, Jaden's turning into a lovely little player in his own right here as Leach is back into him and he defends that into the onside, and there won't be a run there. And Jaden is also valuable with his left arm spin. We might see some of that in the second innings. As Leach comes in again to him, and that's swept away. Almost helped around the corner, but there is a fielder there won't be a run.
Yeah, you've got a short third and a short fine there. You kind of feel for the sweeps that Jaden likes to play as well. Or the paddles, I should say.
Yeah, and Leach comes in again, and Jaden uses his feet to guide that over to Thomas Rue, who's at long on, and there will be 1. So put Joe Denley on strike.
Yeah, the partnership here for Kent has been key, hasn't it?
Yeah, worth saying that they've surpassed their personal best partnership, these two, by a long, long way. Leach comes into Joe Denley, who hits that quite uppishly, but there isn't a fielder there, so it will drop safe, and there are no alarm bells ringing. And I'll get 1 for it, and the Spitfires have passed the 3-figure mark now. They're up to 107 for 1 after 20 overs, and that's a subpar T20 score if we're looking at 20 overs on its own, but in the one-day game, that's quite a good start from the Spitfires, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. I think they've got a good platform here. See, I don't think Somerset can be that unhappy. I think wickets here at Canterbury and at Beckenham notoriously are good for batters. So I think Somerset are going to just be looking to try and game manage here, quite rightly, and obviously get some inroads as well.
Thoughts on black kit but maroon helmet?
It's different, isn't it? But I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an accent, isn't it?
Indeed, it will be Archie Vaughan, and then you might see on your stream a very short catching mid-on, arguably.
Is that Ben Green down there?
As Vaughan comes in, and Joe works it off of his legs into a vacant area on the leg side, and they will come back for a 2.
Yeah, it's Ben Green down there. I think if I was there, I'd definitely want a lid.
Yeah. And we'll obviously short mid on there for Joe Denley. He's been moved now. It's a very 4-day field, that, wasn't it? He just dropped back slightly. So Archie Vaughan will again come into bowl to Joe Denley. As he's back in, uses his feet, hits that hard down the ground to mid on, so we'll get the single.
Yeah, I think in my opinion that's why the one-day game is unique, in that you said there was a bit of a 4-day field going on. This is the hybrid between traditional cricket and T20, so you still get a full day out of it.
In again this time to Jaden's, just defended nicely back up to Archie Vaughan. Yeah, I mean the women's game, they play a lot of 50 over cricket, so that's sort of probably where it differs slightly from the men. It's just how much 50 over cricket we actually play. Again, back in, and that's reverse, fine this time, and it will keep running away as the fielder makes chase, and he will put it back in, so ball does well there to save the boundary. but they will get a few for it in the end.
Yeah, Jake Ball got a welcome back on the PA when his name was announced in the team sheets. He's been on loan for a couple of games for Kent.
Indeed. Yeah, the tall, fast bowler did well to get down to that one and haul that one back in.
He was definitely breaking a sweat getting down there, so all credit to him.
As Joe Denley now faces up to Vaughan. As again he hits it off of his legs, but straight to Ben Green at mid-wicket. So it will be a dot. As Vaughan again. Quick through is over, as I've mentioned. And that is hit hard into the offside. And it will go straight out to deep cover. So it will just be the single. And it will be the end of the over. So Kent are 114 for 1 after 21.
Yeah, Josh Thomas there doing the fielding on the boundary. 114 for 1, as Molly said, after 21. Not bad at all from a Kent perspective, and I think from a Somerset point of view they'll need a couple of quick wickets as Fred returns from his boundary walk, where I'm just going to point out to you, Fred, that you walked the way for wickets. You walked clockwise, but nothing doing, so no damage done.
Yeah, that's the way I know it, but I think everyone sees it differently. Maybe I got it wrong.
Surely it's right for runs. That makes so much sense.
It does make sense, doesn't it?
So Jack Leach starts a new over from the pavilion end to Joe Denley, who hits that in the air and he's caught. So Joe Denley falls for 39 from 52. Maybe a little rush of blood to the head there. That's a good catch in the ring. So Denley departs for 39 from 52, and that's the wicket that we said Somerset were after. So Somerset Fans Union will be happy with that one. They've broken this partnership between uncle and nephew. Joe Denley doesn't look very happy, and that was Tom Lammonby with the catch.
Yeah, as he just walked past Jaden there, a bit of a tap on the shoulder, probably to say, keep going.
Yeah, he's shaking his head now, and you can probably hear the applause he's getting from the pavilion after a good knock after return from a calf injury that he got against Glamorgan in the county championship. And that injury was on full view to everyone because he sort of hit the ball out for a quick single and then pulled up as soon as he started to run. So good to see Joe back, and obviously half an eye, let's say, on the Vitality Blast quarter final coming up for Kent.
Indeed, and this does bring out to the crease Jack Leaning, which I must say, promotion.
Yeah, so Jack Leaning, would you say this is more of his natural batting position?
Yeah, I think from what I've seen of Jack over the years, it does tend to lean towards the favour of this being where he would normally bat.
Lean towards, yeah.
Thank you.
And so Jack's in at 4. He's been coming in at 6-7 in the last few Metrobank games, and I think his weapon of his off-spin, his darty off-spin, has made him into a bit of an all-rounder in this competition, but he's back up the order today, maybe again with another look towards the Blast quarter-final, where you'd think naturally he'd bat higher up the order.
Yeah, I think as well with some players, obviously we mentioned earlier, being rested today, the likes of obviously Joey Everson and Chris Benjamin, players like that would bat generally above him in this competition, so with them being out, that allows Jack Leaning to come up top and have some crease time. Yeah,
so he only has the job of facing an England international spinner with his first delivery.
So very much welcome.
So here's Leach to him then. And Leaning plays that quite correctly into the gap in the ring, but there is a fielder out there and they'll only get one for it. So Jack Leaning's off the mark first ball. Spitfires up to 115 for 2 now.
I think it's obviously worth mentioning as well, Ollie Curtis in the lineup today.
Yes, young Ollie Curtis, as people keep saying.
Yes.
And it isn't a typo on the team sheet, it's 2 S's in Curtis. As Leach comes in to Jaden Denley now, who plays that round the corner, but there's a fielder there. And there won't be a run.
Yeah, so maybe Leaning coming up the order allows Curtis to bat in that middle order spot.
Yeah, Ollie Curtis, naturally an all-rounder, but he's had a bit of a back niggle for a few months now where he hasn't bowled, so those eagle-eyed Kent fans that have followed his progress in the ECB Super 4s have just seen him not only skipper the side Oh, and that's caught and bowled. That is caught and bowled. Jaden Denley hits it straight back to Jack Leach. And that's another quick wicket for Kent. There's 2 wickets down on the over, and Leach is doing a very good job here, and that's why he's an international. Denley goes caught and bowled by Jack Leach for 65.
Yeah, so this is what we were talking about that Somerset needed, and we said that having Jack Leach in your lineup would be that maybe extra bit of experience and confidence, and so far he's proved all of his worth, hasn't he? So that is both Denleys departed in the same over here.
Quite rightly gets the applause of everyone at the Spitfire Ground as he walks off and holds his bat up to the crowd. It's a good knock from Jaden Denley, who's had a couple of lower scores in some of the games in this tournament, but he'll be pleased with his 65 today. I don't think he's right now, but after he sat down in the dressing room, I think he'll be happy with his job today. He's looked good again as young Jaden, England under-19 international. Come through the Kent Cricket Academy now as the skipper, Harry Finch, comes in.
See, you feel now, don't you, sort of, again, devil's advocate, non-biased kind of approach. Kent 115 for 3. Somerset on top now?
I'd say definitely these 2 quick wickets means that Somerset are in the driving seat now, and I'm sure a couple more quick ones will really put them ahead here.
So this is the partnership for Kent. You'd think?
You'd think, yeah. I think if these 2 can get some runs, I'm not trying to talk them into getting out here, but this partnership is an important one for Kent, and quite rightly Somerset, I think they've brought a few fielders in for the new batter.
Yeah, I think take nothing away from the middle order of Kent, because you can see throughout this competition they've had big contributions, but debutant in there, Ollie Curtis, obviously Corey Flintoff as well in around the mix.
Worth mentioning on Corey's debut, he hit a few bombs at Radlett against Middlesex, so there is batting available for Kent after this, but these are the 2 experienced players, I think we should say.
Yeah.
Harry Finch, skipper for the co-captain, we should say, actually. Grant Stewart, the other co-captain, is out with a hamstring injury so far. Leach comes in to the new batter. Finch, who's right behind that. A few oohs and ahs in the field, bit of theatrics. And I'm sure if that was you behind the stumps, well, you'd have welcomed Harry very nicely to the middle. Leach comes in again to him. He's behind that one again. There won't be a run. Very good over from Jack Leach. Just 1 from it and 2 wickets. So Somerset supporters that are watching the live stream today, I bet you're happy with that over. Get in touch with us at Kent Cricket on X, or you can email in livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. We'll get to your messages as well as any Kent fan messages. We're completely unbiased on this stream, so please let us know how you think your team's getting on, and obviously Kent fans as well. Are you excited to see Ollie Curtis make his debut? And if you enjoyed Jaden's runs here today, let us know at Kent Cricket on X, or live stream at kentcricket.co.uk on the emails.
Yeah, indeed, and it'll be a change of bowling here from the Nackington Road end. That's the Pavilion end then. Had the Pavilion end. Nackington Road end.
We've had our first email in, Molly.
Have we?
It's from Ed.
Ed.
He says that Will, a teammate of Ollie Curtis for St Lawrence and Highland Court, is on the sofa on the other side of Canterbury, nursing a hangover. But he's looking forward to seeing Ollie make his debut.
As that is just defended in to the offside by Jack Leenan. And I think, is that Ben Green bowling from the Nackington Road end?
Do you think we should... Yes, it is. Do you think we should whisper whilst maybe some people are slightly hungover listening into us? Or is this really exciting cricket, Molly?
Green back in. That is hit hard into the offside, but the fielder does well there and stops any run.
You can say it was slightly mistimed by Jack Leaning. I think he was trying to crunch that slightly finer.
Yeah, I'm sure, obviously, Ollie Curtis today making his debut. People are excited to see that. Lots of friends and family probably in today or watching from home.
Yeah, local lad. So when we announced his signing, we were able to just drop him a message going, can he come to the ground?
Again, that one is carved away into the offside, but a very good attempt there from point. Stops any run being taken, as that's played well by Jack Leaning. That was, yeah, very well fielded in there. Yeah, so Kent are looking to rebuild here as Somerset are just applying the pressure a bit more.
Yeah, good passage of play from the away side. Green comes into leaning.
Again, that's just defended away.
Defended away. And the sun has thankfully gone behind a cloud.
I think we're thankful that we're sort of getting a bit of rest from the sun beating through the glass windows in front of us.
I can assure all the listeners that usually listen to Matt Cole and Ben Watts have said many times it's a bit of a greenhouse in here.
As again, Green is back in, shorter ball. Helene into the bit of the matrix there and gets out of the way of that as it goes through to Rue with the gloves. Yeah, obviously talking about the competitions that shall not be named, it's from a female's perspective, a lot of the young talent that I see on the girls' pathway and women's pathway, it's always nice to see them, and when they make their debut in franchise cricket, it's always nice to see, and they get a lot of support. As Green's back in, worked off the legs of leaning, but that has gone straight to mid-wicket. And that is the end of the over. It's a maiden by Green.
We said earlier that you'd be able to see Ben Roddy, who's in his full pantomime get-up today, and he is the opposite side of the ground to where we are, but you can very much see him. He's in a bright pink dress with a bright yellow wig on. Can you see him, Molly?
I can now. There was a period of time I couldn't, and I got a bit worried, and I'm thinking, oh no, but I can see him.
Yeah, Ben Roddy is one of our community trust captains, and he's here today with Phil Gallagher, who you may know better as Mr. Maker. And they're getting some pictures of the youngsters in attendance. Good to see. Leach starts a new over from the pavilion end to Harry Finch, who's yet to get off the mark, and he defends that one. Yeah, Ben and Phil are great supporters of all the work that the community trust does, and potentially we'll get someone on a bit later on to talk about everything they do. As Leach comes in to Harry Finch, and he takes one step down the track, hits that in the air, and it only just goes over the fielder. So there was a slight gasp in the crowd, but it goes over the fielder at mid-on, and that will bring up his first runs of the innings, and Kent move on to 119 for 3 now.
I was about to say there was a moment where you just thought that could be going straight to mid-on.
How does Leach respond? He's in to Harry Finch. He plays that very nicely off his hips. And he'll just get one run for it. So Finch is up to 5 from 5, leaning on 1 from 7. And these two probably need to dig in slightly before they look to hit out a little bit.
It's nice to see so much on today for the kids in and around the ground. And
yeah, we'll go into that in a minute, actually.
Leach just getting himself set to come in to bowl to leaning. He comes in, driven hard, got it past Leach despite a diving effort, but Rue down here at long off just does the work. Again, rebuilding here for Kent, and again Finch now is on strike, and that is pushed and defended nicely, but a very good diving effort there from cover. Cuts off any run. So I think that's Green there at cover that's just sort of plucked that one-handed off the ground. Leach is back in. And that there will be end of the over. So Kent 121 for 3 off of 24. Leaning sits on 2. Finch on 5. And the rebuild's continuing.
Shall we go through what's on today, Molly?
Let's go through what's happening in and around the ground.
So, as we said, Ben and Phil, the Community Trust captains, are here today to welcome you all with a treasure map for the young fans to go and fill in, get a stamp from everyone here at the ground.
Again, and that has been hit hard into the offside. Just sort of a punch almost there from leaning.
So everyone has to get a stamp from each stand here, and some of the stands we have today. Kent Fire and Rescue are here, Kent Police are here, 3 NHS health checks are here today, South Eastern Railway are here. The Prince of Wales Youth Club in Canterbury are putting on loads of activities inside what was the beer marquee during the Vitality Blast. Very much not a beer marquee now, because there's axe throwing in there and archery, so that could have been a disaster. And we have cars from Barrett's Motor Group, our training kit partners. We have a face painter here on the decking area. We have our youth engagement bus. I'll talk a little bit about that after this delivery.
Again, green comes into Finch, just defended away.
So the Kent Cricket Community Trust No Boundaries Youth Engagement Bus. I'm sure they can think of a snappier name for that in the future. That is situated by Floodlight 4, and it's got DJ decks in it, Molly, and a video game console. And it's been going around the county, and it was in Sevenoaks for the launch, and lots of kids were playing, hopefully a cricket video game, of course. Maybe the football one in there as well.
Again, green, shorter. Hasn't been hit by Harry Finch. Might have hit a part of his body, as the keeper, Rue, does the work. That's a dot ball.
And in the Ames Levitt Indoor Sports Centre, there's some free cricket activities for juniors by our community team. Molly, you were part of our community team a few years ago now, aren't you? And I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear that the visually impaired cricket set is there with Brian Gaskin, the gas man.
So a good setup in there today. It'll be lots of fun for everyone. As Green's back in and Finch just gets in behind that.
It's worth mentioning that if you wanted to come down, you live in Canterbury and you have heard everything going on today and you want to get involved, maybe the kids are now begging you to come to the Spitfire Ground, you can get a ticket at the gate, and kids tickets, that's under 14s, are just £1. So head down to the ground if you're stuck for something to do in the sunshine on this bank holiday Sunday.
Green again. Defended away from Finch. So another dot ball here from Somerset, which is a very good over.
Bit of a commotion there, I don't know what that was all about.
But yeah, lots happening here down at Canterbury today. Lots for the kids to do. Obviously the excitement of the DJ decks and game console in the bus and everything going on in the sports hall as well.
And of course we have the voice of Kent Cricket, Steve Watts, on the PA. You might have heard him at the 16.4.
Again, green back to Finch. Short ball pulled away this time, but straight to deep square legs. He'll just get the one. Timed very well. Hit into the ground. So nice safe shot there by Harry Finch. Yeah, when I do my lap in a bit, I might just go and see what's going on. Report back to see how everything's going. But that is drinks here at Canterbury.
Yeah, halfway stage. Kent are 1, 2, 3 for 3.
And there will be a change here in the commentary box. I'm going to go on my lap and I'm going to walk right for runs. And Fred Atkins will be coming back in to replace me. So I will see you all shortly.
Yeah, they take on some fluids then. With Kent 3 down, but they've got 123 on the board. And I think Somerset fans will be happy with how their team has started in the field. Kent won the toss and elected to bat, but Somerset have bowled very well. And they'll be hoping that a couple more wickets come to fruition with two relatively new batters in the middle. Harry Finch is on 6 from 12 and Jack Leaning on 3 from 9. As Fred Atkins joins us again. Hello, Fred.
Hello.
How was your walk around the ground? Did you get involved with any activities?
It was very interesting because I normally during the course of a championship game like to take at least 2 or 3 walks around the boundary, and it's not often congested, if I can put it that way. And today there's a remarkable crowd that's not far off what I call a blast crowd here. So it actually took significantly longer to get round the boundary than it usually would have done. So I've just been up to see Frank in the press box and told him what a good job he's done of shifting all of these tickets, because I've been to a few Metro Bank games here, and I think this is possibly the biggest crowd that I've seen for one of them. It'd be interesting to see what the figures are, but certainly it took longer to get round the boundary than I thought it would.
Yeah, you're right, Fred. There's people sat on the bank that we do associate a little bit more with the Vitality Blast. They're enjoying the day on the grass bank that overlooks Floodlight 4 and to the side of the Leslie Ames stand here at Canterbury.
And I think they're seeing a pretty even game so far. Say at the halfway point, Kent 123 for 3. We were talking earlier, it's obviously a fairly inexperienced lineup. You've got youngsters in there, so Jaden Denley is almost a veteran by comparison to some of his teammates. Dawkins not having the luck today, not having the day that he enjoyed on Thursday. Of course, last week as well against Beckenham, or at Beckenham, he did very well. And he got off to an electrifying start. It fell fairly cheaply, fairly on, but we've been treated to that partnership between the Denleys.
Yeah, good experience for these young players, I think.
Yeah, good experience as well, playing in front of a crowd, because it'll be the first time, certainly for somebody like Ollie Curtis, if you play Kent League crowd, if you play junior level crowd, very few people are in those games. You might be lucky if you get 100 or so some of these matches. Even if it's an England game, you're not necessarily going to get used to playing in front of a crowd, so it's a good experience from that point of view. We've got two of the more experienced heads here. It's Harry Finch and Jack Leaning, who apparently spend a lot of time together off the field. I think Jack Leaning told us earlier this season. And here's Harry Finch as captain. So, it's a remarkable reinvention. Keeps on reinventing himself. Matt Cole asked him what he was going to do next. After reinventing himself as an opening batter, he said he was going to play central midfielder for Tottenham.
Well, I don't think he'd get in the team at the moment, the way they're playing.
It won't be long.
Leach starts a new over from the pavilion end, and Finch comes down the track at that one. It hits him on the pads, but would have been outside the line and very far down the pitch. So an unenviable task for the umpire to potentially give that one out. Leach is back to his mark. Comes in again to Harry Finch, who plays that away, and there'll be no run. Well fielded off his own bowling by Jack Leach.
Yeah, Leach is rattling through the overs here.
Leach again. That's reverse, swept very nicely by Harry Finch, but some very good fielding by the Somerset fielder. And it will only be 2.
Yeah, it's a boundary saving stop there.
Yeah, Goldsworthy with a diving stop to stop that going to the rope. He was the only fielder in the vicinity, so good work from him. As Leach comes in again to Finch, who's on 8. He just defends that into the onside. There won't be a run.
Yeah, we were saying last week about how Lancashire were rattling through the overs, and Somerset with Leach here at this end doing exactly the same.
Yeah, he's in again then to Harry Finch. And again, there's a defensive shot played, and there won't be a run from that one. Nice tight over from Jack Leach. Maybe Somerset, you could say, was slightly expensive opening them up. And I think Leach has come on and he's just dragged that economy rate right down. Kent are going now under 5s. It's good work from Jack Leach from the pavilion end. Bowling into the slope, of course, with his left arm spin.
He's just taking his time over this one.
But he is in again to Finch, who defends that away. But he goes under the bowler and they'll get 1 for it.
He's taken a while to get up as Leach from that one. I think he might just have been despairing that he hadn't got to it rather than having suffered any kind of injury.
Yeah, bruised but ego slightly, I think.
That twin blow, certainly a few overs back where he got both Denleys in the space of 3 balls, has dragged Somerset back into this. So with Somerset's lineup, any total that Kent get really is within reach. Certainly say that Kent would have to get in excess of 400 to feel sort of heavy favourites against this Somerset batting lineup, but strange things happen in county cricket. I always feel that anytime you get above 300 you've got a chance. It's going to take some going for Kent to get there from this particular situation. There's a bowling change at the Nackington Road end. Didn't quite catch who was coming on there, but sure Liam will fill me in a second or two. As Harry Finch is going to face the first ball. And he sort of clips that one back past the bowler, and that is going to be certainly 2, possibly 4. The fielder's going to cut that off just before it gets to the rope.
It's Theedham.
Yeah, Theedham is the bowler now at the Nackington Road end.
James Theedham.
First delivery has gone for 2. It was a bit of a chase, but of course you're going up the slope here at Canterbury.
Made his List A debut against Yorkshire on the 14th and got 1 for 32, so he's already got a List A wicket to his name.
And Finch to take the strike again as Theedham comes in. Bowls, and Finch will just push that one away on the offside for no run, so a dot ball. And Kent stay on 128 for 3. Theedham walking back to his mark. We're just talking about the crowds. And, certainly the Nackington Road Grumbler section is looking very full today.
Do you think they'll be grumbling?
I think they'll be reasonably happy with the way that Kent have started here. As Theedham comes in again, bowling to Finch, and Finch tries to hook this one. He's going to get a single for that one, and they're going to come back for 2, I think. Yeah, good running between the two of them. They've got that understanding honed during the blast. They always felt the 2 was comfortable there, so Finch stays on strike. He's on 13 from 21. Leaning is on 3 from 9.
Theedham wearing 93. A few years ago you might think, young player, that's probably the year they were born, but 2007, Fred.
Well, yeah, that is... I was watching Max Dowman play for Arsenal last night. 15 years of age.
Yeah.
I thought, well, I mean, that... I don't ever remember a 15-year-old playing top flight football or cricket. And although, having said that, of course, there's the Indian prodigy, who is just 14 years of age. We saw playing for the England, or playing against the England Lions.
Yeah.
Theedham comes into bowl. And Leaning, well, he tries to sort of push that through on through cover, but finds a fielder, and there's no run.
Suryavanshi, 14-year-old.
Yeah, played at Beckenham fairly recently.
Yeah, he played at Chelmsford as well in another youth test, and it was from his bowling that Ben Dawkins reached 3 figures from.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much. Theedham will come in. Unleashes, and Leaning will cut that one fairly square. He'll get a single for it. It's fielded towards the boundary. And Kent will move on to 132 for 3.
A couple of Somerset fans have got in touch saying they're enjoying the live stream and the commentary. Thank you very much for tuning in. Do let us know where you're tuning in from. You can get in touch at Kent Cricket on X, or you can email in livestream at kentcricket.co.uk if you want to get in touch by email.
Yeah, and returning to an earlier theme, if you did hear us, if you were listening earlier, we're talking about the theme of polite fielders. So, if you've ever been on the boundary and a ball has bounced up to you and a fielder has been exceptionally polite to you, do let us know. Or if they've been rude, I suppose, you could say, I dare say it might have happened 1 or 2 occasions.
Leach starts a new over from the pavilion end, and Leaning will just defend that one into the offside. There'll be no run. As he quickly gets back to his mark for another delivery, as the sun now bakes Spitfire Ground, and Leaning uses his feet there, but he won't beat the fielder. That's very good fielding by Ben Green, and there won't be a run from it. And again, Leach is already ready, as Leaning does a bit of gardening, maybe just slow it down slightly.
He does want to slow him down, actually. It's a good tactic from Jack Leaning, just to do what your opponent doesn't want you to do.
So Jack Leach to Jack Leaning. In again, and he's on the back foot there, and he defends that for no run. Comes in again for the 4th delivery of the over. Quiet one so far, but Leaning will get a run here as he rocks back to it and plays it into the onside, where Theedham does the fielding at long on and gets one more. So Kent now 133 for 3. Almost Richie Benno.
Almost.
And here's Leach again then. Comes in slightly fuller from Leach, and Finch defends that one for no run.
I made a quick count how long it was between deliveries. It's about 15 seconds it's taking Jack Leach to bowl here.
Here he is then to potentially complete the over, and he comes in to Harry Finch, who defends that, and there'll be no run. So a very quick over and only one run from it.
Yeah, Leach absolutely rattling through that 133 for 3. So yes, as Liam says, almost a Richie Benno. Just a small story about him. A few years ago, I was covering a test match for the Associated Press in Cardiff. And I believe England were playing Sri Lanka. Richie Benno was there. I believe he was covering it for the News of the World. And the score actually got to 222 for 2. And he just sort of stood up, smiled benevolently, and then went about his business. And made his way out of the press box. It was quite a nice moment. Here's Thiedem to continue from the Nackington Road end. Bowling to Jack Leaning. And Leaning will drive that one through the covers, and he'll get a single for it. It was a nice shot. Think about getting a second. There's a misfield out there, but they decide not to. And I think that was a sensible decision. Fielder on the boundary rope there, temporarily just losing track of the ball, but he recovered fairly quickly, and I don't think the second was on there. So Finch will take the strike for the second ball of the over. Thiedem will come in. Thiedem will bowl, and Finch will whack that through cow corner, and he'll get 4 for it.
Lovely looking shot from Harry Finch. He's picked the gap nicely there with a pull shot that dissects 2 fielders and finds the rope. So well needed boundary for Kent there.
So while we're on the subject of cricketing etiquette, and certainly if you've played village cricket or any level of cricket, there's a certain etiquette. Do you start mooing when somebody plays a shot through cow corner? Is it considered unsporting? Again, you can let us know.
I've never heard that here.
I've never heard it at this level, no, but I have heard it. Thiedem comes in again, and Finch drives that one elegantly through cover. You'll just get the 2 for it, but it was a very nice shot. It's the sort of shot, if you want to play a cover drive, it's up the slope there. That is the steepest gradient in the ground. If you're playing a shot through cover towards the aim stand, you're talking about the difference. When I Strava'd it earlier in the season, I thought it was 12 feet. I think officially it's something else, isn't it? Maybe slightly lower.
I think you're right. I think Lord's is 8 feet and here is 12.
Yeah.
And I think the PA announcer thought that had hit the rope then because some music came on.
Yes. Into Finch again, and Finch sort of square couple backwards of point, and he'll just get the 1 for that one. So Leaning will regain the strike. Leaning is on 6, Finch is on 21. Kent Spitfires 141 for 3 after 28.4. Thiedem goes back to his mark. He's been relatively expensive compared to his teammates so far. And he returns to his mark, comes in again, bowling to Leaning, and this one is, again, similar sort of area, it's slightly forward of point this time, and it's fielded, and there's a single taken. And
I think
it's just slightly. I'm pausing slightly because I thought that might have been the end of the over, but it is the scorers are so quick here. Lorne Hart, the Kent scorer, has almost put the runs up before they've been completed sometimes. So the anticipation can sometimes throw you as Thiedem comes for the final ball of his over. It's a shorter one. It's pulled away by Harry Finch, and Harry Finch is going to get 4 runs. So another boundary for Finch. An expensive over from Thiedem, and the Spitfires move on to 146 for 3.
Yeah, you mentioned the scorers there. Worth mentioning that Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer, who's retiring at the end of this season. It's her last trip here to Canterbury.
Oh, that's going to be a great shame.
Yeah.
It's, she is one of the great characters of the
Absolutely.
circuit, and We'll definitely miss having her around in the press box. As it's one of the unusual press boxes here on the circuit at Canterbury. The scorers sit in with the journalists, which is not an arrangement you find in too many other places. Certainly we've got some characters, and we'll very much miss Polly next season.
Does mean we can get all the Lawn Hart stories that we are very fond of here. Jack Leach starts a new over here from the pavilion end. He's now bowled 8 overs in a row. I think Somerset will maybe bowl him out here from this end because he's bowled extremely well as Jack Leach.
Yes, he's been very parsimonious.
He's going just under 4s, so not expensive, and he's taken 2 wickets as Leaning comes down the track at that one and just hits it past the bowler to get 1, and Thomas Reid does the fielding.
And as we were saying in the previous over, he's so quick to get back to his mark and bowl. There's none of this strategic timeout nonsense.
Leach comes in again to Harry Finch, who prods that one into the onside. Maybe he thought there was going to be a run there, but that's fielded well and there won't be one.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan with the tumbling stop.
Leach begins the 4th ball of his over. He's only gone for 1 so far, and he won't concede a run there. That's a lovely ball, and that's played respectfully back by Harry Finch, who's on 25 from 30 balls now. And what happens here then? Next delivery. Again, defended, and Leach feels well of his own bowling. Gets a few ripples of applause from his own teammates in the field.
Yeah, I imagine he's getting through these overs in about 90 seconds, which is something we've had trouble with this year, isn't it? Or every year.
It's keeping us on our toes, it definitely. As Finch defends that one, so only 1 off it. It's a good over from Jack Leach.
Yeah, I would imagine that these two have decided that against a bowler of Leach's class, there's no point in taking too many risks. There are other bowlers who are going to be, you would think, significantly easier to score from. And it looks like Thiedham is going to continue from the Nackington Road end, I believe. Just waiting to see. Seems to be taking the ball. So yeah, Kent currently 147 for 3 after 30. So from this point of view, they're going to be looking to get to 300. A lot will depend on whether these two can stay there. We said it's an inexperienced side, and several players have been rested. You know that Harry Finch, for example, probably deserves a rest. The guy's working so well. Actually going to get a bowling change here by the look of it. Just
Goldsworthy coming
Goldsworthy is on to bowl to Leaning. So they're spin with both ends here, and that first ball is just driven straight back to Goldsworthy.
So Leach was bowling with the slope to his advantage, and Goldsworthy's going against the slope. Maybe one will sit up nicely.
Yeah, well, he's bowling tightly so far. 2 dot balls as Leaning prods that one onto the leg side where it's fielded, and there's no run. Archie Vaughan, the fielder. And Goldsworthy comes in again. Left arm round the wicket, and Leaning is going to get a single for that. That was just a little bit in the air, just for a second. I thought he might be in a bit of trouble. Just the angle that we're watching at, but it went well past the fielder, and there was no shout of catch it, which is fairly obligatory. As Goldsworthy goes back to his mark. There's a couple of spins.
A few people have been in touch. We'll cut to that in a minute. Oh.
Finch is going to get 4 for that, I think. It's going to clear the rope round about that mid-wicket area, cow corner if you like.
No.
And that brings up the 150 for the Kent Spitfires. So just watching the new bowler for a couple of deliveries and then giving him a bit of a, I say a mow is a bit harsh to call it that. It was a pretty decent shot from Harry Finch. He's still in a vacant area and got 4 runs.
Said to Molly earlier, Fred, you have to excuse me for a bit because I am live tweeting the game as well. So if I go quiet for a minute, you'll have to.
We'll fill in as Goldsworthy goes back to his mark. Bowls to Finch. Finch this time just tucks it for a single about the backward square leg area. And just one run, so Leaning will go back on strike. Finch only scoring the quicker of the two, scoring rate 88.2, whereas Leaning is currently going at 40.9. Umpire just asking to wait for a second. He comes in again, and Leaning. What's this one through the cover area? He's going to get a single for that. So Goldsworthy so far has gone for a 6. Well, it's the end of the over, so 6 off it. Not a bad over from Goldsworthy. It was just that one effort that was punished by Harry Finch. Liam continues to update the Twitter feed.
I'm back.
He's back. Okay, so Liam will talk you through the next over.
Yeah, so we've had a few people get in touch. Terry and Anita, watching in New South Wales, Australia. They say, go Kent. And I'm sure they'll be happy with these two building up nicely. Nina's been in touch. Fred, you missed the email in earlier from Ed, who said a few of Ollie Curtis's teammates were here today, slightly worse for wear. And we've got an explanation from Nina, and I'll try and get to it during this very quick over from Jack Leach, who's into Jack Leaning. It rocks back onto the back foot, and he'll get a single out to Thomas Ruitt long off. Yeah, Nina says she's watching from home on the live stream, supporting one of the St Lawrence and Highland Court stars in Ollie Curtis. A lot of his teammates are either there or watching with hangovers due to a brilliant last ball win against Minster yesterday in the Premier League. Leach comes in again to Harry Finch, who cuts that away, and they'll get at least one here, and the fielders slid down very nicely and kept that from going to the boundary, but that's 2 more to the score. I'll continue that email in just a second, as Jack Leach doesn't want me to catch my breath. In he comes again to Harry Finch, who plays that back to the bowler. Nina says our son Josh, who is at the Canterbury Academy with Jaden Denley, is up at the ground supporting his teammate Ollie. So 2 connections there for Josh, as they have been playing together for the last 10 years. As Finch drives that into the onside for 1. And Nina says, go well on your debut, Ollie. It's from Nina and Tony, who are associated with St Lawrence and Highland Court.
Well, I think everyone from a Kent persuasion will be saying the same thing.
Absolutely, yeah. One of our own, you could say, in Ollie Curtis, Canterbury lad. Jack Leach comes in again to Jack Leaning, who plays that with soft hands, but he'll get a run for it. And plays that into the offside, and it goes quite quickly over the practice wickets.
It's one of the less believable stats about Kent cricket that Joe Denley was apparently the first Canterbury-born player to actually, was it get a cap or even play?
Yeah, Leach comes in again to Harry Finch. There'll be no run. That's the end of the over. Kent 159 for 3. So Joe Denley is the first man born in Canterbury to play Test cricket for England, but the first person born in Canterbury to play Test cricket for England is Cecilia Robinson, who's a Kent player of the 50s and 60s. She is she's the first player born in Canterbury to play Test cricket for England, and she was one of those lucky enough to receive county caps from Kent back in 2020 when we recognised the achievements of.
So, have I got the stat wrong about Denley being the first male player to play for Kent from Canterbury? It sounds like it can't be right.
Yeah, it's one of those where you think surely not.
Somebody over the years must have played.
I think it might be that over the years players would say they're from a village outside of Canterbury. So Les Ames was from Elam, which is just down the road.
Yeah.
And there's a few players that came from the smaller villages outside Canterbury, and maybe it was the hospital didn't have as many birds there, and maybe there's more home birds, if we're going to go into social history a little bit.
So as Green comes in, that's down the leg side, and that's going to be wide. Green coming back on from the Nackington Road end after Thedham had a couple of overs there. The last over was relatively expensive, so Green has been brought back into the attack, but that one was given as a wide, as pretty much everything is if it goes down the leg side in white ball cricket. Leaning will drive this one, and he'll get a single for it, fielded on the boundary. There's a deep cover area. deep point. And the score moves on to 161 for 3. Yeah, it's just it's a remarkable statistic. I know you're right. People used to be born at home, but I find it incredible actually. Green comes in, and Finch just plays that one back to him. There'll be a dot ball. So of course Tilly Courtine-Coleman, who played for the South East Stars and played for Surrey, part of the talent drain, if you like, of county cricketers.
I won't
away
comment
from
that
Kent.
in an official capacity, Fred.
Well, you can't, but I possibly can. Finch again just plays watchfully there. I believe Tilly Courtine-Coleman was born in the hospital right next door to this ground.
Yeah, as was Joe Denley.
As was Joe Denley.
As was I, if anyone cares.
Yeah. I'm saying a lot of people in the west part of the county now are born in Pembury because that's where the birthing unit are. So
Yeah.
that's the sort of thing that you can be from a town but not necessarily born there.
Yeah, there's a few players that are like that.
Green comes in, bowls to Finch, and I'll get a single for that. So it'll prod up to the mid-wicket area.
Like you say, Joe Denley was born just as we look over at Kent and Canterbury Hospital, just outside the ground. But he is the Whitstable One. He's a Whitstable man.
Yeah.
As is Jaden, who technically was born in Margate, but again, a Whitstable lad.
So Green back to his mark, comes in, and leaning. Well, it's a very short delivery, and leaning might get 4 for that. He's split the fielders at backward square leg, and that is the 50 partnership between Jack Leaning and Harry Finch. 51 runs, Leaning responsible for 16 of them, and Finch for 34. And that was a short-pitched delivery that Leaning treated with a modicum of contempt. So Green has to go back to his mark and contemplate what went wrong there and how he's going to come back from this one.
He's timed that really well, hasn't he?
Yep, he's looked good in white ball cricket this season, Jack Leaning. And there he plays another nice shot. He's not going to get any reward for it. He's going to get a single for it. That was the proverbial good shot for one. It's a acrobatic bit of fielding and the covers there. This limits him to a single. I believe it was Lammonby that fielded that one.
So I would say the rebuild job has perhaps been done by these two. 50 partnership and 2 quick wickets from Jack Leach put Kent in a spot of bother, but that momentum has shifted slightly back to Kent. This is a great game of cricket for the neutral. There's stuff going on for both teams.
You've got a platform here for Kent, and they've got something to work with. 167 on the board, 17 overs still remaining, 2 experienced batters at the crease. And it looks like, is it Goldsworthy switching to the pavilion end?
Yeah, it looks like it is. So change of slope, shall we say, for Goldsworthy. He was bowling against the slope from the Nackington Road end, but he'll be bowling with the slope to his advantage from this end, the pavilion end.
So we're sticking with spin from this end, but it's a different spinner. And he comes in and bowls, and that one is just pushed away for a single by Jack Leaning. Ticking the score along to 168 for 3. We're talking about what would be a good score from here. Certainly, from a Kent point of view, you want to get north of 300. Goldsworthy back to his mark. Finch to face, and Finch is going to reverse sweep this one, but he's not going to get anything for that. He overfound the fielder. Always get confused by fielding positions when you reverse sweeping. But, do you change the position as he's in again? This time it's going to be a single. A sort of nudge by Harry Finch. And he'll pick up 1. Yeah, do you change positions when you're reverse sweeping or not? It's just one of these questions I've never really had an adequate answer for.
I'd love to say I have reverse sweeps in my career, but I haven't.
And over the top, it's going to fall short. It's in play. It's a great catch, actually, by Rue. And Leaning is absolutely kicking himself for a second. I didn't think Tom Rue was going to get there. Leaning has tried to hit that one sort of mid-off area. And for a second, it looked like it was going to die on Tom Rue, but he didn't give up on it. And he's taken a very good catch running forward. So Jack Leaning is out just after that 50 partnership comes up. Goldsworthy is struck, and Somerset get a wicket that they really needed there. This partnership was threatening, to put it mildly. With Leaning back in the hutch, I think Somerset can be pretty happy with the way things are going.
I think takes the applause from the pavilion. Would you say he's done a job there, Fred?
I think if you ask Jack Leaning, he will say no. He will be sitting there thinking that he's, I wouldn't say chucked it away, but it was interesting talking to him at Beckenham a couple of weeks ago. Talking to him after the game, and Kent got what was a pretty low score against Durham, 240 odd, which is the sort of score that you can defend. But Leaning was saying after that there was a dilemma for the set batters, who I believe were Harry Finch and Ben Compton, which was that are you in a situation where you take a risk, you risk getting all out for 160 or 170, or do you play a few shots in an attempt to get up to the 270 mark? And they kind of fell between those two stools, ended up getting 240, and Durham really made pretty short work of that. Emilio Gay in particular had a very, very good innings that afternoon. Emilio Gay was lavishing praise on the Beckenham wicket, as a lot of people do. You know, it's you look at the state of outgrounds at the country. I know there was some comment about Radlett in the week about how the outfield was very unpredictable. I think Beckenham is pretty much a carpet. It's a very popular wicket with batters.
Yeah, a lot of international teams train there before Test series. And a few youth internationals that I know you were at, Fred, in your Reporters Network capacity.
I've covered several England games at Beckenham this year, and people are always talking about how much they like the wicket. So it's a huge compliment to the ground staff there.
So Goldsworthy continues his over to new batter, Ekant Singh. And he'll be off the mark with 2. Number 5, Ekant Singh, another product of the Kent Academy.
Yeah, and we're just talking about those games as well, the England games at Beckenham, and Ekant made an impressive half-century during one of those for England under-19s.
Goldsworthy in again then to Ekant, who defends that very correctly and very straightly back to the bowler, and there'll be no run. End of the over. Kent Spitfires are 171 for 4 after 34.
And Tom Rue is another player that I saw playing for the England under-19s up at Beckenham fairly recently. He looked very impressive. His brother was equally impressive for the England Lions here at Canterbury when they played India A not that long ago.
You mentioned that Ekant played at Beckenham, and you said yourself you probably saw one of the best catches you've ever seen from Ekant Singh.
It was a stunning catch actually from Ekant. It looked for all the world like he was going to run into one of his teammates, and they just about avoided each other. As the bowler comes in, and Finch will just sort of tickle this off his legs for a single.
Ben Green.
Yeah, Green continuing from the Nackington Road end. And Ekant was also saying, he was talking about local knowledge, so he's obviously passing on his tips about the Beckenham wicket to his teammates during those games. So I would say that if you're a bowler, it's the kind of wicket, if you pick it on the wrong day, it can be a bit demoralising. It's the word motorway gets used when talking about Beckenham fairly frequently, as Green comes in again to Ekant Singh. And Singh just plays a sort of classic forward defensive, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, a few demons on the track the women used last week at Beckenham, and we waxed lyrical before the start of the game saying there'll be runs here, but spin was king.
Every now and again, every now and again it does produce a pitch that defies expectations. As Green comes back in and Singh just prods that one, thinks about a single but decides against it. Fairly firm shout from Harry Finch there, suggesting that definitely wasn't a good idea.
We've had an email in from Matt, Somerset fan, enjoying the live stream from Scuba. near Tokyo in Japan.
Wow.
Thank you for getting in touch, Matt. You can get in touch live stream at kentcricket.co.uk or at kentcricket on X.
About talking about homegrown players, of course. Somerset have got this vast catchment area. Only Somerset being a fairly large county itself. So players from Devon, Cornwall gravitate towards Taunton.
Yeah.
So they've got this huge pool to choose from. As Green comes in again to Ekansh Singh and Singh. Well, I think that's going to be given as a wide. Yes, it is. It's one of those where it just seems a little bit harsh. Sitting behind the batter here, it's drifted very slightly down the leg side. I suppose as long as they're consistent about this, you can't really complain too much. Bowlers know that anything that goes down is going to be given as a wide.
Another tight over apart from that.
So Green comes in again and Singh. A nice little shot there. It's only going to get him a single. It's prodded through cover area. It's, I should say, it's apart from the wide, it's been fairly tight. Because some batters get fairly cute when it comes to wides. You do see certain batters, including certain Kent batters, who we don't necessarily name, but they do just drift over slightly to make it look wider than it is, perhaps, to the umpire.
The dark arts.
The dark arts, yes. As Finch will prod this one a backwards square. He'll get a single for it, and the score will tick on. 275 for 4. So reasonably tight over that one from Green. Just that wicket, of course. It's just going to slow things down. He's saying that the bulk of Ekansh Singh has already played half a dozen list A, well, senior games, if you like. So he's almost senior compared to some of his teammates here.
Yeah, we've seen Ekansh in 4-day cricket as well. A few appearances in the championship, and he's looked very tidy looking batter.
And he can bowl as well. He can bowl with a reasonable amount of pace. You'd be surprised if he's not used at some point this afternoon.
So Goldsworthy will start a new over from the pavilion end to skipper Harry Finch, who's on 37. As the sun just ducks behind a cloud. Here comes Goldsworthy then to Finch, who plays that off the front foot back to the fielder, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, 14.5 overs remaining here.
In comes Goldsworthy again to Finch, who's again playing a similar sort of shot, but this time he beats the fielder, and there is one to mop it up, and they'll get one for it. So Finch moves on to 38 from 47 runs.
Yeah, just a slight misfield there, but it didn't cost Somerset anything particularly in terms of runs. I think they would probably have got a single anyway.
Goldsworthy comes in again to Ekansh Singh, who times that very nicely into the onside to the fielder at long on. He'll get a run. Good to see, just worth mentioning, that Joey Everson and Jazz Singh have just jogged past the commentary booth, so good to see them on the road to recovery. As Goldsworthy comes in again to Finch and defended, no run. Yeah, Joey Everson not playing today because he's got a bit of a stiff back after his 82 with the bat and 3 wickets for just over 30 with the ball against Northamptonshire. So I think he's earned a rest. And Jazz Singh has had ankle surgery as Finch whips that away off his legs. That's a lovely looking shot into the onside, and we'll get 4 for it. It goes over the fielders and just releases the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, into that agricultural area we were talking about earlier. You can imagine some club cricketers mooing as that one just drops before the boundary rope and goes for 4.
So what happens here then? Finch goes back to his defensive style. He's got that boundary, so he can afford to defend it, and that is the end of the over. Kent 181 for 4. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam. I'm here with Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network, and we're looking at, I'd say, still a pretty even game of cricket.
Yeah, I think it's very evenly poised here. Kent 181 for 4, 14 overs remaining. It's going to take a bit of an effort to get past the 300 mark here. Keep the wickets intact, I think they'll do it, but that, of course, is the magic trick, isn't it, at this stage of any game? And
Yeah.
Lammonby is going to come back onto bowl from the Nackington Road end, in front of the Nackington Road Grumblers, who are here in force this afternoon.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's where Ollie Curtis's teammates are watching from, if they're honorary grumblers or if they've gone elsewhere in the ground.
Yeah, reports from a few people emailing in that they might be a bit worse for wear after a big win for St Lawrence and Highland Court against Minster in the Kent Premier League yesterday.
As Lammonby comes into bowl, left arm round the wicket, and Ekanch just prods that one out onto the offside and takes a single.
Worth mentioning, Fred, that we might get some special guests in a minute.
Right.
We might have Phil Gallagher and Ben Roddy
Goodness,
coming
mate,
up.
somebody's got to take a picture of me with Phil Gallagher, because if they do come in, it'll be a career highlight.
You could say it's make to your career.
Well, I
And
could do.
Speak of the devil,
And here they are.
here they are.
So how are we going to do this? Is we'll just take this delivery first of all, as Harry Finch just gets a single, and Kent move on to 183 for 4. So
we'll wait to the end of this over.
yeah, and then we'll have a bit of a shuffle.
We'll have a bit of a shuffle around, I think.
My daughter won't believe me when I tell her that I've been commentating with Phil Gallagher. It will be absolutely a career highlight. So I'm temporarily starstruck, but the score is 183 for 4. And Lammonby is back to his mark. Ekanch to face. Lammonby coming in from the Nackington Road end. And Ekanch will just play this one back. There won't be a run here. Dot ball fielded fairly comfortably. And Ekanch stays on 5 not out. Harry Finch approaching 50. He's on 43 from 51.
Yeah, good start from Ekanch Singh. He's looked very correct again. He's one of those technically gifted cricketers that doesn't flash at much.
So Lammonby comes in from the Nackington Road end, and Ekanch just plays that off his feet slightly, and he'll get a single for that. He will move on to 6, and Harry Finch will take the strike.
And throwing the ball around the field a little bit.
Yeah, they're, I don't think there's any danger that they're going to miss the cut-off here. Got a good hour plus to go before that'll be reached as he comes into Finch. Lammonby sort of tickled down the leg side for a single towards the backward square leg area. And the score moves on to 185 for 4.
As
So
we're rejoined by more Kent cricketing royalty and Kent wicketkeeper Molly Davis back from her break.
yeah, we've got a fairly crowded commentary box here. So final ball of the over from Lammonby. Ekanch Singh to face. And it's driven handsomely. Very handsomely indeed by Ekanch Singh. Back past Lammonby for 4 runs, taking it to 189 for 4 at the end of the over. So Liam, what do you want to do? You want me to make way, or are you going to...
Yeah, if you want to have a break, Fred.
I will make way for
Let's try and get both
cricketing
of them on.
royalty. Yeah.
So you're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam. I'm here in the commentary box at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, and we're just having a bit of a shuffle around in the commentary box for our first special guest. He puts on his headphones. Hello, Phil.
Hello, Liam. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very excited to be here. Do you know, I never thought I would watch cricket from this vantage point.
Goldsworthy.
Next to you, sir. Sorry, I'm supposed to stop talking when there's cricket. Go
It's
on.
your first time. It's fine.
No, it's okay. What happened there, Liam?
He was reversed into the offside, but there won't be a run. The backwards point was there doing the mopping up from Goldsworthy. He started a new over at the pavilion end. And we've brought you on when the spinners are on.
Well, that's
So
good.
th-
I've
there's
got
not
plenty of
many
time.
gaps.
No, there's not many. No, that's
for
true,
us to
actually.
talk to you as
Oh, look at that.
Finch has a lovely shot. He's come down, he's used his feet. Ben Roddy says shot in the background. He's used his feet and he's hit that into the offside, and it goes over where the boundary rider would have been, and it's dissected 2 fielders, and that's 4 more. Finch moves on to 48. Kent 193 for 4.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the heckling in the background there. That's Canterbury legend Ben Roddy. He normally heckles when I'm on stage.
Goldsworthy comes into Finch, who defends that one. He won't get a run this time. So good mentality from Finch, backing up his boundary with a defensive shot, trying to put a price on his wicket. He's on 48. And it'll be Goldsworthy's job to try and remove him before he reaches his next milestone. He comes in and Finch cuts that away. Or does he? No, it goes past the edge, and it's good work from James Rew behind the stumps, and there won't be a run. We'll come to you at the end of the over, I think, Phil.
No, this is good. Getting through these balls.
Yeah, in comes Goldsworthy again, and Finch. He could be barbecued here, and he's given out. Yeah, Harry Finch run out on 48. They'd be disappointed. Ekant Singh, maybe a bit of mix-up in communication here between Singh and Finch has to go for 48. That's another big breakthrough for Somerset, who now have Kent 5 down in the 38th over. Harry Finch departs. Bit of a captain's knock from him. He's scored a few runs today, so after he gets over the disappointment of the run out, I think he'll be happy with that.
It's a good score. I mean, nearly a run of ball, and it's just a shame, isn't it? Because he looked really set for a big score there, but fantastic innings.
Yeah, skipper's knock from Harry Finch. Ben Green and James Rew combined to get the run out. And we'll see who's the next batter out. But before then, I'm here with Phil Gallagher, who people may know as Mr. Maker. You're in your get-up today, Phil.
I am in full Mr. Maker outfit today.
Yeah.
So normally when I'm here watching the cricket, I'm like you in my Spitfires top, but today in the Mr. Maker CBB style.
Absolutely, and the big applause you can hear is the fact that Ollie Curtis, on his professional debut wearing number 24 on the back of his shirt, is heading out to the middle for the first time as a Kent first team player. Ollie Curtis, who's played school cricket for Kent College, and then he's moved on to the sixth form at Simon Langton Boys School just down the road. He's making his professional debut today as an 18-year-old, and he scored runs in the Kent League, and he's also captained the London and South East team in the ECB Super Fours tournament this past week. So Ollie Curtis comes into the middle. Curtis with 2 S's. Phil, you're a local lad. How important is it to see players from the area representing Kent?
Well, it's so exciting. I've been coming to watch cricket here for over 40 years, and coming as a young child, coming with my dad, and now my dad and I still come. There's other generations that come and watch, and it's so exciting to see young players emerging from the youth ranks and breaking into the first team. This is very exciting.
Goldsworthy. Ollie Curtis's first ball then, and he defends that, but he'll get a run for it. He's played that with soft hands into the onside, and warm applause from the pavilion as he gets off the mark in professional cricket. So the end of the over, Kent Spitfires are on 194 for 5. Ollie Curtis is on the mark in a Spitfire shirt. He's 1 from 1. Ekant Singh at the other end, another academy graduate. He's on 10 from 11. So Phil, you're here with Ben as part of Community Day. How have you found it so far? Well,
we're very proud to be here. We're both fans of the cricket. We love Kent cricket, but we also love everything that the cricket club is about, and it's everything, the incredible work that they do in the community. We're very proud to be honorary captains of the Kent Cricket Community Trust, and everyone that's come here to the ground today can see all over the ground, all different activations and different things that families can do, and it's telling you all about the brilliant work that the trust do, not just in the summer but throughout the year for people of all ages in the county of Kent and beyond.
Lama B starts a new over from the Naxton Road end to Ollie Curtis, who plays it with a nice high elbow. He won't get a run, but very nice looking shot from Ollie Curtis. And Kent still on 194 for 5. Yeah, we saw you doing your lap round earlier. We couldn't miss you, Ben, in your very bright get-up. Few selfies, few autographs.
We certainly have. Yeah, there's been a fantastic treasure hunt organised today by the Trust as well, which has really caught the eye of the young and the old.
Yeah, we'll go into that in a second as bowler comes in to Curtis, who again defends that, and he won't get a run. Yeah, so the treasure hunt today, tell us a little bit about that.
Well, the treasure hunt takes you all over the ground, so it's encouraging the youngsters and the grown-ups as well to explore the brilliant cricket ground we've got here and all the different activations that have been put on, and all the different partners here as well, like the fire brigade and the police as well, and to take part in some of the events like walking cricket as well.
Yeah, we've seen you do that a few times walking cricket. As the next delivery, Ollie Curtis is up in the air and he's caught. Ollie Curtis departs for one. He'll be disappointed with that. He's looked bright in his 4 deliveries so far, but he does hole out too long on for one. So Ollie Curtis, who will hope to make a few amends when Kent get underway with the ball in the second innings, and he'll be dreadfully unlucky. Dreadfully unlucky, Ollie Curtis, but another bright talent from the academy. There's a few of them in the Kent team today, and hopefully this will be a big learning experience for them. And like I said before, Ollie Curtis captained the London and South East side in the Super Fours tournament at Loughborough, provided by the ECB. And in comes a name you might know well, Mr. Gallagher. It's Corey Flintoff.
Oh, wow, this is exciting. It's Corey Flintoff, Ben.
Yeah, son of Andrew, or you might know him as Freddie Flintoff. But Corey, very much a cricketer in his own right, and he comes into the middle after making a few appearances away. But this is his home debut for Corey Flintoff. And you'll see, Phil, when they get underway, there are some similarities between father and son. Yeah.
Can we expect some fireworks with the bat?
There were some at Radlett on his debut.
Yes,
so
yeah.
He put on a decent partnership with Jack Leaning lower down the order on debut at Radlett. Hopefully you'll want to get a few more runs here today. There's 11.3 overs left in the innings, and the Spitfires are yet to break 200. So hopefully Corey, alongside Ekant Singh, 2 young players again for Kent, hopefully they can affect the score positively going forward.
And this is brilliant as well, isn't it, for all the youngsters maybe coming to the ground for the first time today, to see these exciting youngsters playing for Kent for the first time as well, like Ollie, and seeing Corey Flintoff as well, and hopefully it'll inspire them in their own cricketing lives maybe, but also to come and see the Spitfires in the future.
Yeah, Ollie Curtis, a Canterbury lad, so maybe he's been to a community day before.
That's it.
Ekant Singh from the Dartford and Orpington area, so the games at Beckenham he would have come to as a kid, as Corey Flintoff shapes up to that first ball and he just defends it for no run. And as I keep saying, the Spitfires yet to break that 200 mark. They want to do that quite soon with pretty much 11 overs left in the innings. So have you had your health check from the NHS?
I didn't have my health check. I didn't. Ben and I went and played some cricket, which was good. We also tried the archery. Ben did well. I can't remember how I did, but here's the next ball anyway.
And Flintoff plays a lovely cover drive. He'll get at least one for it. It does the fielding in the deep, and he's off the mark. Is Corey Flintoff, 1 from 2. Any other activities you two have done?
We went to see the police recruitment team.
Yeah.
And it was lovely to chat with them about all the important work they do. They didn't seem interested in recruiting us, which was a shame. But you know, it was lovely to meet them, and also we saw our friends from the southeastern trains as well, which was really good. And they're giving out such great gifts as well, which are brilliant souvenirs for the youngsters as well, which is really nice.
Absolutely. If you're not here, you're missing out on all of this action. As Ekant Singh hooks that one away, but he'll find the fielder. There won't be a run. So it's probably a good thing that you're not recognised by the police stand. You're not known to the law enforcement.
Well, I am actually quite a bit, because my dad's a retired police officer. So a lot of the police officers do know me and my family. And my dad actually sits. He's a life member here at Kent Cricket, and Dad's sits with his old former police colleagues, and they all enjoy the cricket together, and that's again going back to days like this where there are youngsters coming with their family for the first time. I really hope that it lights a spark inside them, a love for cricket, a passion for Kent cricket in particular, and hopefully it will last a lifetime like it has for me. And Ben, now we've got Ben, who's wasn't always a Kent cricket fan, because he wasn't born here, but he's very much a Kent cricket fan now, aren't you, Ben? Yeah, you'll be able to tell you all about that.
Very much part of the furniture now, Ben. As Corey Flintoff gets a run into the offside from a new over from Goldsworthy. So they're keeping on with spin at the pavilion end. Corey Flintoff's got 2 from 3. He's come in after 2 wickets. And Ollie Curtis on professional debut, unfortunately only made 1 with the bat, but hopefully we'll see some more of him in the next few days. As Ekant Singh plays it nicely off his hips, he'll get a single for that one. And Kent move on to 197 for 6. And then Phil, we'll have you till the end of this over, then we'll swap you guys over.
We've had the sensible chat, and then we'll let Ben come in there.
Here comes Goldsworthy then to Corey Flintoff, who hits that to the fielder at cover, and there won't be a run. Have you ever had a hand at commentary before?
Well, I actually used to work for BBC Radio Kent.
Oh, wow. Goldsworthy again to Corey Flintoff, who plays that nicely, but he finds the fielder. Another correct-looking shot from Corey Flintoff.
This was a long time ago. This was back in the 90s, and I used to do football commentary. Used to drive the radio car round, but they didn't let me commentate on the Gills for some reason. I don't know why.
Maybe some slight bias.
It's possible. It's possible.
Flintoff defends that, and he looks a little bit upset with himself that he's not cashed in on that delivery from Goldsworthy. Only 2 off the over so far. Kent are going at 5s, and I think they'll need to up that rate slightly to get a competitive score on the board. As Goldsworthy comes in again, and Flintoff cuts that away, and he will get 1 this time. That's well dissected the field, and that's the end of the over. Kent Spitfires are 198 for 6 after 40, 10 to go. Lovely to see you, Phil.
Thank you so much, Liam. And I would say for everyone listening and watching, during the interval, if you've got some time, just get on the Kent Cricket website and put in about the Trust. And if you haven't heard about all the incredible work that the Trust does, it's for all ages. It's all across Kent and beyond, as I say. And they do incredible work in the community. And Ben and I are very, very proud to be honorary captains of the Trust and all the incredible work they do. So yeah, have a look during the interval. And you can learn all about the brilliant things that the Trust do just before Kent bowls Somerset out for under 100. That's my prediction.
Thank you for your prediction, Phil.
My pleasure.
And we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
So, you're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name is Liam, and I'm here in the commentary box as Ben Roddy, shall we say a panto legend,
Hello.
joins us. Hello, Ben.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm good.
This is a treat.
Corey Flintoff then, he plays that off his hip from the next delivery of Jake Ball, who's come back on to bowl at the death, and he will get a single. So Phil says you're not a local.
Well, I'm originally from Hertfordshire, but I've been in Canterbury for about 12 years now. In fact, I live just down the road, so this is perfect.
Okay.
You've got the best view in the house, haven't you?
Yeah, we're right behind the bowler's arm here, and you've had to take off your elaborate wig to get the headphones on.
It's probably a frightening sight. It's a good job this is radio.
In comes Jake Ball again then. Of course, he's been at Kent on loan this year, and Ekant Singh drives him into the covers. That's a lovely looking shot, and Singh will get 4 more.
And the 200's up.
And the 200 up, yeah. Ben getting his feet under the table with the commentary.
Actually, it was really lovely to see Ollie Curtis coming on. My son's at Langton, and they're all incredibly proud of him. All the younger boys really look up to him, so it's lovely to see him. I mean, I know he didn't get much of a go today, but it's great to see that pathway.
Yeah, it's the start of Ollie's journey, isn't it? And Simon Langton obviously a school on the Nackerton Road as ball comes in from the Nackerton Road end to Ekant Singh, who's on the back foot of that one, and he defends it into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, like you say, these players coming through where they're from the local area, and it's that old mantra of if you can see it, you can be it. So hopefully
they can all see the pathway in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a few players from the Kent pathway that are playing today. Obviously, Kent unfortunately have a bit of a job to do, and they need to rely on heavy results elsewhere if they are going to qualify for the next round. So this is an opportunity for Kent to play some youngsters as ball comes in again to Ekant Singh. That's Jake Ball, who's played international cricket for England, and Ekant Singh slips there, but there's no danger. Slight misfield, and they'll get 1 for it. As I say, they're going up against international players here in Jack Leach and Jake Ball, and Ekant Singh, he's in England under 19. Corey Flintoff is under 20 himself, so the future looks bright for Kent.
Absolutely, yeah. It's great to see them actually. It's given them an opportunity, hasn't there, with other players being elsewhere. It's given the youngsters a chance to show what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. As ball comes in again then to Corey Flintoff, who cuts that very nicely. But there is a fielder there. If there wasn't a fielder directly where the ball was going, that would have been 4. But unfortunately, Somerset have set their field very nicely, and that would just be 1. And there's 1 to come from this Jake Ball over from the Nackerton Road end. And we've had a few partnerships today. We've had 50 partnerships from Jack Leaning and Harry Finch, and earlier on we had Joe and Jaden Denley, uncle and nephew, getting a 50 partnership as well. This ball comes in to Ekant Singh, who drives that very nicely, but he won't beat the ring fielder, and Somerset are putting a bit of pressure on here. There are 7 runs from that over though, so Kent move on to 205 for 6 with 9 to go. So
it's been a wonderful day there, it really has. It's do you know what struck me really is how many people are here for the first time. How many families have said, they know it's the first time we've come, so that's good news, isn't it? Good news all round.
absolutely, yeah. Under 14s tickets are just £1 in the Metrobank One Day Cup, so it's great to hear a few people who haven't maybe not been to cricket before are here live watching it, as well as all the stuff going around on Community Day. So aside from Community Day, it's nearly Panto season.
It is. We were excited, aren't we, Phil?
Very excited.
Phil said he was very excited. You probably couldn't hear that. You hear that?
Goldsworthy starts a new over from the pavilion end, and Corey Flintoff, he's tried to defend that, but it's almost gone back to the bowler for a catch, but it bounced just before it got to Goldsworthy, so there's no run, no wicket. Another dot ball. Comes in again to Flintoff, who sort of reaches down at that one, and he'll get one. Brings Akash Singh back onto strike, up to 206 for 6. And a few changes in the field as Goldsworthy gets back to his mark. There's a few catching fielders inside the ring, even though this is the third power play. Singh defends that back to the bowler. There will be no run. And this is another tight over from Somerset, who've done well to stop Kent scoring quickly on this surface. And Goldsworthy's in again. And Singh punches that one on the back foot, and he'll get one for it at least. And the fielder throws it back in, and it will just be the one. So yeah, Panto season just on the horizon. Very exciting indeed. Snow White.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's great to have Phil back. Phil's they love him in Canterbury, and I love him when he's a lovely son.
In comes Goldsworthy again, and then Flintoff tries to drive that past the bowler, but he won't beat him, and there'll be no run. 207 for 6. Flintoff on 6. Catching at the other end on 17. Could have been run out earlier on, but luckily there was a misfield. Goldsworthy's in again. To Flintoff. Tries to drive that through the covers again, but the field is set very well here, and the pressure is on from Somerset. This is a good couple of overs from the visitors, and Kent are 207 for 6 with 8 overs left, so they're going to have to get a bit of a move on here to put a competitive score on the board.
Absolutely.
So you're not a natural cricket fan, shall we say?
No, well, I mean, I've always enjoyed watching cricket. I never really played. I'm from Hertfordshire, one of the minor counties. No, but yeah, my sons. One of the best things about living in Kent, in Canterbury, is that both my sons are hugely keen cricketers, and yeah, and it's lovely to have a international sportsman playing in your home city. It's
Absolutely.
really great.
So what do your sons do? Do they bat or bowl?
Well, I'll let this delivery.
As ball comes in and Singh's off the back foot here. Chance of a run out, and Singh has to dive, and it's hit him. That might hurt, that one. Might hurt Akash Singh, and hopefully he's not going to show it. And the fielder apologises, puts her hands up, and no damage done.
No, they bats and bowl. Well, my big 113 at Langton, they all do a bit of everything.
Right.
But he's handy. He's a handy all rounder.
Okay.
Let's say he's
maybe in the future.
Well, who knows? He is in the Langton team, so we'll see. He's it's all about enjoyment at their age, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And he absolutely loves it. And
Corey Flintoff picks out the fielder yet again here. He's found it slightly difficult to break this field, and the fielders have come in, so
yeah, they're turning up the pressure, aren't they?
They are, yeah. So there's 3 fielders inside the ring on the on and off side, and then there's boundary riders for the hook or the pull or the cut. So they're almost tempting Corey Flintoff here to go over the heads of one of the fielders. As ball comes in again, and Corey Flintoff just dissects
There we
them.
go.
There's the shot that he's been wanting to play. He's picked the gap between 2 fielders through the covers, and that's 4 more to Kent's total, and Corey Flintoff moves on to 10 not out.
That's beautiful.
Lovely looking shot, wasn't it?
Absolutely fantastic. He's been looking to do that, hasn't he?
Yeah. So you like you said earlier, we've got the best view here. We're right behind the bowler's arm, and you both have come here actually when it's cooled down ever so slightly. When the sun was on the windows, it was a bit of a sweatbox.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the race is on to get the ball back from the crowd. It's gone into the Nackerton Road Grumblers end, as Fred Atkins called them earlier. But in comes ball again. Bowls to Corey Flintoff, who has to defend that one. That's a good ball, and Corey Flintoff just hits his bat in a bit of frustration there that he couldn't get a run. So I asked the same question to Phil, Ben. Have you enjoyed your laps around the ground and getting involved?
Oh, it's been so lovely to see everyone. It's you know, the community trust, as Phil says, does such fantastic work. You know, with young people and old people in the county and beyond, as Phil says, and so it's lovely to kind of for everyone to get together.
Ball comes in again to Corey Flintoff, who pads that back to him, and he's got a quick single that's good running from Corey Flintoff, and Ekansh Singh has to make up the ground and does. And that's a well-earned run that gets applause from the pavilion. And Kent move on to 2-1-3 for 6 with 7.1 overs remaining.
No, it's been great, and yeah, there's some big prizes to be won. So people are handing in their completed treasure hunts, and we've got the draw at 3 o'clock, Liam, I think. So there's going to be.
Yeah, I think you're going to be over by the PA tent reading out the winners to that one as ball comes in again, and Singh's hooking that one away, but the field has been set for the hook, so he'll only get a single. There's 3 boundary riders where the hook would go, and that's good fielding again from Somerset to try and limit this score. Kent are up to 5s, and after 43 overs, the Spitfires are 2-1-4 for 6.
That's beautiful. Is that over?
Yeah, it is over.
Oh, thanks for having me, mate.
No
it's
problem
lovely
at
to see
all.
you. And
yeah, it's good to see you.
And well, let's hope this is they can post a competitive score. It's we'll see. Bit to do, but
yeah, we'll see once both teams have had a go, I think.
Exactly. You never know, dude. Listen, thank you so much.
No worries at all. We'll see you again soon, Ben.
Lots of love. Thanks, mate.
So, it's a job to do, I think, here for the Kent Spitfires, who are on 2-1-4 for 6. And Goldsworthy will continue from the pavilion end. And we're going to have a double change here as Fred's back.
Yeah, so very attractive boundary there from Ekansh Singh. Takes him to 23, takes Kent on to 218 for 6. And, well, I've done a fair few things in my career, but temporarily starstruck here. Phil Gallagher, Mr. Maker, helped me raise my daughter by providing sort of free babysitting. There's a sort of half appeal for an LBW from Goldsworthy there, but was actually, to be honest, the bowler didn't really seem interested at that point. Looked like it was going down the leg side, and so Ekansh Singh to continue as I regain my composure. He's going to get a single there. Yeah, I've met a few people over the course of my career, a few big names, but I've not often been starstruck, and there we are. So just took a TV presenter to come in, sprinkle a bit of stardust on the proceedings. Here's Goldsworthy for Somerset, and that'll just be prodded for a single to Flintoff, who moves on to 12 from 18. So his elder brother Rocky also playing at the moment. Maybe not playing now, but we're playing at the moment this season, I mean. It's a nice little shot from Ekansh Singh. It's only going to get him a single. And the score moves on to 221 for 6. So, just the fall of those wickets. A decent enough recovery from Kent. What they're going to get from here is difficult to say. They're currently going at 5 and over as Flintoff drives that one straight back, hits the stumps, and that saves, I should think, at least a single, if not more, Molly.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the stumps done a favour there, haven't they? But yeah, now we have 6 overs remaining of the first innings here, and obviously Kent looking to end their innings with a bit of explosion.
Yeah, 6 overs left, 221 on the board, so you're looking 10 and over, you're looking around about the 280 mark, which I'm sure is what they're hoping for. Yeah, it's just this kind of consistent fall of wickets means that I think 300 is looking unlikely unless we see some fireworks here. And we're in that territory that Jack Leaning was referring to a couple of weeks ago. Are you going to take some risks here and get yourself to over 300? Or are you going to just sort of drop anchor and try and get what you can? And I suspect that they'll have been given free rein to go and play some shots here. Green is going to bowl from the Nackington Road end.
As that one's there, it's been worked into the leg side by Akansh Singh, and they're going to get a couple for it. Good running from the two youngsters. Good placement there as well from Singh. Yeah, you kind of think now it's a sort of a foot on the gas pedal for the Kent batters, but it's an opportunity here for the two younger members of the team.
It is. I wonder what, they use the old Graham Taylor quote, what have they been instructed? They're going to say, are you going to tell somebody, look, just go out, don't worry about failing, play your shots, or are you going to accumulate? That's a balance.
As Green comes in to Singh. And that again is played off the off stump into the leg side quite nicely by Singh. And they will get a single.
Certainly a few years ago, you probably would have said drop anchor at this point, get what you can. There's your 4 wickets down, 4 wickets remaining. The current philosophy of English cricket, the word starting with B, which we're not allowed to say in the press box.
It's banned, isn't it?
Current philosophy is go for it, play a few shots.
As Green again now comes into Flintoff, shorter at pull, but he's missed it, so it will be a dot ball there.
Well, I think he rather pulled out of that one.
Yeah.
I think he thought about. He's rehearsing the shot. If you are watching it on the stream, you'll see that he just sort of played a little bit of a rehearsal there, or a posthumous rehearsal, if you like. I suppose rehearsal is what you do beforehand.
As Green returns to his mark as he comes charging into Flintoff. Again, short ball again, and it is a carbon copy of the ball before. You kind of think, are they slower? Slower balls potentially?
Well, I just wonder if
he's rolling the wrists.
Almost thought that was deja vu, because as you say, it was practically identical. And once again, he plays the shot that he wanted to play. It was a sort of attempted hook, attempted pull.
It's good bowling by Green, though, isn't it? He's found his area to Flintoff as he comes in again. Fuller this time. He's hit it hard up in the air. It will beat the fielder, and it will go all the way for 6. So he said, thank you very much. You can beat me twice with the short ball, but don't pitch it up, because I'll biff it past you.
Well, I'm going to channel a famous son of Kent, Andy Townsend, and say that he's almost hit that too well. That was a superb shot.
So you think now Green's going to go short again as he comes back into Flintoff. Fuller this time, it's chipped. That will go down to long on where he'll take the 1. And that should be the end of the over.
I think he's actually dug that out fairly well there.
Yeah.
Flintoff, don't think he was expecting it, and
so
really quite a decent recovery.
Yeah, 2-3-1 now for 6 with 5 overs left. Fred's just mentioned that do you just throw everything you got at it, play that fearless cricket that I think when I'm on comms, I tend to say the younger talent in the team tend to play more of, just because it's how they've been brought up through the academy and through the pathway. And now these two have a platform to show everyone here what fearless cricket can look like.
Yeah. And just trying to work out, is it ball that's coming on from the pavilion end?
It looks like it will be ball to come on.
So, yeah, it's ball. He bowled the first part of his spell at the Nackington Road end. And of course, he had a stint here with Kent. I say here, I think he only actually played in the away fixture, didn't he? He runs in, bowling to Flintoff, who's on 19, and that one just, almost cuts Flintoff in half, but goes harmlessly through in the end to the keeper. Was probably about hip height. There's no danger of it hitting the stumps, but certainly not the shot that Flintoff was looking for. As ball comes back again, reaches the crease, and that one is hit by Flintoff. It's gonna bounce safely enough in front of the fielder. They will come back for 2 there. That was one of those. I don't know how you call that shot. It was attempted, not an attempted heave. That would be the wrong way of putting it, but.
It's sort of come off the splice of the bat, hasn't it? And he's gone aerial, but he hasn't hit it well enough to reach the fielder. So he'll take a nice pitching shot onto the green.
Yeah, he's got away with that one. Ball comes in again, and this time Flintoff absolutely mites that one. That is a huge 6 over mid-wicket for Flintoff, moving him to 27. Well, we talk about the previous delivery where he might have got away with one. There's absolutely no questioning the quality of that shot. He has absolutely heaved that one onto the seats. Mid-wicket cow corner area.
That was a fantastic shot. He's picked up the length of that so quickly, and he's sent it into the stand there.
So ball, what's he going to come up with here? Into the crease. It's straighter. He's going to get a single for it.
I think it's fair to mention that I've obviously called them both sort of the younger members of the team, but Ekansh Singh has played more first 11 cricket than Corey Flintoff. So in this partnership, Ekansh should be more of the experience just in a Kent shirt.
As the ball goes back to his mark, comes in, bowling right arm over the wicket. And this time Ekansh, it's pretty much a full toss, I think, that one. It looked like it was a full toss around about on the leg stump. Ekansh picks it, gets a single for it. There's a theme that I'm going to return to in a second. For the over, well, for the break between the overs. We'll talk about the kind of season that Kent have had with Molly in just a second. As ball comes in, bowling to Flintoff, and Flintoff is going to be out here. He's caught a gully. So an entertaining innings from Corey Flintoff comes to an end. So 28 runs from 27. So ball has struck. It's been an eventful over. .2611 wicket. And Flintoff just didn't quite get that where he wanted to go.
He didn't, but an entertaining 28, as you said, and a contribution for his team. So he'll be pretty happy with that. So that was caught Leach as well at short third. As the members and supporters down here by the changing room give Corey Flintoff quite a loud applause off the pitch. And it will be Mo Rizvi to come on to join Ekansh Singh in the middle.
Yeah. Flintoff, he's taken his helmet off to take the applause. He's got the old Alan Donald war paint on. You can't see it on the stream because we don't have a camera in that position. It's interesting to see that he's got that on. It'd be interesting to see if he bowls later.
Yeah.
If he's got that Alan Donald magic that he can channel. What I was about to say before that wicket fell was it's been a weird kind of season for Kent. Because if you look at the results, they're not great. Obviously in the red ball cricket, Kent are bottom of Division 2. They don't really stand much of a chance of qualifying in this competition. And yet, good things have happened this year. There have been some really positive developments. There's been some good bits of business done, like tying Tawanda Miei down to a new deal. The start of the red ball season was great. Getting to the quarterfinals has been great. Has it a highlight for you been so far this year?
I think the Blast campaign's been an intriguing watch, and obviously the quarter-final that's taking place at Lancashire on the 6th of September. So that's probably been a highlight. But I think also the extensions of people that have signed, I think that's just exciting to see players' commitment to the club. I think for all fans and members and supporters can really look into that and be pretty happy.
Yeah, I think it's a huge lift. That's the start of the next over. Singh.
Yeah. Whips that away, doesn't he, onto the leg side, and he'll get a single.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the Blast campaign. Certainly that that final night here, the Friday night here, when everybody stayed behind to watch the live stream of Sussex on the big screen, I think that brought the players and fans alike a bit closer. You know, there's always been a pretty decent relationship there. It seemed like a very decent bunch. But it was just that kind of communal experience of watching everything together on that big screen. Once Kent's win over Essex was confirmed, I think Kent were always favourites to win that. But just watching that very exciting game at Hove, where Sussex looked favourites, frankly, with 2 overs to go. I thought they looked strong favourites to win that.
Yeah, they did. The result obviously went Kent's way, and that does give them obviously a quarter-final place. So I'm sure all fans will be excited for that. Lammerby now, again, just defended away from Rizvi.
Yeah, Rizvi, interesting story this season. forced his way into selection for this competition of a series of outstanding performances for the second 11. And he's got 3.4 overs to play with here.
Again, he's in, he bowls, and that is back of a length almost, and plays into the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the sort of score. I think whatever happens from here on in, Somerset are going to be favourites with the batting lineup they've got. Kent are giving themselves a chance. I think worst case scenario, Kent are going to be somewhere around the 260 mark.
Yeah, these next sort of 3 and a bit overs are going to be quite telling here to what obviously Kent can produce. As in and bowls, hits down the ground, straight out to long on, and it will just be the one. Yeah, as you mentioned, that quarter-final, obviously, position that we've got ourselves into, the last Friday night here. The Kent women were travelling back from the game at Glamorgan, where we managed to steal a win over in Wales. I know that was being watched on the bus as well. So we're hearing all good things coming through.
Yeah, it's one of the advantages of the current setup. You can watch on the streams.
And again, bowl shorter, pulled away this time by Singh, and finds the fielder out at deep mid-wicket.
Certainly when I started watching cricket, it was actually pretty difficult to follow Kent unless you were physically at the ground. So games were very rarely filmed unless they were on television. You wouldn't get county championship games on TV, so you basically had to follow it on CFAX, and that was the same for the players as well. I can remember a title race where Middlesex's players were basically sort of watching their rivals sat round a TV, but they were watching it on CFAX, so it was because that's my era, I guess. Some people didn't even have CFAX. Molly doesn't know what CFAX is.
Lammerby comes in. Again, it's pitched up, but hit into the leg side there by Rizvi. So he'll get the single, and that's the end of the over. So Kent are now 245 for 7. There's 3 overs left. Big 3 overs.
I think CFAX have been switched off by the time you probably started watching cricket. Which how long ago was that? What's your first cricket memory?
I started my under 11 campaign for Kent when I was 8, so back in 2009.
Yeah. So yes, I think CFAX has probably gone to the great technological farm in the sky at that point. Now, Green is going to come back on here for the 48th over. Green's got 2 overs left. So he's going to be bowling to Rizvi, who's currently on 2 not out from 4 balls. And Green comes in. Fairly short run up. And it's a short pitch ball, and Rizvi sort of hacks that away. It's going to be safe. It's going to get a single. Thought for a second that it might carry to the backward square leg fielder. But as it is, it bounces fairly comfortably in front of him. And Rizvi will get a single. To say that Green's haircut came back into fashion about 5 years ago. Before that, I think it had been out of fashion for about 40 plus years. As he comes into bowl from the pavilion end, and there's a bit of a mow here, and I think he's going to be out. And a catch is taken. And that is the end of Ekansh Singh for 31. It looks like it's Theedham, I think, that just stepped inside the boundary. Takes a fairly comfortable catch.
Yeah, he connected well with that Ekansh Singh. He hit it hard down the ground, but he did just pick out the fielder in the end, down here in front of us on the practice wickets. And
there's a big blow for Kent, with still the best part of 3 overs remaining. The score is now 246 for 8. Just looking to see who's coming out. I think it's going to be Fred Clarkson. It is Fred Clarkson, who has not been a mug with the bat this year. He's done all right in certain situations. There are a couple of games, certainly in the Blast, where he scored some unexpected runs down the order. I think from a Kent point of view, they would rather that he wasn't out in the middle with 2.4 overs remaining, but he's not the worst batter that Kent have ever had.
No, I'm sure he'll try and make things happen out there now with Mo Rizvi.
So, very few recognised bowlers that isn't currently injured or out on loan here. I know there was a certain amount of debate among supporters about whether Nathan Gilchrist should have played in this tournament, and was pretty much ended in terms of a debate when he was sent out to Middlesex on loan. Clarkson just taking his guard here. And, Gilchrist, he was coming into his own as a T20 bowler. He'd had some pretty good performances. His List A figures weren't so great that they demanded inclusion in the side, and I guess the feeling among the management was that they want to stick with the players that are going to be here next year.
You'd think that would be the thinking behind it, but I feel, again, that has paved the way for the younger talent then to come through, and the opportunity that's been created for them.
Green comes in bowling to Clarkson, and Clarkson plays what you might call a fast bowler's shot at that one. And what's being signalled here? Certainly it was short. Clarkson's one of the taller players in the Kent side. I think they're just signalling that's one short one for the over. There's not any question it was a no ball. So that was a short pitch one from Green, who gets back to his mark, comes in, he has that relatively short run up, and Clarkson will nudge this one. They'll take a single, so Rizvi will be back on strike. Hey, would you have picked him? I'd sorry to put you on the spot here.
Potentially, I think coming off the T20 Blast campaign, there was reason to. But then again, in that dressing room, there's probably conversations that happen, an eye probably to next year as well, which I think's fair, especially with a few people that have extended, people departing the club. So it's hard, isn't it, in them management positions to make the right decisions?
Absolutely, yeah. You're damned if you do and damned if you don't. Here's Green coming in, and that one hits Rizvi amidships. It's a half-hearted appeal. I think it was drifting down leg side. And it's one of those calls where I can see there's a lot of fairly polarised debate about it on forums, Facebook pages. A lot of people saying it's a disgrace that he's been left out. Other people defending the management call. It's one you're never really going to be able to please everybody. And there's another heave from Rizvi, and that'll be a dot ball. And I was talking an over ago about the worst case scenario being that Kent would get to 260. They're going to have to go at more than a run of ball to get to that from here.
So there'll be a big last sort of 12 balls here from Kent, looking at what these two can create. So it'll be an exciting 12 balls, so definitely stay tuned. But you are so right in terms of the Gilchrist decisions. I think you can't do right for doing wrong in them sort of situations, and people are going to question to why he's been left out. People are going to agree to it. But I think the long plan is the future of Kent, and obviously with Nathan Gilchrist departing at the end of the season, the future has to be looked at who's around.
And plus you've also got to say that, his stats were, in List A cricket, he took about a wicket a match on average. I think it was just over a wicket a match. So you're not talking about a prime strike bowler in this competition. Given the way that the competition has panned out with the injuries that people have had, probably would have been quite useful to have him around. I know other clubs have kept players who have left.
Lammerby is in. Again, that's punched down the ground by Clarkson, and they're going to just take the one, so Rizvi will now be on strike.
Yeah, other players, I think, the lad we saw playing for Durham, whose name I've temporarily forgotten, who took a few wickets in that very early in that Kent innings. And I believe he signed for Essex.
Is it Killeen?
Could well be, Mitch Killeen or something like that. I do apologise, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but certainly he did very well. He basically paved the way for that win.
There's again a bit of sort of flair there from Rizvi as he tries to almost scoop him over the inner ring. We didn't quite get it, so they've snuck a single, let's say that.
Yeah, it's a leg by, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
It's an interesting shot that he played. Could see what he was trying to do.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, foot third man is up in the ring, so it's a safer shot. If they get it over, it's 4. As again, in and bowls. Shorter, pulled this time. Didn't quite get all of it, so it will have a couple of bounces before it reaches the fielder.
Yeah, and they're not yet at the stage where they're taking suicidal singles.
So that is a 250 for Kent. So as Fred was just mentioning, 260 they're probably looking at. And they've got 250 now, so 10 more, and they've maybe reached their provisional target.
Yeah, 2 bowlers, it's a bit of an ask.
As again, he bowls. Shorter, hit away by Rizvi. Again, straight to deep square legs. It will just be the single.
Yeah, they 250 for 8, 1.2 overs remaining. So it's going to be a target that Somerset are definitely going to be favourites to get. But somebody can have a day out. Fred Clarkson maybe. It could get interesting.
As that one is sort of pumped down the ground to long on by Fred Clarkson, and that will be just the one. So there's 1 ball left in the over that Mo Rizvi will be facing, and it is after that ball it is just 6 balls left of the first innings here. So maybe at the moment Somerset are feeling the happier of sides, but it only takes a good power play by Kent here in the next innings to reverse that. But for now, in and bowls. I think a slower ball that time, and that's just been hit down the ground. They're going to come back for 2,
Well,
but he's turned away, isn't he?
Rizvi's told Clarkson to go back, and I think that was probably the right call. I think they would have been struggling there. 6 balls left. You do have to take some risks, but I think that would be chucking your wicket away here. You've got to remember these are tail enders. Now, like, talking about how Clarkson's batting has come on a bit this year, and Rizvi was involved, I believe, in a pretty thrilling game where he got a century for the second team. I got a feel, did he win the game with basically there were 9 wickets down. It was a brilliant finish, and Rizvi was there, and he's caught the eye, and it shows that if you do well in the second team, you are going to get chances. And so Green is going to bowl the final over of the Kent Spitfires innings. 253 for 8 on the board. Comes in with that shortish run-up of his, bowling to Rizvi, and Rizvi mows that up in the air. I think he's going to be out here. He might get away with it, and he does get away with it. And they're going to get 2 here, and, well, he might even get 3, actually. There's all sorts going on. It's Keystone Cops stuff out there in the middle. Rizvi, I'll try and make sense of it, had a heave. Fielder rushing in from square leg. Didn't get there. Did he drop it, Molly? Or
I think it was a tough low catch, but he didn't quite take it, and threw it into keeper Rue, didn't he?
Yeah, and then Rue has tried to throw the stumps down, and he's thrown it behind the stumps, and Kent have ended up with 3 there. So Green comes in to Clarkson, and Clarkson hooks that, and Clarkson will hook that for 6. So the 260 that we were saying looked a long way off has been achieved. Fred Clarkson has pulled Green to backward square leg, or probably maybe slightly further behind backward square leg, but it's 6 runs whatever happens there.
Yeah, this is cricket where anything can happen, isn't it? It's all going on. Overthrows, a 6 in front of the Les aim stand. It's all happening here.
Green runs in to Clarkson, and Clarkson has another huge mow, and that is 6 runs to Fred Clarkson. Fred Clarkson is turning into prime Fred Flintoff here. He's just creamed Green for successive 6s, and you could say it all stems from that overthrow that put him back on the strike. Rizvi was, nearly caught, nearly run out, chased a third, got Clarkson back on the strike, and Clarkson has responded with 2 6s.
And you might have thought, looking at these two, that it might have been Mo Rizvi to sort of light the game on fire at the end of the last over, but it hasn't. It's been Fred Clarkson.
So Green into Fred Clarkson, and Clarkson this time just is beaten by Green, just goes through to the keeper. And so I think Green, it's difficult to tell what a player's body language is from this distance. I can't imagine he was thrilled about getting pulled for successive 6s.
Yeah, I Don't imagine it's up there on the bowlers' good list.
As Green comes in to Clarkson, and Clarkson has another mo. This time he doesn't make contact, that goes through. And Grant Stewart style decides to tell Rizvi not to try and run a single there.
And I enjoy that.
Yeah.
The number 10 has said, no.
Stay there. Yeah. Certain fans would probably know what I'm referencing. Grant Stewart telling Hamid Kadri to stay put on that game with Yorkshire when he creamed a 6 off the last ball. Let's see what Fred Clarkson can do off the last ball of the innings. Green into bowl, and Clarkson will mow that one down. He might get one for that. They'll go back for 2. They might as well. I think he's going to be run out here, and Rizvi is run out comfortably. So Thieden was the fielder. It's long off. Clarkson gets a single off that final ball, and Kent will move on to 269 for 9, I believe.
Yeah.
So Somerset will need 270 to win. Who's your money on, Molly?
I think it all comes down to the power play next innings. I think Somerset aren't going to be unhappy, but I think Kent's little burst there has definitely settled maybe some thoughts in the Kent camp.
Yeah, I personally say the win viz here is probably about 35-65 for Kent here. Somerset would be favourites. They've got a deep batting lineup. They've probably got more experienced side, and Kent, I mean, we talk about it ad nauseum. They've had seriously bad luck in the bowling department this year. But you never know. Seen it happen.
We have. Anything can happen in cricket. I think I've watched enough cricket to know that, and probably everyone at home as well. So it'll be an interesting chase here by Somerset, and to see what the young Kent bowling attack can produce when we come back after the break.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will be off for a short break, and we'll be back here in around about half an hour's time. We hope you join us for the Somerset innings.
We'll see you then.
So, welcome back to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam. I'm here with Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network, and it's a tie between Kent Spitfires and Somerset. Had an explosive end to the innings. We should just say the advertised end of innings post on our social media channels has since been updated by the scorers. So in the end, Kent Spitfires were 269 for 9 after their 50 overs, and Somerset will need 270 to win here at the Spitfire Ground. Good end to the innings, Fred. You were there commentating.
It was certainly explosive. It was unexpectedly explosive, I think it's fair to say. It was an interesting cameo at the end. Rizvi hit 3 off what I think was the second ball of the over. Should have been caught, probably. Maybe slightly harsh to call that one a drop. And then as the ball was thrown in following the drop, wicketkeeper Tom Brew had a shy at the stumps because Rizvi was coming back for a second, and that shy ended up giving overthrows to Kent, putting Fred Clarkson on the strike, and Clarkson responded with 2 enormous sixes off the next 2 deliveries. And so we were saying that we thought Kent, worst case scenario, were they might get to 260. That had looked unlikely, and then that little flourish from Fred Clarkson towards the back end of the innings just gave them something extra to aim at. So the target is 270, as Liam says, and I would expect that Fred Clarkson may well open the bowling for Kent. We'll see what happens here. In fact, it's going to be Mikey Cohen who's taking his hat off. It looks like Mikey Cohen is going to be bowling from the pavilion end to start the innings. We'll see who's on strike for Somerset in just a second.
Yeah, Fred Clarkson had hit 3 career list A6s, and he almost doubled it. So Fred Clarkson with a late flourish with the bat has given Somerset a target of 270. And like you say, Fred, Mikey Cohen will open the bowling from the pavilion end. Left arm quick. It took him over 600 days to make his Kent debut. Signed at the end of the 2023 season and had a complicated back injury that ruled him out for a really long period of time, but Mikey lives at the ground here in the flats reserved for some of the players and worked really hard on his rehab, and he helped out with first team analysis whilst he was off as well, so he's not been a stranger to the Kent squad. Very much a popular man in the dressing room is Mikey Cohen, and
I'd say he's popular pretty much everywhere as well. Pretty much everybody meets seems to like him.
So Archie Vaughan to face the first ball of the initial Mikey Cohen, and he steams in from the pavilion end, and Vaughan plays that off his hips, and he'll get a single for it as Ekansh Singh does the fielding at backward square leg.
Yeah, just a little bit on leg side, that one, so not too demanding. You're saying 600 days, he made a sensational debut, really. If you're talking about his full debut, he played in the game at Norfolk, and there were certainly signs of what persuaded Kent to sign him initially there. That opening spell at Arundel was really a revelation. It's like, wow, this is what Michael Cohen can do.
Yeah, he got a ball wicket second ball of his debut as he comes in again to Lammonby, who tries to cut that away, but he won't beat the fielder. There'll be no run.
He took 3 wickets, didn't he, in that opening spell, which was really beyond anybody's expectations. And then later on that in the game, he came back with what at the time felt like a key wicket. Did he get Danny Lamb quite late on? And I think at that point we all thought that Kent were pretty much fair set for the win.
Here comes Cohen again. Bustling in from the pavilion end with his left arm seam. That's shaped slightly away from Lammonby, but he plays that into the leg side, and there is a boundary rider who is Jaden Denley, who does the fielding, and that's just 1. So Somerset 2 without loss after 3 deliveries.
You could see that one moved a bit, didn't it? It's a luxury of sitting in this position. Normally we're in the press box, which is at about 8 o'clock to the wicket. Now we're right behind the bowler's arm, so you can really get the benefit of seeing just how much that one moved.
Yeah, they did get come back for 2 on that one, so it is 3 without loss. As Mikey Cohen begins the 4th delivery of this opening over in the 2nd innings. Comes past the umpire and bowls, and it's on 5th stump line, and it's hit hard into the field, but Lammonby won't get a run. It's Ollie Curtis, wearing number 24 on his professional debut, does the fielding.
Yeah, Ollie Curtis, one of a number of young Kent players that have been blooded in this competition. And we've already seen, we were talking a little bit before the break about how it's been a weird season for Kent. Results haven't been great necessarily, but there have been a lot of good moments along the way.
As Cohen starts a new delivery in this 1st over. Comes in again, that's on that 5th stump line, and Lammonby sort of helps it down to 3rd, and he'll get a run. Somerset 4 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things that you can get accused of having what would be Kentish tinted spectacles. You're trying to talk up what, on the face of it, isn't necessarily a great season. I'd say this season has been much more enjoyable than last. There have been some very good moments, very good games that we've seen. I know the red ball position doesn't necessarily reflect that.
Cohen comes in, slightly longer run up. He's in and he bowls, and that's more on the stumps, that one, and Vaughan has to defend that one. There won't be a run. That's the end of the over. Somerset are 4 without loss after the 1st over. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam. I'm here with Fred Atkins from the UCP Reporters Network on Community Day. If you haven't tuned in for the 1st innings, lots of activities going on around the ground. We have the likes of Kent Fire and Rescue here, Kent Police, the NHS doing free health checks. We've got South Eastern Railway here as well, and Prince of Wales Youth Club in Canterbury doing lots and lots of free activities for juniors. And at the last check I had on our online check-in system, there's about 2,500 people in the ground, and that's great to see, isn't it, Fred?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very healthy crowd. It's Fred Clarkson, whose pyrotechnics lit up the back end of that innings, comes into bowl from the Nackington Road end. And that one is cut. That will be 4 for Lammonby. That was a fairly short one by Clarkson, and Lammonby treats that with a certain amount of contempt, cutting it past Jaden Denley. I think was the nearest fielder there, but he was never really going to get there. And so Lammonby moves on to 7.
Yeah, he waited well for that one and just helped it on the bat, and he dissected the field. It's a good shot.
And Clarkson comes into bowl. Now this one is going to go down the leg side. It's not going to be, well, I don't know whether that's going to go for 4 or not. I don't think they're going to get there, so it's going to be 4 runs. Just waiting to see if it's runs off the bat or leg byes. So it went down the leg side. It looked like it was going to possibly be off the hip, but Lammonby must have got something on it. So he moves on to 11. So Clarkson for 4 first 2 balls of this over. Runs in again. This time he recovers with a dot ball, and the fielders hurl it around. And we're talking about Mikey Cohen coming back from very debilitating injuries. Fred Clarkson, of course, hasn't played a huge amount of cricket, certainly over the previous 2 seasons. As he returns to his mark, comes into bowl to Lammonby. And Lammonby tucks that off his feet. He's probably going to get a single for that. They just go through for 1, and the score moves on to 13 for no wicket.
It's an expensive start to Fred Clarkson's over, but hopefully he'll want to rein that in a little bit more with a dot and just a single coming off the next 2.
Yeah. Just, I suppose, what is it Clarkson? That's the correct pronunciation?
Yes.
I suppose I should know this by now. It's Clarkson or Clarkson?
I think both are acceptable, he said once.
Yeah.
It's that north-south divide, isn't it?
Well, I suppose, yeah, it just sounds... There was a footballer, wasn't there? Nico Clarkson played for Tottenham. As Fred Clarkson comes in, and when it's sort of prodded by Archie Vaughan, he'll get a single for it.
Davy Clarkson as well, played for Everton and Ajax, same spelling.
Yeah, it's think you were telling me, Liam, that he's a Dutch international. He doesn't actually speak any Dutch.
Well, this story that I like to wheel out is now a few years old, so he may as well have been on the old Duolingo and learnt Dutch.
He may well have done. And he comes into bowl, and Lammonby will probably get a single out of that. When he will get a single, he just sort of tickles it on the leg side. It's fielded by Joe Denley. And it's the Denleys who scored a 97-run partnership that got Kent off to a pretty decent start. Whether they'll be happy with that in the dressing room or not, I'm not sure. I think probably they will have wanted a few more after the platform that they got, but it's the kind of total that gives you a chance. Strange things happen in cricket. And here's Mikey Cohen, who is going to be coming into bowl from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, Cohen continuing. He begins his slightly longer run up than Fred Klassen. He comes in, he's past the umpire, and that's hit into the onside by Lammonby. He sort of leant onto that and played it to where Jaden Denley is at backward square leg.
And we had a message in from Pete, who's listening to the live stream. We're talking about the unusual commentary booth at Coventry. Canterbury. Before Somerset built the new stand at their ground in Taunton, the commentators had to climb up a ladder onto what was literally a garden shed perched on top of the old pavilion, dragging the sound equipment behind them. I'll return to this in just a second.
Slightly safer here at Canterbury, I can tell you that much, as Mikey Cohen comes in again. He bowls to Archie Vaughan, who's behind that one, slightly up on his toes, but defended well into the offside. That's Ollie Curtis, still with the sticker on his debut cap.
I was commentating yesterday, AFC Totton versus Maidstone, and I actually had to climb up a ladder. Pete's talking about, I climbed up a ladder yesterday to get to the top of a gantry. I've got to say, it wasn't, it didn't feel very safe while I was going up this ladder.
So Mikey Cohen, who's a potential French international for his grandfather, comes in and bowls, and it's chipped back up in the air, and it's just beaten Cohen on the dive. So that's a half chance there for the Spitfires in the third over. Archie Vaughan not quite timing that one, and it popped up, but Mikey Cohen, despite his best intentions, couldn't quite get there.
To be fair to him, I don't think you could call that a chance. He was never going to get that. It's one of those where it's not far away from you, but even if he were 2 feet taller, he was never going to be able to pull that in, I'm afraid.
I think it's classic Mikey Cohen, though, where he's tried his absolute best, and it looked like he maybe could have got a hand to it as he comes in again. And that's an edge pass where second slip would have been, but only Jack Leaning is there at first slip. He's found Vaughan's edge, but Vaughan has found the boundary rope. Somerset move on to 20 without loss inside the third over.
Well, that is the old adage, isn't it? If you're going to slash hard, that was right through where second slip would have been standing. But, it's just one of those things, you can't get cute about fielding positions when you've not put somebody in there. You can't sort of claim a moral victory or anything, I don't think.
Yeah, Cohen looked disappointed at that one, just looking back on the live stream, but he's in again to Vaughan, and that's much more on the stumps, but Vaughan plays that with soft hands down to third. I think that's Mo Rizvi doing the fielding.
Yeah, I'd say he's been fairly unlucky so far, Cohen, and that certainly his figures have been bruised by that 4 that went through the second slip area. But on another day, that would have been caught. On another day, that chance earlier off Vaughan would have gone to his hand instead of about a metre to his right.
And he just takes his mark again. He does a little loop round before he runs in to deliver the ball, but here he comes with 45 on the back of his shirt. Comes in past the umpire and bowls, and that's cut away by Lammonby, but he won't get a run. It's Ben Dawkins there, the tall frame of Ben Dawkins, who does the fielding, and that's the end of the over. Somerset 21 without loss.
Yeah, 3 overs gone. Somerset need another 249 to win. Looks like Fred Klassen is going to continue from the Nackington Road end, as you'd expect, really. It's fairly common in blast cricket to see people taken off after an over, but it would be pretty unusual in the 50-over format. And it's a measure of the way that the game has evolved over the last 20 years or so. If you were posted 270, say 20 years ago, you'd have a reasonable chance of getting that. Clarkson comes in, and well, that's hooked nicely by Vaughan, and that'll be 4 runs. Very attractive shot, that, by Archie Vaughan. Just pulled, I suppose you could say, towards backward square leg, and Jaden Denley, the nearest fielder, was not going to get anywhere near that. Yeah, it's certainly... I can remember when I started watching cricket, if you posted 269 for 9, you would, I'd certainly say, probably better than 50-50 chance of defending that. Certainly the Kent side that I grew up watching. Clarkson comes into bowl, and Vaughan just will tickle that just past the fielder on the leg side, and they'll get through for 2.
Dawkins stretched out as far as he could, and he's already a tall man, but the ball just went underneath his palm. But the boundary was saved by Jaden Denley.
Yeah, I can remember a game when Martin McCaig defended 6 off the last over at the Moat, and it was never really in any doubt. As Clarkson comes in to Vaughan, and Vaughan, it was a similar sort of shot, square leg. They'll get 1 for that. Denley will cut that off and hurl that back in to Harry Finch. Martin McCaig was one of those bowlers, for England certainly he didn't have a great time of it, but for Kent he's really very impressive stalwart over a number of years. He was the sort of bowler that would get you wickets, and he could defend a target at the death.
There's been a few of them, hasn't there? Martin Saggers and Amjad Khan.
Yeah, Amjad was another very decent bowler for Kent, as Clarkson bowls a dot ball to Lammonby. Amjad, of course, was a Danish international. He's certainly a Danish player.
Yeah, he may even still be playing for them. He definitely played from last year, Denmark.
Yeah.
And as I said, alluded to earlier, Mikey Cohen could play for France, and Netherlands international Fred Klassen comes in again.
Yeah, here comes Klassen to Lammonby, and Lammonby will get a single for that. Just tickles it to the leg side, where it's fielded by Joe Denley. And Martin McCaig, I believe his sons are playing for Leeds and Broomfield in the Kent League. And it's a club that has come on in leaps and bounds in recent years. They've got a very attractive ground on the edge of Leeds Castle, so you can see the castle itself from the boundary. Boundaries aren't the largest, so it's not the sort of place where you'd want to defend 6 off the last over. Clarkson comes in to bowl to Archie Vaughan, and Vaughan just blocks that one back to Clarkson. So end of the over, Somerset are 29 for no wicket, and Lammonby is on 15 and Vaughan is on 14.
Yeah, please do get in touch with us if you're watching in, Kent and Somerset fans. We'd love to hear from you. You can at us on X at Kent Cricket, or you can get in touch via email. That's at livestream@kentcricket.co.uk. We'd love to hear from you. We've had a few Kent and Somerset fans get in touch so far. Inside scoop from Ollie Curtis's clubmates that they might be nursing a bit of a hangover after their win in the Kent League yesterday, but they're all here today to cheer Ollie on his debut. As Mikey Cohen starts a new over from the pavilion end. Begins his run up. He comes in and bowls. That's a good line from Mikey Cohen, and it's almost squared Lammonby up, and it squirts out, but slight misfield means they'll get through for 1. That's good running by Somerset.
Is it a good or bad thing to have your teammates watching you on your debut if they're hungover? I'm not sure. I guess in some cases you'd obviously like the encouragement. In others it might, knowing what the mentality is like in some cricket clubs.
Well, Ollie did get a massive round of applause and a bit of a cheer when he came out to bat, so it's a popular debut here today. And he scored a few runs in the Kent League this season, including 150 not out for St Lawrence, as Cohen comes in again. It's played off the legs by Vaughan, and that's a good shot, but it will be stopped by Akansh Singh in the deep.
Yeah, I'm sure he wishes he could have that innings back again. This is one of those things but if he needs any inspiration, he can look at Ben Dawkins, whose first innings here in the Red Ball Championship certainly didn't go the way that he would have hoped. And in the last week or so, he suddenly looks like a terrific prospect. I say suddenly. People around the club obviously knew what they had on their hands.
In comes Cohen then with his left arm pace, and Lammonby's reached for that to try and hook it, but he misses and there won't be a run. I've just received a message from Nick, one of the media guys here, who's having a well-earned day off today, and he said, "Mad Dog watch immediately." So I looked at the Yorkshire score, where Matt Milnes, who will be coming back to Kent next year, has been playing for Yorkshire today, and he's known affectionately as Mad Dog because of his exuberant celebrations when he takes a wicket. He's taken 7 for 38, sorry, for Yorkshire. Cohen comes in again, bowls, and that's up in the air. The fielder's in play here, and it bounces just in front of him, just in front of Corey Flintoff. It was spooned up in the air by Lammonby, and Corey Flintoff, I think
it died on him, didn't it?
Yeah, it didn't quite get where he thought it was going to go, Corey Flintoff, and it's like Fred said, it's died on him there. But yeah, Matt Milnes, who has signed a 3-year deal with Kent for next year, playing for Yorkshire today. 10 overs, no maidens, 7 wickets for 38, and that's great. Great for any Kent fans watching in.
It is, although
yeah.
Yorkshire are playing here on Tuesday.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if he'll be playing or not.
As Mikey Cohen comes in again, and that's a very full, almost a full toss to Archie Vaughan, who eats that one up, and he'll get 4 more. Yeah,
Cohen sort of put his hands up there as if to acknowledge that it wasn't the best ball he's bowled.
No. Yeah, the full toss was met with what it deserved by Archie Vaughan, who moves on to 19 from 13.
We've been talking about Nathan Gilchrist and why he's not playing, as he's been loaned out to Middlesex. Now, Yorkshire have obviously decided to keep Matt Milnes on, and clearly, when somebody's taken 7 wickets, that vindicates the decision. But does he play on Tuesday?
It's an interesting dilemma, isn't it? Cohen comes in again. That's played with soft hands by Vaughan into the offside. There'll be no run. At the end of the over.
Now, I've come across situations like this before. Certainly in football as well, when players have joined the club and then they play against them on loan. I think in Milnes' case, I don't think there's any suggestion at all that he would be anything other than full-throated if he played for Yorkshire. And I think that's probably what worries us, actually. It's like fully armed and operational Matt Milnes would have the potential to skittle Kent fairly quickly, and Yorkshire would potentially get a very easy win if he's in the same kind of form. As Clarkson comes in from the Nackington Road end, continuing for the 6 over. That's driven back past his arm, but good bit of fielding there by... was it Dawkins who's just grabbed that?
I think it's...
Or is it Flintoff? Or I'll take another guess in a second.
Could be Uncle Joe.
Uncle Joe, yeah.
Yeah, Joe Denley.
So Denley has cut that off.
That calf strain has gone, I think.
So that's a dot ball for Fred Clarkson, who of course played alongside Matt Milnes in that side that won the blast. Clarkson comes in, and that'll be a dot ball as well.
Like you said, it. I think Matt Milnes is that sort of player where even though he knows he's coming here next year, he'll always want to do well. He's one of those players that gets into it when he plays. I don't want to say he's got white line fever, but sometimes he's...
Was it Yorkshire that he played against when he batted for the best part of a day?
Yeah, it was.
To nearly save Kent. Yeah, Clarkson comes in to bowl from a Nackington Road end. That was one of those lockdown games. It was the first game I was covering Kent as a reporter, actually. And Milnes basically batted for the best part of the final day. It was the sort of day where I think everybody thought it was going to be done and dusted within the first hour or so. And he was absolutely crestfallen when he came off. So he's absolutely not the kind of player that is going to go easy. Clarkson comes in again. And this one is driven. And a nice bit of fielding there by Dawkins
Yeah.
cutting that off.
Good applause from the pavilion after that.
Yeah, 4 dot balls so far.
Yeah, Milnes took 193 wickets in 94 appearances in his first time round as a Kent player.
Yeah, and he suffered, talking of bowlers with injuries, suffered during the first part of his Yorkshire career with bad injuries. Klassen comes in to bowl again, and that will be steered onto the leg side. They'll take a single, so 1 added to Lammonby's score, and Somerset move on 37 for no wickets. So that just a single off this over so far from Fred Klassen.
Yeah, good reply to get him hit for 2 fours in his first 2 balls.
Yeah, he was sort of bowler. Kent haven't been able to use him in this competition. He was selected in the competition known as the 100, which I know that certainly a lot of our members have got fairly strong views about. Probably shouldn't get into that right now, but Klassen will come in again. He's not playing in that competition this year. And that one will be just dot ball. Vaughan plays it back towards mid on, and at the end of the over it's 37 for no wicket.
Yeah, just 1 off the over, so good over from Klassen, who was quite expensive at the start of his spell, but he's reined it in very nicely, going into what will be hopefully his 4th over next up, unless there's a bit of a bowling change from Harry Finch. He's now talking to Mikey Cohen ahead of his next over from the pavilion end.
Which implies Cohen is continuing. Just
Yeah.
talking about scores that you would defend off a final over. I can remember Fred Klassen in the year that Kent won the Blast. He defended, I think it was 10 off the last over against Hampshire.
Mm.
And that, if you look at that score now, I mean, I would say it's 50-50 at best that the average bowler defends 10 off the final over. And afterwards, he was very confident, said he never had any doubt, backed himself.
There was also that spell against Sussex during the COVID year. Cohen starts and you over, and it's defended by Lammonby, no run. Yeah, they went to Hove and managed to tie it. It looked like it was dead and buried, and Fred Klassen's final over was really economical, and last ball with scores tied, Fred Klassen bowled it and Daniel Belldrum had hit the stumps and it ended in a tie. And I think Deeb said in one of his pre-Vitality Blast interviews that that's probably the best Blast match he's ever seen in a Kent shirt.
Well, I'll come back to that after this delivery.
Cohen starts again from the pavilion end. Bowling to Lammonby. Plays that off his hips. And it'll squirt out to Jaden Denley. And it'll just be 1.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't a Blast game. I think it was either a 40 or 50 over game. That's a question for any of our older listeners, or listeners of my age, middle age, let's say. It was a game when Matthew Fleming defended a ludicrous total at Hove. Like, it's something absolutely implausible, like 2 runs or something like that. If you can remember the year, please let us know via the usual channels.
Cohen comes in again to Archie Vaughan. Hits that nicely, but Denley's there diving. Jaden Denley makes a stop, and there won't be a run.
Matthew Fleming, of course, former Kent cricketer, or former Kent captain. And, one of the outstanding all-rounders of that era. Played for England a few times as well.
Great nephew of Ian Fleming,
Absolutely.
who wrote James Bond novels.
Another great man of Kent from not far from here.
Yeah, and that's why he's 007, because the 007 bus goes from Dover to London. Cohen comes in again with his left arm seam, and Vaughan will defend that to Jaden Denley again. There won't be a run.
Yeah, was it somewhere around St Margaret's, somewhere like that he lived?
Yeah, I think it recently went up for sale.
Mm.
His house. It was right on the beachfront.
Noel Coward had a
Yes.
house down there as well.
It's the same house.
It is the same
Yeah,
house,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Well, there we go. It's, we're a mine of trivia here.
Get us in a pub quiz, we'll be all right.
Well,
So, Mikey Cohen Comes in again to Vaughan, who tries to cut that away and he misses the edge, and that was a bit of a rash decision by Vaughan to cut that almost the split second before the ball got there. He decided to try and cut it and didn't connect.
But he looked a bit like Kevin Peterson as he played that cut. It was a sort of KP style. And we were talking earlier about there's an obvious comparison when a player has a famous father to, I mean, it's just a very obvious reference point. That looked a bit like a KP cut. The only problem was he didn't connect.
Hopefully he'll want to connect with this next delivery from Mikey Cohen as he comes in. He's played off the legs in the air, but there's no fielder there. And Ekant Singh gives chase, and he just misses it. He goes over the rope for 4. Ekant Singh made up a lot of ground to try and stop that hit in the rope, but unfortunately he's not quite got there. Well, that's 4 more.
I just wonder if the spin on the ball might have taken it away from him, because he seemed to slightly overrun it. It's a shame we can't get a replay of it, but it's one of those where I thought he actually seemed to sort of go past it. So, sleeve from Archie Vaughan's point of view, it's a very welcome boundary. He's on 23. Lammonby is on 19. Fred Clarkson is going to continue from the Nackington Road end. We were talking trivia. I was delighted with my Rolling Stones question last week about Beckenham County Ground. So Fred Clarkson is tucked away on leg side, and that I think is going to be 4 runs. We'll just wait for the signal, and it is 4 runs. It's just in that area that we can't quite see. So not the best delivery of Clarkson's spell so far. It was just an ideal height to be hit, and Lammonby just flicked it away behind square for 4 runs.
Very, very good start by these two Somerset openers. 46 runs inside the 8th over.
Yeah, Molly was saying the power play was going to be crucial. So far, you'd have to say that it's gone Somerset's way. There's 7.2 overs gone, 46 for no wicket. And of course, they've got the luxury. The run rate is that low, 5.3, that they don't really need to start chucking the bat as Clarkson gets back to his mark. And, runs in. Clarkson delivers. That one is fuller. Better line. And it'll just be the one. Denley Fields. Round about the gully area. Somerset move on to 48 for no wicket. Yeah, I'm going to repeat that, just for anybody that wasn't listening last week. Bill Wyman of the Rolling Stones used to score at Beckenham at the ground when it was the old Lloyds Bank Sports Ground before it became a county ground for Kent. Clarkson comes in and Vaughan just drives that back. So it's going to be a dot ball there. It's an interesting sort of field now. Jack Leaning's kind of come in almost in like the enforcer position. Like, they're trying to make something happen here. And Leaning, what would you describe that fielding position where he is? So in your face, slightly on the leg side.
The Michael Clark role.
Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't go to quite that extreme. So Clarkson comes in and bowls, and there you go. Leaning Fields from that Michael Clark position. Presumably doesn't need to threaten the batter with a broken arm. Or any of the other insults that he used to hurl his way.
But again, Clarkson's been expensive first couple of deliveries and has clawed it back.
I think you and I share an opinion on that Australian documentary series, The Test. Clarkson comes in, bowls, and that is pulled away. That should be 4. I think it will be 4. It's another very well-placed shot by Archie Vaughan. Brings up the Somerset 50, and it's split the fielders there. It's Mikey Cohen and Jaden Denley on a backward square area. And, of that 51 partnership, Vaughan has made 27 and Lammonby 24. 48 balls, 32 minutes. Somerset currently 51 without loss. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm the biggest fan of that series, the Australian series, The Test. Would you?
There were flashes of interesting moments, but you could tell it was quite polished, wasn't it? And it was only really what the Australians wanted us to see.
Frankly disingenuous. The way that I think the thing that triggered me most was that when they sort of went back into the dressing room and were going, "Oh, the crowd are being horrible to us out there." So, have you ever watched a game of cricket at an Australian cricket ground?
You're not wrong. As Mikey Cohen begins a new over from the pavilion end. He comes in, it's almost jabbed back into Lammonby, but he gets that out to Ollie Curtis.
I suppose,
Run.
while we're on that theme, Kent and Somerset, two sides renowned for the warmth of the welcome that the fans give the opposition players.
I'd say as well we're a bit more welcoming on the live stream.
I won't comment, but I'm thinking in terms of I'll let you call this delivery first.
Mikey Cohen then gets into his delivery run up, bustles in past the umpire and bowls, and that's pulled away by Lammonby, and he'll get 4 more. That's a lovely looking shot, well played by Tom Lammonby. Moves on to 28 from 28.
Yeah, Somerset just cruising at the moment. It's just a little bit too easy for them, that situation. Such I think the win of is for Kent is probably down to about the 10% mark here. So the ball is retrieved. I heard a podcast with Dean Headley where he's talking about the Kent crowd, and he said, "Yeah, it's a one-eyed crowd, but it's my one-eyed crowd." And I would imagine that a few Somerset players can probably identify with that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what we enjoy about professional sport. As Cohen comes in again, and that's down the leg side, that'll be a wide. He'll want to do that one again, and he will.
Yep, he's going to have to do that one again. That's the radar's just gone a little bit haywire there for Mikey Cohen. It's a question for Molly when she comes on in a couple of overs' time, actually. As a player, would you like to play in a hostile environment? You know, do you like it when there's a lot of chirp going on, not just from the fielders, but from the crowd?
I think watching Molly, she's usually the one doing the chirping.
Well, wicket keepers are a different breed, aren't they?
Cohen comes in again then. How does he follow up his wide delivery? That's right on the stumps, but it does just drag down the leg side again. That's closer this time from Cohen, but I think you're right, Fred. The radar's just gone slightly here from Mikey Cohen.
Yeah, it's something we've seen during this campaign. He can be very potent, but sometimes he just can't get the line right, and it's just such a punishing sport. This format, not quite as punishing as the blast. I can remember Sam Billings talking about how it was absolutely ruthless when you play blast cricket.
Here he comes again then, Mikey Cohen. Tries the bouncer, and this time Lammonby will hook that away into safety where Jaden Denley does the fielding. Throws it in with his left arm to Harry Finch. There'll just be 1.
I get the feeling that Sam Billings is the sort of player who likes the big occasion, likes the crowd, likes to give a bit back. I think if he were a footballer, he might well be the type that cupped his ears to the away fans if he scored a goal.
Well, we saw that, didn't we, in the Blast quarter-final here. Chris Wokes shushed the crowd after taking a catch. And then I think he dropped one not long after.
I'm sure that was very forgiving on that side of the ground.
Cohen comes in again, changed his angle. And that's much better into Archie Vaughan, much better delivery that's gone onto the stumps. But Vaughan's right behind it, there's no run.
And just as an extension to this, if you like, I can remember Graham Hick playing here for Worcestershire the day after he'd been dropped by England. And you can imagine the stick that he was getting from some of the fans in the green plastic seats. It's not the sort of place to come if you want sympathy. There was what you're doing next week, Graham, all of that kind of stuff.
Comes Mikey Cohen then. To Vaughan, who's had to dig that one out. This is much better from Mikey Cohen. He's starting to go a bit fuller and a bit more on the stumps, and it's paying off at the moment. That's 2 dots in the over after being hit for 4, followed up by 2 wides.
Archie Vaughan, 27 from 24. Looking very well set. Remember that game last year when they played Surrey in the county championship? He's absolutely outstanding in the big occasion.
Yeah, we were Somerset fans that day, weren't we? As Cohen comes in again. Another good delivery, and Vaughan just has to flat bat it away to Jack Leaning. And there's some applause for Mikey Cohen's recovery of that over from the pavilion. And at the end of the over, Somerset are 58 without loss after 9.
Yeah, I'll have one more over from me, and then I'll make way for Molly. And it looks like there might be a bowling change here. I'm wondering,
Yeah, it looks
is that Corey Flintoff?
Yeah, Corey Flintoff comes into the attack from the Nackington Road end with his right arm pace. He's one of those players that bowls that heavy ball in inverted commas, and he hits the deck hard. And he looked good with the bat. He hit 2 massive sixes, which Fred Klassen then went on to do himself. But he's coming on here from Nackington Road end. Warm applause from around the ground. Another young Kent player. Corey Flintoff's on a 2-year rookie contract with the club. And he's coming in here for his first delivery of his home debut.
And he bowls, and that'll be just driven or prodded back by Lammonby. No run. As Liam was saying, it was an interesting cameo from Corey Flintoff. It was a key moment in that game at Middlesex where he might have taken a catch. And if he'd taken it, you never know how it would have gone. As it is, Middlesex basically romped to the win in the end. Flintoff comes back into bowl here, and that'll be square cut. And there's a terrific stop there. It was a square cut from Lammonby, and that was an absolutely excellent bit of fielding there.
Yeah,
Just
very good.
Just trying to see who it was actually up there.
I think it was Ollie Curtis.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Do his confidence some good.
We're just trying to learn his body language, aren't we?
Yeah, it's interesting. Players' body language is a subject for later on as Klassen comes in, and Lammonby just prods that one back at him. So 3 dot balls so far for Corey Flintoff at the start of what is the final over of the power play.
Worth mentioning that Somerset are well over the required rate. They're currently going at 6.1, and they only need to get just over 5.2. So a good start from Somerset.
Yeah, and Duckworth Lewis, for what it's worth, is 28, which is problematic. Here's Flintoff, and it's going to be the first runs off the bat that he concedes. It might be a 4 here. Curtis is chasing after it. I don't think he's going to get there. Or in fact, maybe there's a bit of a double play there. I think Dawkins and Curtis between them have just about cut that off before it got to the boundary rope in front of the marquee, where our colleague Steve is on the announcing duties today.
I saw you around there earlier having a chat with him.
Yeah, we were putting the world to rights, as we have been known to do when we're not testing each other's knowledge of Victor Meldrew.
So it's Flintoff to Vaughan.
Yep. Oh, this is interesting, isn't it? Yeah, Flintoff to Vaughan, as you say. So, Flintoff coming in, changes to over the wicket. And dot ball. There, sort of prodded out towards Jaden Denley at backward square. And so the last ball of the power play is about to be bowled by Corey Flintoff. And it will be Archie Vaughan. He faces it. Archie Vaughan looking good. 27 from 26 balls so far. As Flintoff comes in. And that's driven handsomely by Vaughan. He's going to get at least 1 for it. I think it's just going to be the single. Goes towards backward square. And at the end of the power play, 62 for no wicket. So I'm going to make way for Molly Davis. I'll be back in around about 10 overs time or so. And I'll leave you temporarily in the capable hands of Liam Knight.
Thank you, Fred. Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network and part-time Kent Cricket live stream commentator. You're listening to the live stream today, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam, and we'll shortly be joined by Kent women wicketkeeper Molly Davis. As it looks like Mo Rizvi might be coming on here from the pavilion end. The end of the power play, you're allowed more fielders outside the inner circle now, so maybe Harry Finch has decided now's the time to bring on spin, and Rizvi's one of those darty leg spinners who's quite different to Matt Parkinson, where Parkinson tosses the ball up a bit more, but Rizvi's a little bit quicker and he likes to get the googly out quite a lot, does Mo Rizvi. So we welcome back Molly Davis.
Hello. Done my lap of the ground. Still very busy here, which is always good to see.
Yeah, the bank is very busy. The southern bank, that's usually the place where people stand on Vitality Blast nights, is very busy today, and it almost looks like a Blast sort of crowd.
Yeah, it does, and there's almost like 2 rows of your camp chairs when you go by. Like, there's one that will always outline the advertisement boards, but there's 2 rows of them now. But I was going to say, it's Rizvi to come and bowl, but it looks like Vaughan has just pulled away from that one. Wasn't quite ready.
So yeah, Mo Rizvi in from the pavilion end. Oh, Vaughan's prodded at that one. I don't know if he got an edge, but Finch can't hold on to it.
The reaction seems like it was close.
Yeah, very close indeed from Mo Rizvi, who's joined first team on a short-term contract. Who's in again, and he bowled him! Mo Rizvi's into the attack and he's bowled Archie Vaughan. That's the breakthrough Kent were after. And Mo Rizvi, after taking his first pro wicket away at Northamptonshire last time out, has got his first wicket at home for Kent. He's bowled Archie Vaughan for 28 and Somerset a 62 for 1.
Yeah, that was brilliant, wasn't it? Very well bowled there by Mo Rizvi. And Archie Vaughan's departing for 28. A good 28 there for his team, though, and a good contribution to set a platform here for Somerset. But a desperate breakthrough that Kent very much needed. So now has the change of spin maybe given Kent an in here, potentially. It's all going on. And the new batter coming out to the crease is
Goldsworthy.
Goldsworthy, number 44, Goldsworthy.
Yeah, apologies, Molly. I'm live tweeting the game today as well, so I need to update everyone that's following on social media.
So this will be an exciting partnership here for Somerset as he joins Lammerby out in the middle. But this is a good start to the over from Mo Rizvi. And the crowd like that one for sure. A big roar to our left here in the members area.
Yeah, Mo Rizvi is on a short-term contract in the One Day Cup after impressing for the twos.
Yeah, me and Fred were chatting about that earlier. About his big contribution for the second 11 this year, which has given him the promotion to the first 11, especially in the Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. But Goldsworthy is taking guard, and obviously Harry Finch just commanding a few people in the field. Jaden Denley in at slip, and Jack Leaning has probably taken a fair few paces forward as a catching cover, as Rizvi is in. And that one then off the back foot from Goldsworthy, but just hit that one into the ground. So no run. Yeah, Kent are pressing here. As Rizvi in again. Again, punched off the back foot this time. Timed well. And they get the single as Ollie Curtis down on the rope will throw the ball back in.
The World of X has been updated. And I'm back. Thanks, Molly, for filling in. And we said earlier that Kent bowlers, every time they take a wicket, we're going to add something to their graphics. So you might see a few little Easter eggs. And I think there's quite a big Easter egg on Mo Rizvi's wicket graphic, and no surprises of what it is. It's the Rizzler, which is his nickname that the team have given him as well, as he comes into Lammerby, and that's defended nicely by Lammerby into the offside. He's on 32 from 34, and this is a really good over from Mo Rizvi on his, we can't really call it a home debut, can we? Comes in again, That's played off the legs by Lamb B, but it goes straight to Jaden Denley. Yeah, Mo played at Beckenham, didn't he? So this isn't his home debut, but it's his first appearance for Kent at Canterbury, and he gets warm applause from all in the pavilion after taking a wicket, second ball, and it was the breakthrough that Kent needed.
Yeah, no, indeed. I think the fans are looking now and sort of getting behind Kent after that breakthrough. And I think it will be Corey Flintoff to continue for the Nackington Road end. Is the, trying to work out if that was a sub-fielder on, but it is, but I think he's coming off now.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson in the floppy was on for a little bit there.
But he's striding off as Flintoff is going to be running in from Nackington Road end to Goldsworthy. And that is nice and full. A strong defensive shot there, right in behind that one. And there'll be no run.
Yeah, great to see two new players in at either end, bowling at the moment. Corey Flintoff, 2-year rookie deal with the county, signed that back in March, and Mo Rizvi, after really impressing in second 11 cricket, has earned his opportunity, in the words of Director of Cricket Simon Cook, getting a shot in the first team, and he's done really well here with the ball.
As he bowls, and that one's punched off the back foot, but straight to Jack Leaning at cover.
Corey's looked very good in his 1.5 overs so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, you sort of get the impression he's going to be sort of a well-rounded all-rounder. Try saying that 10 times quick.
No, you did well.
But I think a promising talent, and one I'm sure Kent fans want to see in a Kent shirt for a while.
Yeah, he was there on the outfield as we learned that we'd qualified for the Blast quarterfinals with the rest of the team.
As Flintoff's back in, and that is struck hard into the offside. That sneaker single, despite 2 diving efforts from Jack Leaning and from mid-off as well. I think that's Joe Denley that stops the boundary, but they still get a single.
Yeah, Joe's been throwing himself around in the field so far, and it's hard to believe he's been out with a calf strain the way that he's been athletically diving about.
He's keeping up with Jaden, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
As Jaden Denny's at point. Again, Flintoff this time into Lammerby. Again, that is hit straight, but straight to mid-on, where that Joe Denley does the work again. But yeah, no, Corey Flintoff's been promising over the last couple of games, which has been nice to see. Obviously a bit of a cameo with the bat as well today.
Yeah, 2 absolutely massive sixes that was backed up by 2 just as massive sixes by Fred Klassen.
I was about to say, which one do you enjoy more?
I think Fred Klassen's last one was my favourite.
Bowls again, this time off the back foot, but straight to Jaden Denley at point.
Yeah, it went into the southern bank, didn't it, that Fred Klassen 6?
Yeah, there were a few good sixes from the Denley boys earlier. There was 2 quite large sixes, and obviously Corey Flintoff has dispatched a couple as well.
Yeah, if you weren't listening earlier, this was the second time that Jaden and Joe Denley have batted together. The first time was on Jaden's first-class debut at Chelmsford against Essex last year.
Flintoff back in. Again, that one there punched up to mid-off, but no run. Very good over there by Corey Flintoff. Just a 1 from it. So very good over there from the youngster, and Somerset are 64 for 1 now after 12.
Yeah, putting them under a slight bit of pressure here. Obviously, they're still very much in control of this game as Somerset, and I think they've just slowed down slightly as the new batter Goldsworthy's been in the middle. But I'm sure they'll not be panicking at all yet. They're still very much in control of this run chase.
Yeah, Somerset did that well to Kent early doors after taking the wicket of Dawkins. It was kind of when the Denleys were together. It was a tight spell there from Somerset. But it is Rizvi now.
Yeah, Rizvi's on for his second over then. He got a wicket, second ball. What can he do in his second over? Oh, he's almost bowled Goldsworthy there. He's chopped it onto his back pad.
Well, you get the impression that Somerset are looking to go after Rizvi here.
Yeah, absolutely. And leg spin bowling into the slope, so it's going to help stand it up a bit. But Goldsworthy's driven that one out to Fred Klassen. That's much better batting from Goldsworthy.
This could go in Rizvi's favour though, couldn't it? If they're looking to go after him slightly. A few opportunities. You see a lot from Matt Parkinson A lot of ones ended up sort of being gone after, caught on the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the weapons that we've got. Rizvi starts again, and that one was flighted up, but Lammerby taps it back to the bowler, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, I'm sure Rizvi ends up talking quite a lot to the more senior Matt Parkinson in the team.
Absolutely, Rizvi, no youngster himself, comes in again, and Lammerby's gone down the track at him, and he's squirted that one to where point is. That's very good fielding from Mikey Cohen, who stops that going from anything other than one run.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of, obviously, Mo Rizvi, not one of the younger people in the team when the team is so young, but I'm sure everyone's talking to the senior players in that squad.
As that comes in again from Rizvi, and Gosler as he plays it out to Jaden Denny in the covers for no run.
And young Ben Dawkins there at mid-wicket, few off of the ring. More catching, I'd say.
That's hit out again to Jaden Denley, and that's another very good over. Only 2 from it. Kent are building a little bit of pressure here. Somerset 66 for 1 after 13. And Molly, do you think that momentum's starting to shift slightly?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the passage of play that Somerset did really well earlier to Kent, just making things difficult for the batters. And Kent are doing that now. Good passage of play, for sure.
As I let everyone know on social media that Rizvi's got his first wicket at the Spitfire Ground.
But yeah, I think it's a good passage of play here for Kent, and Rizvi sort of whipping through his 2 overs, and now Corey Flintoff is coming back into bowl. And that one there, full and straight that time, but Lammerby manages to push that up to mid-off to where Klassen will do the work, and he gets 1 for it.
It's a good passage of play from Kent. They're being controlled here after potentially, they would say themselves, that it was a bit expensive first up.
I think if Rizvi continues to bowl how he is, Jack Leaning will make an appearance with the ball. Flintoff again. That's worked off the legs well there. And that will be a 1 for Goldsworthy.
We were saying yet last week about Lancashire's players being really good to say, and Goldsworthy's another one, isn't it? We had Blatherwick, Bahannon last week.
Yeah, Bahannon was a good one, wasn't it?
And now we've got Lammonby, another good one, and Goldsworthy.
Yeah. As Flintoff's back in again. Lammonby has been pushed up to mid-off there. No, Flintoff's bowling a good line here.
Yeah, he's looked good.
Good stuff from the youngster. Kent are being quite vocal as well. I'm not sure if you can hear anything on the effects mics too much, but I think Harry Finch making some noise as Flintoff comes back in. That is short, and that has been punched away there. And he'll get a single for it as Ollie Curtis does the work, but that was a strong shot off the back foot. So it was literally a very well-timed punch that just split the gap. Split Jaden Denley. But Goldsworthy now is facing up to Flintoff. Leaning takes a few steps in, so he's now more of a catching cover. And Flintoff starts his run in. Short pull, hasn't quite got all of it, but will beat Klassen at mid-on. And they'll come back for 2. Yeah, it will just be the 2.
I think Klassen was quite in play then, was he?
I think it hung in the air for quite a while,
Yeah.
but even the tall fast bowler couldn't get there. So he'll get 2 for it. But from a Kent perspective, he hasn't quite timed that one, so wasn't a chance. But Flintoff will now finish his over. As he comes back in, punch off the back foot. And they get a single as it finds the gap between Jack Leaning and Jaden Denley. So at the end of the over, Somerset are 72 for 1 after 14.
Yeah, we're here at Community Day at the Spitfire Ground. Lots going on today. A few of our community partners are in. And if you were listening earlier on, you'd have heard the dulcet tones of Phil Gallagher, also known as Mr. Maker, and Marlow Theatre legend Ben Roddy, who are here today as Community Trust captains, as Mo Rizvi is about to begin a new over from the pavilion end, but he just aborts his run up there and sets himself. Comes in again to Goldsworthy. And Goldsworthy has to go on the back foot to that one. Rizvi holds his hands up a bit theatrically, as almost to say, I nearly had you there. And he takes his mark again. He runs in quite side on, does Rizvi, and he's in again. And that's Goldsworthy's behind that one, but a little bit inside edgy from Rizvi. And he's dropped the ball there just before he started to run in. It happens to the best of us, and he's found the funny side of it as well. And he comes then for the third delivery of his over. And that's cut away by Goldsworthy, but it won't beat the inner ring, and Jaden Denley does the fielding in the covers. Throws the ball to Jack Leaning, who throws it on again to Mo Rizvi, and there's no run.
That was a similar ball to what got Archie Vaughan, wasn't it?
Yeah, and this run rate's going down. As Rizvi comes in again, and Goldsworthy has to drive at that one, but he'll only pick out Fred Klassen, and I don't get a single. So this is a good spell for Kent. And Somerset now need 5.6 in over to reach their target. Obviously still very much doable, but a bit of pressure here from Kent as Rizvi's in again, and Lamonby's driving into the onside, and Fred Klassen again does the fielding. And they throw it round the field. Get back to his mark.
Yeah, Joe Denley just dropped back there at mid-on now.
In comes Rizvi again. And that's come back at Goldsworthy, but he's hit it into the offside, and I'll get one. Good fielding from Jaden Denley, who keeps it just to one.
Yeah, and that's the over.
Yeah, another good over.
Rizvi flies through his overs here.
Absolutely. It was like Goldsworthy in the first innings. I was trying to talk to Phil Gallagher and we couldn't quite get a conversation going. But Somerset are 75 for 1 here at the Spitfire Ground after 15 overs.
Yeah, and it will be Corey Flintoff to continue here for the Nackington Road end.
So at one point Somerset were 58 without loss, and the DLS par was 28, which showed how far ahead they were, and now they're 75 for 1 after 15, and the DLS par is 61, so that gap is closing if you want to take that as a bit of a measure of the innings.
Yeah, a good period of play here from Kent. And Flintoff is in, and that will be a wide. That just goes past the pads of Goldsworthy. We spoke earlier about the slope, and you have to sort of factor it in, and it does have a tendency to drag down slightly. So that one has.
I think apart from that, I think Corey's bowled really well, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been a great sort of spell that he's bowled here. He's just sort of dug deep and just put the ball in an area. As he comes back in, again, that's just pushed into the offside. They're going to sneak a single in, despite a good bit of fielding from Joe Denley.
A good shy there from Joe Denley, and Ben Dawkins is there backing up.
Yeah, keeper Ben Dawkins. Obviously not keeping today. Harry Finch has the gloves.
Do you think it's more difficult for him to be a keeper because of how tall he is, or?
I think there's people said that before. Is it a disadvantage? But he's very talented.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure he makes it look easy. As Flintoff bowled shorter this time, and it's hit hard into their leg side by Lamonby, but that had been hit straight to Ekansh Singh. So just the one. Great shot for one.
Yeah, we should just say that's slightly out of our view here, isn't it? The balcony on the Frank Woolley stand has obscured our view of that part of the ground. Yeah,
we said this earlier. You sort of lose part of the ground when we're up here in the commentary box at Canterbury. And again, he comes steaming in. Shorter again, but Goldsworthy didn't quite get all of that, so he just got enough to send it down to fine leg, where Mikey Cohen will do the work.
Jaden Denley's a bit of a live wire in the field, isn't he? He wants to be involved all the time.
Yeah, I get the impression he's got a lot of energy. So getting him to move around is the best way to
This must be those sweets that you said that you saw him get from Sainsbury's on the way to
I know.
getting the coach to Northampton.
It's clearly working though. And Flintoff's back in. Again, it's hit off the legs. He beats the inner ring despite a diving effort from Leaning, but will get a couple in the end. It's well played as he flicks that off his legs through mid-wicket.
Leaning stayed down there, but I think it was more bruised ego than anything else.
Yeah, I think it went under him, to be honest. But that's 2 more to Larry, so he's not going to be complaining.
Yeah, he's now on 39 from 46, so it's a good innings from Lanham B so far.
And that is struck hard up to mid-off, and there being no runs. This is a sort of a back end of a good over here from Flintoff. But you feel now if Kent can get a breakthrough, it's quite a big wicket. And if Somerset can guide themselves through this quieter passage of play, you get the impression that these two are going to find themselves, 30, 40 balls face, especially for Goldsworthy, obviously more for Lammerby. As again, this one fuller, it is straighter, and he works it up to mid-on to Joe Denley for no run. So at the end of the over, Somerset at 81 for 1 off of 16.
Yeah, that sun is very much out now, but thankfully in our little greenhouse, the commentary box, the sun's gone round the corner now, so I might even take my cap off in a minute. And it's Mo Rizvi to continue from the pavilion end. He's been very economical so far, and he's had a wicket to his name as well. His first wicket at the Spitfire Ground for Mo Rizvi, who signed a one-day cup contract after impressing for the twos. And he's in. 2 Goldsworthy, who plays it back to him, and there is no run.
Yeah, I get the impression from Mo Rizvi in a few years' time. Obviously, Archie Vaughan, big talent, and might be a wicket he's pretty proud of in a fair few years' time.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going at 2s here, but he's just been hit for 4. It's a lovely shot from Goldsworthy. He come down the track and played it into the covers, but lofted it over where Jaden Denley was, who puts his arms out as if to go, I couldn't do anything about that. And Fred Klassen has to fetch that from around about where the Kennedy gates are, and I feel like that was my fault with the commentator's curse as Rizvi comes in again. And that's hit out again by Goldsworthy, but he'll only get 1 this time. Fred Klassen does the fielding, throws it in with his left arm to Harry Finch at the keeper's end. And there's just 1. That's 5 off the over so far, and it's slightly sullied Mo Rizvi's wicket figures so far, but he's still only at just over 3, so good economy from Mo Rizvi. And that's hit again by Lammerby, but he doesn't quite get all of that, and Fred Klassen will do the fielding again at long on, and there'll just be 1 as well. Goldsworthy's now on 16, and he'll face this next delivery with Lammerby on 40 at the other end. So in comes Rizvi. And that's cut by Goldsworthy, and it almost wrong foots Jaden Denley, but he recovers and takes the ball in to throw it back to Rizvi, and there's no run. And here comes Rizvi again from the pavilion end. Oh, and he almost chops Saunders Goldsworthy. Mo Rizvi's got his hands on his head, and that he thinks that could have been a chance for potentially a bowled or chop on there from Lammerby, who survives, and he's on 40 at the end of the over. Somerset 87 for 1, so Lammerby's got almost half of Somerset's runs here so far. And it looks like, Molly, that Jack Leaning is coming on from the Nackerton Road end.
Indeed, they might have heard me.
Yeah, you did call for it, didn't you?
I thought it might be coming after Rizvi's good few overs. But obviously I don't think that's because Flintoff's bowled badly. I just think they feel that spin is going to be the way to get some wickets here.
Yeah, interesting that Matt Parkinson's been rested for this game.
Yeah, I think maybe we spoke earlier about one eye on the quarter-final and potentially looking at the youth as well. But, the youngsters have given a good account of themselves, so I wouldn't be too disappointed if I were them. But Rizvi has flown through that over again. And it will be Jack Leaning now to bowl Lammerby as he starts his shorter run. That's been paddled round, very fine, as Rizvi gives chase across the practice wickets, and they will be able to pull this back in, and they get a couple for it. It's always hard along there when you're fielding across the practice square, because you can't really slide, so you've almost got to hope that you can catch it up.
Yeah, and it'll race away, won't it, off that practice surface.
It's always a tough place to field. I always feel sorry for anyone that's down there.
I was talking to Nigel, one of the ground staff, earlier, and it was his first time preparing a practice wicket, and he said he was quite proud of it, so they do look good.
They do. As Leaning now is into Goldsworthy. Again, giving himself some room and slap that through where cover would be off the back foot, but Singh does the work out on the boundary. So it is just the one. And he's in front of a pretty impressive crowd in the bank. So, fair few people behind him.
Yeah, I'm slightly distracted by a chihuahua making its way up the Frank Willie steps just in front of us.
Lean again this time, punched off the back foot, and they get another single. So this is sort of where Somerset now can take their one options and look to manage the game, which they're doing well as it stands. Again, Leaning now back in. And again, it's been pushed up to mid-off. But they're inside the circle, so there'll be no run. So Goldsworthy can't have his single there. Again, he's flying through the over, Jack Leaning. Back in this time. Again, worked off the hip of Goldsworthy out to Ollie Curtis at deep square leg, so it will just be the one.
Yeah, Somerset approaching that 100-run mark. I think Kent desperately need another breakthrough here to try and break this burgeoning partnership.
Again, comes in. And again, tries to play the same kind of shot off the back foot, but that goes straight to short third. So that's the end of the over. Somerset at 93 for 1.
Yeah, 93 for 1, like Molly says, here at the Spitfire Ground on Community Day. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam. I'm here with Kent women wicketkeeper Molly Davis in the second innings of this Metrobank One Day Cup match between Kent Spitfires and Somerset. I think current estimates are around 2,500 people here at the Spitfire Ground today, so it's a great turnout for a one-day match during the school summer holidays. Under 14s tickets just £1, and that'll be the same on Tuesday when we take on Yorkshire. But here's Mo Rizvi again from the pavilion end, and that's cut away by Goldsworthy, and he'll get one for it. I think it's Mikey Cohen out there doing the fielding. And Rizvi will want to keep his economical bowling going. And here he comes in again, Rizvi from the pavilion end. That's slashed out by Lammerby, moves on to 45. Fred Klassen does the fielding. As we're joined in the commentary box by BBC Radio Kent's Ben Watts, and he's brought someone with him.
He has.
Joel's here with Ben Watts.
That's a good bit of work by Rizvi there. I get a single, but a diving effort. He's probably stopped a few there.
We were just mentioning under 14s tickets, and we've been joined by one of them.
Indeed. I should have had a good day out with face painting, all the activities going on here.
Yeah, I can't see much face paint going on either of you, Ben. As Rizvi's in again to Lammerby, who plays that very nicely, and he'll get 4. He moves on to 49, Tom Lammerby, and the 100 is up for Somerset. That's 100 up inside the 19th over for the visitors. They'll be pleased with this start. And Kent will desperately want more wickets here.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that you feel if the Somerset batters can navigate themselves out of this sort of this patch of play, they're going to be in the driving seat. And so far, they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, how does Mo Rizvi come back from this one then? With Lammerby on 49. And he's almost found the edge of Lammerby there. A couple of Kent fielders can't believe it.
He's almost given himself too much room to try and hit that through point.
Yeah, he's tried to find that little gap there, although Ekant Singh is riding on the boundary there. But in comes Rizvi again with Lammerby. Almost near that half century, but he won't get it in that delivery. He'll defend it out to Joe Denley. Sorry, Ben Dawkins.
That's a rogue one to get
That
mixed
is-
up, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? I think we've been on for too long.
I think so.
That's the end of the over. Somerset 100 for 1 after 19. I'm here with Molly Davis, Kent wicket-keeper, and behind us is Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, who's having a well-deserved day off. And Joel's here as well. Yeah, I think they're off to get their faces painted. And ice creams and fire engines. What a day.
It's a good day out.
What a day.
So we'll be leaning here. Again, that one's worked off the legs of Goldsworthy for no run.
That
as
is Ben Dawkins.
Ben Dawkins does
Yep.
the work. Yep.
In comes leaning.
He's in. Uses his feet this time, but it's driven straight back to Jack leaning. So can't get it past him.
Yeah, current rate 5.2. So they're going well here, Somerset.
As leaning again comes back in. And that has just been almost whipped off with his legs, isn't it? But he's hit it so straight. It'll be a single. Yeah, good passage of play here. So yeah, it could be entertaining sort of back end here if Kent can get a couple of wickets.
Yeah, we've had a few guests up here now, haven't we,
We
in the
have.
commentary box.
As leaning's back in this time. Has been hit beautifully into the offside, but straight to Jaden Denley. Yeah, lots of guests up here today.
Did you get your selfie with Mr. Maker earlier?
I missed out, unfortunately. As Lena's back in, and Larrabee hits that up to mid-on, or take a single, and he will get his half-century. Very well played half-century, I believe, and he's guiding his team here quite nicely. So, good contribution, but I'm sure he'll be thinking it's not done. As Leaning comes back in, and again, that is worked off of the back foot, but he's found Ben Dawkins. And that is the end of the over. So Somerset 102 for 1.
Yeah, Tom Lammonby's second list day half century. He's only played 7. This is his 8th list day match because he's been playing in the other competition. So he's done well today. And it's, like I say, it's his second list day 50. The last time he got 50, he went on to get 100. So we'll see if that conversion rate continues, shall we? And I will leave you now with Molly, and then Molly will be joined by Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network. Molly, enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much, Liam. Fred will be making his way back over here now. And there'll be a change of bowler from the pavilion end. And it will be the young man himself. It will be Curtis to make his stamp on the game with the ball in hand. So on debut, first over here from the pavilion end, he's coming into Lanaby, charges in, and that is hit off the back foot, and he'll get the one out to Ekant Singh. So this is exciting. Ollie Curtis on debut, got the ball in hand here. It's every young player's dream, I imagine, to be given the ball. Especially when you're on debut, to say, right, find us that second wicket. And the young man himself finds himself in that exact position as he comes running into Goldsworthy. As he's in, he bowls, it's full and straight, and misfield at mid-off means they're going to get a couple for it. And a good chase there by Joe Denley, I think, pushes it back in and saves the boundary. So there's a few runs there off of Curtis's second ball, but a misfield allows that to happen.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there, Curtis. He's a bit unlucky there, Curtis, to concede the 3. That was a single at best. Misfield from Fred Clarkson. I'm sure he's apologised.
as he comes back in now. Bowls, but the width has hit hard into the vacant sort of point region. And it'll be another single. It's exciting times as you're Ollie Curtis.
It is. Sure, we prefer the match situation to be slightly more finely balanced, but I'd imagine the adrenaline of making your debut probably compensates.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be searching for his first wicket. As in again, whipped off the legs of Goldsworthy this time. It will just be a single.
Yeah, it's at the point where the risk of stating the blindingly obvious, a wicket for Kent is getting essential. You get to a point where a run chase just becomes inevitable. At the moment, Somerset still need 162. May not sound like a huge amount with their batting lineup.
And there's Curtis this time into Larrabee. Again, worked off the hip, so it'll be a single.
Yeah, Curtis's name has been appearing throughout the season in dispatches, doing well in the Kent League. Getting his debut today. It's getting the 1, so not an ideal score, but we were saying earlier, you can get inspiration from the way that Dawkins has performed since getting a low score on his debut.
Yeah, indeed, there's Curtis again. Full and straight this time. Hit straight back to him, so that'll end the over with a dot. So, not a bad first over from the debutant. A couple of leaked from it throughout a misfield, but by and large, not the worst first over in.
No, not at all. And as you say, it's rather spoiled by that misfield from Fred Clarkson. He's just going to have to. Take that. There's going to be a bit of a drinks break here, and it's one of these unofficial drinks breaks, which I think you'd have to be fairly churlish to object to a player taking on fluids when the temperatures are as warm as they are. We're now in a position in the commentary box where we are in the shade, which is it's a huge improvement to how it felt this morning when we stepped into what is essentially a greenhouse, if you like. But imagine that over the far side, I went on a boundary walk earlier on, and it was really quite warm over there. Now Jack Leaning is going to come on to bowl for Kent at the Nackington Road end. So obviously Matt Parkinson being rested today, so different kind of spin options for Kent. And Leaning will come in to bowl to Lammonby, and Lammonby will poke that one. It's a sort of extra cover area, and it'll be fielded, and I'll get 1 run. And the score moves on to 110 for 1.
Yeah, you sort of feel now that wicket.
It's getting urgent, isn't it? Leaning comes on, and he's prodded again. That'll be a single. So for Richie Benno fans, the score is now 1-1-1 for 1.
Yeah, you feel now that trying to get something to be created here.
Yeah, Leaning has got that knack. He's certainly done it in the past. He's going to go for a single here. He has been a bit of a golden arm in the past, taking wickets at key moments. But the 50 partnership is up. So 23 to Lammonby from this partnership, 26 to Goldsworthy. 67 balls, 36 minutes since Mo Rizvi took the only wicket to fall in this innings.
Yeah, the two Kent players that I like to think of the golden arm is obviously Jack Leaning, obviously not playing today, but Joey Everson. I've combed a few 4-day games and he's sort of just come in and got a wicket out of nothing.
We're talking about players that Kent have retained this year. Joey Everson, I know, was being looked at by other counties, and he's decided to stay here. Ben Compton, of course, staying on. Tawanda Miyeye, as Leaning comes in from the Nackington Road end and bowls, and it's a little step down the wicket from Goldsworthy, and he'll get a single for that. He's driven that out towards long off, I should say.
Yeah. Again, Leaning sort of racing for his over.
He is. He comes in again. This time bowling to Lammonby, and Lammonby will just nurdle that one or nudge it for a single. So All singles off this over so far from Jack Leaning, 5 of them so far. Somerset moving on to 114 for 1.
If you're Somerset, though, you're not going to mind that, are you? You're just sort of finding
Well,
your gap.
Absolutely not. No, they can effectively nudge and nurdle their way to the target as Leaning comes in again, and that again is going to be a thought of a run. It's actually going to be a dot ball there. I think it was Dawkins that fielded that one, and it rather reared up and hit him in the chest. At, as you say, Somerset have got that luxury. They're in a position here. 28 overs remaining. They only need 156. They're 114 for 1, and really they don't need to be taking any risks.
No. You feel now Somerset in control of the game. Kent searching for their breakthrough, and I'm sure young Ollie Curtis himself is going to want to put the second wicket on the tally. Again, coming into Lammonby from around the wicket. Up in the air, and it will beat Fred Classen, and it will go for 4. No danger of catching it. It was too wide. A moment where we thought it could be, but a very well struck shot in the end means it's 4 more.
Yeah, the shout went up, didn't it? It usually does when there's a whiff of a chance, but I'm afraid that was nowhere near Fred Classen.
Not at all. But it's in the air if you're a Kent fielder, so you've got hope. As Curtis is back in, that again has been hit hard into the offside, but a very good diving stop there, I think, by Ben Dawkins. Takes the sting out of it.
Yeah, he just about got his fingertips to that, to Dawkins.
He's a tall man, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just done a bit of damage limitation there. Restricted that one to 1 when it might well have gone to the boundary. Down the slope here.
Yeah. His stature reminds you very much of Zach Crawley. As Curtis is back in, up in the air this time, and it'll be a very much a replica of what happened on ball 1. All Classen can do is fetch it from the boundary rope. That's 4 more.
Yeah, 4 more. Just hit over the top, and that was 4 as soon as it left the bat.
I think controversially here, I don't think Ollie Curtis is bowling badly. I just think Goldsworthy and Lammonby are seeing the ball well.
Yeah, and you've also got the situation where you're talking about a debutant facing 2 experienced pros.
Yeah. In again this time. Again, a lot sort of straighter, and it's a dot ball. Couldn't get that one away, Goldsworthy.
And this is not an easy situation to throw a young pro into, facing 2 set batters. Kent urgently need a wicket. But it is a chance. I'm sure that the mindset will be go and make a name for yourself here.
Yeah, you've sort of given him the platform, haven't you? As again, he comes charging in. Full toss that time. It's hit out to the offside. They're going to race back for 2, and they don't. Some very good work there by Jaden Denley. Just limits it to 1. And there's some applaud around the ground for that effort.
Well, they both set off, didn't they? They both thought about it, and then they must have said, you know, Denley, that's one of the better arms in the field, and they decided not to risk it.
Yeah, he's a good fielder as well, isn't he? As Curtis again this time back in. Again, that's been worked into the offside. They'll take a quick single. A direct hit might have been out, but in the end, it's all safe. So at the end of that over, Somerset are 125 for 1. An expensive over from the debutant, but like we've said, some good batting here from Somerset has definitely helped the cause.
Yeah, so we're chucking him in here at the deep end. Leaning is going to continue from the Nackington Road end. It's the second time in this game I've seen a batter get hit by the throw, actually. It was a bit of a, not quite a Ben Stokes incident earlier, where I forget which Kent batter it was.
I think it was Ekansh Singh,
yeah, I
wasn't
think it was actually. Ball hit him as he was trying to make his ground. Goldsworthy it was who wore one slightly as he was making his ground there. Leaning will bowl from the Nackington Road end to Lammonby, who's on 62. Leaning turns his arm over. That will be a dot ball. Jaden Denley will field. And still a pretty healthy crowd in here. It's not the sort of stage where anybody's going to be giving up on it just yet. 145 needed for Somerset. That one is lofted over the top. That one, I think, will be 4 for Lammonby. There's a chase round, and, well, good effort from the fielder. I'm afraid his momentum has rather taken that over the rope. It's Fred Clarkson, I believe, who's down there.
Yeah, a diving effort, but he couldn't quite bring it back in, could he?
He did well to make the ground, but it was just one of those where the momentum of the ball just sort of carried over his hand. He couldn't get a firm enough stop on it, as Leaning will bowl again from the Nackington Road end. And this one is just sort of prodded onto the offside. There'll be a single there for Goldsworthy. And, well, the run rate's 5.5 and the required rate is 5.3. And stranger things have happened in cricket, but just at the moment, you can't see Kent getting back into this unless Leaning can conjure something. Now, what's he going to do here? Leaning comes in, bowls, and Goldsworthy will get a single out of that one. Leaning, is he sort of, I don't know whether he kind of cupped his hand after bowling that one, as if he'd not quite unloaded it how he wanted to. But
Well, if he can sort of deliver what a Jack Leach delivered, maybe.
yeah, it'll be the classic shout, won't it? If you're out there, you'll be saying, you know, 140 for 3. If that happens, it would just, you know, you've got to make inroads into this, because, say, only 1 wicket down, nearly at the halfway point in the Somerset innings. Leaning comes in, bowls, and it's prodded for a dot ball to Dawkins, I believe.
Yes.
Wearing his sort of baseball hat style wear, and this pretty much all the Kent players wearing the same kind of headgear. They're aside from Harry Finch, who's obviously wearing a helmet at the moment. Another wide brim sun hats out there.
I'm a fan of them, so I'm a bit upset there's not more of them out there. But it will be a change of bowling from the pavilion end. So Ollie Curtis is taking a break for now, and the young left armour of Jaden Denley will now come into the attack to see what we can create here. Yeah, you kind of feel now, if you can get 2 quick wickets, it does obviously help the cause. And can it be the young Denley to do this for Kent as he's in? Again, that has been pulled up to mid-on, where Joe Denley does the work.
I think the problem is, having just said all of that, you know, the 140 for 3 kind of mentality, even at 140 for 3, you'd have to say Somerset would be favourites.
Again, Denley in, up in the air, but not to Jack Leaning at mid-wicket, so it just falls short there of Corey Flintoff. As Denley this time's back into Lammonby. Swept. Hasn't quite timed it, but he'll still get 1 for it as Curtis does the work out at deep square leg.
And this is where you can see that, you know, a member talking on the stairs was saying that it's about 30 runs short. And this is where that lack of pressure helps.
In again this time, just punched off the back foot quite nicely up to Joe Denley. Yeah, you're right. I think when you haven't got the pressure of scoreboard pressure, it makes batting a little bit easier, doesn't it? Every batter wants to go in when run rate's really not that much of an issue. As Denley comes into bowl, he's used his feet that time, Lammonby, but straight back to Jaden. So there is no run, but again, good intent from the Somerset batters that are still looking to put their foot on the gas pedal. Again, just turn that into the leg side, but there'll be no run. And he's raced through his over as well, only 3 from it. So at the end of the over, Somerset 1-3-4 for 1. And that is the halfway mark.
Yeah, drinks coming on. And to say, if you're a Somerset supporter, you are definitely going to be feeling happier than the home fans at this stage. It's very difficult to see anything other than a Somerset win from this position. Just in the extremely unlikely event that a hurricane or something similar should blow across from somewhere in the next few minutes, the DLS target is 97. Somerset are currently 134 for 1, so that gives you some indication. I think there's absolutely zero chance that DLS is going to get involved today. There's barely a cloud anywhere here at the Spitfire Ground.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it's heavily favouring Somerset currently, only needing 136 more to win with 9 wickets left. Yeah, statisticians would say that Somerset are very much in the driving seat, with lots of batting still to come as well. I've just looked through the Somerset team sheet. That was the Roos.
Yeah, they've got the Roo brothers, Thomas, Hill, Green, and then Leach, Thiedemann, Ball. Leach, whether he'd be considered a batter at this level, I'm not. I suppose he's famous, isn't he, really, for being that sort of partner in that stand with Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
When did he make a single, or was
I
it
think it was just the
just
one
a
that
single?
he got.
Yeah, most extraordinary innings, most extraordinary partnership. There was something similar here a couple of years back when Darren Stevens batted. I think it was alongside Miguel Cummings. It was against Glamorgan. It was, I believe, the first game after the lockdown restrictions had been lifted. And Darren Stevens played one of his Darren Stevens-like innings. And Miguel Cummings, I think, either made a single or made naught or something. It was one of those things where you had to be here to really sort of understand what was happening. But then Darren Stevens did a few innings like that during his career where defied any kind of logic. So Kent players just taking on some fluid, staying hydrated. So you wonder what they're going to be saying to each other. It's just one of those, I suppose, in this situation, you've just got to say that you've just got to keep plugging away in the hope that something, a catalyst can happen, something will change.
Yeah, I think you've still got to believe, haven't you, if you're a Kent player now, just hoping you can get a couple of quick wickets, apply some pressure and see what can happen. The next, you would think, isn't it, the next 10 overs is going to be the next 10 that defines actually what happens. But again, cricket, you never know. There's always that never knowing, and you can't predict cricket sometimes.
Well, in 10 overs time, if they score at this rate, they'll have got another 54 odd. So they'll need under 100, and at that point, you'd say it's pretty much a canter. But you never know. With these games, I've seen teams collapse. I've seen Kent collapse before. The game a couple of years ago against Durham, when they really threw it away. It was Harry Finch, I believe, was the top scorer. Harry Finch and I think Jack Ligning batting together got Kent to a position where it looked like they couldn't lose. And then lost. So
sometimes it's just the funny world of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah. And, I realise people at home might be sitting there and accusing us of having to talk this up because of the situation, but it is true, it does happen, and the best games are the ones, I think, where you don't see it coming. Where the drama happens. There's nothing especially dramatic about seeing a side coasting to victory, but the game that we saw last week was a tremendous game of cricket at Beckenham against Lancashire.
Yeah, it was a good contest, wasn't it? It was one of them again where the drama's all involved. Is it going to be Lancashire? Is it going to be Kent? Obviously, Kent came off the better of the two teams that day. So it'll be a change of bowler now for the Nackington Road end. Jack Leaning makes way for Mo Rizvi.
Yeah, and Rizvi, who made that breakthrough earlier on. Can he do the same thing again? Well, of course he can, but will he, I suppose, is the question. Well, he's not going to off this delivery because it is a dead ball as being signalled by the umpire. So he's going to bowl to Goldsworthy. And second aborted attempt here by Rizvi, so not quite sure what the issue is. He's got a very short run-up, and he just seems to have mislaid his marks for a second there, because it's the second time running that he's pulled out. This time he does deliver it, and this time it's just prodded back by Goldsworthy. There'll just be a dot ball there. Do you think he just missed his mark there?
Yeah, maybe. I think they mark it out, don't they, with a bit of spray paint before the game. So maybe he's gone from the wrong one.
In again to bowl is Rizvi. And that again is prodded back behind the bowler this time. There'll be a single there. Fred Klassen will field. 1 run will be taken, so Somerset will move on to 135 for 1. And Risby just back to his position, just telling Clarkson to come in slightly. Maybe he fancies that Lammonby might just chip one up here, who knows. It's the sort of bloke that makes things happen, Risby. Let's see if he can do that here. Comes in, bowls, and he's swept. There'll be a single here at least. They'll think about coming back for a second, and they will come back for a second. So 2 more for Lammonby, who moves on to 70 from 77 balls.
Yeah, you feel turning to the leg spin of Mo Risby a bit more flight compared to Jack Leaning as well, so might potentially create an opportunity.
Yeah, might well do.
That's the impression that I'm getting from Harry Finch's decision to bring him back.
To say that Harry Finch is not well stocked with express seam bowlers here either, as Risby comes in. The ball is just driven back behind him, but there won't be a run there. That's fielded by Fred Classen, who of course moved in from the boundary a couple of deliveries ago.
Yeah, obviously you've got Mikey Cohen and Fred Classen that will bowl you that opened up.
As Risby comes in, this is going to be a reverse sweep, and that is a very well executed shot by Tom Lammonby. Dropped to one knee, picked his spot, and just gets the 4 runs past Ollie Curtis. Never in any doubt from the moment that one left the bat.
That flew, didn't it?
It did. It's I know it's sometimes considered a risky shot. There didn't seem to be a lot of risk about that particular effort. Lammonby to face again. This time he plays it towards the leg side, towards square leg, where it's fielded by Dawkins. Dawkins hurls that one back into Finch. And we are going to have Jaden Denley to continue from the pavilion end. The score at the end of the 26th over is 142 for 1.
Yeah, it'll be Jaden Denley to now continue here from the pavilion end. Again, Kent searching for their second wicket, as we've said quite a lot. So Risby and Finch having a chat now to work out plans moving forward. But it will be Jaden for now.
Lammonby was just rehearsing a forward defensive there, in case he needs it off this delivery.
You get the impression he's not going to go for it, as that is swept hard along the ground out to Ollie Curtis. It will be the 1, but he's timed it again to perfection, almost.
And there was just a little bit of a misfield there, and so in less forgiving circumstances, they might have been tempted to come back for a second.
Yeah, potentially. As Jaden now. Again, that is struck hard down the ground to long on, so it'll be another 1. And Somerset now are just happily taking these singles with not having to take really any risk in this. Denley against the reverse. Big shout for LBW, but umpire is not interested. I think that was probably missing everything.
Yeah, it was. I think it's worth a shout. I'd be surprised if something like that was given.
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed to hit him on the toe. If it hit him anywhere, and he wasn't in front.
Again, that's moved a little bit, that one, but a turn. But that's just been worked into the leg side.
Yeah, I think he was well outside the line for that LBW shout. Him on the toe.
That's again back in, reversed again. Pretty much exactly the same one as the one they appealed for. But
yeah, very similar. It didn't hit him on the toe this time, but it was the same. He's attempted to reverse sweep it, and it's not quite come off.
And Risby is there though at a short third, so it is on. Again, he tried to tuck that behind square, but it's just hit him on maybe the pad, and that is the end of the over. So Jaden Denley flies through that one, and Somerset are 144 for 1 after 27. And it's going to be a change up here. I'm going to depart. Liam Knight will be taking over, and Fred Atkins will take you through this next over.
Yeah, and I am just going to try and get my charger cable out from under the desk at some point when it's convenient, so my laptop doesn't die on me. In fact, Molly very kindly has retrieved it for me. So Liam's going to come back in. Rizvi is going to continue from the Nackington Road end. And I keep saying it, but with every over that passes when Kent haven't taken a wicket, the equation just becomes that bit more difficult. And Rizvi, as the man charged, we're trying to make something happen here. 126 needed to win. Rizvi comes in, and that one is swept very nicely indeed by Goldsworthy, and that will be 4 more runs to the total. And at the moment, Liam, it's just a bit too easy.
Yeah, Somerset are cruising here. Then Kent need a few breakthroughs now to try and affect that win viz that we've all got on our heads.
So Rizvi comes back in, and this time reaches for that one. Goldsworthy will get a single for it. It was fairly wide delivery, and he had to go and fetch it a bit, but he managed to steer it to square cover and got a single for it. Rizvi back at his mark, comes into bowl to Lammonby, and Rizvi is in, and there's a reverse sweep, and it won't get a run this time. It's fielded by Mikey Cohen, I believe.
It's worth mentioning that this Kent side has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rookie players in it.
It is, and there's another reverse sweep from Somerset and another 4 runs. And yeah, at the moment, to use the sporting cliche of choice, it is men against boys here. Yeah, talking about rookies, and you've obviously got to give them chances. Everybody needs a start somewhere.
Yeah, I think there's that collective understanding from members and supporters that this is the team of the future, and perhaps wins might be a little bit tricky to come by in the next few matches.
I think certainly in this match it's going to be difficult to come by, as there's another reverse sweep. Somerset might just do it entirely using reverse sweeps. This one, there's 2 runs there. So this has been an expensive over so far from Rizvi, 4-1.42. He gets back to his mark. This time he's going to be bowling to Lammonby. And comes in. And another attempted reverse sweep, and this one might get to the boundary. Cohen is herring after it. They're going to come back for 2. But Cohen does manage to cut that off.
It's like a reverse lap, that one, wasn't it?
It was a strange shot, but I forget exactly how many, but it might have been 4 or 5 reverse sweeps in that over. 157 for 1. Used to be considered kind of false shot or a flashy shot. Mike Gatting infamously playing it in a World Cup final and getting out against Australia. But the Dermot Reeve side that was skippered, or coached by the old Kent legend Bob Woolmer, they were one of the sides to pioneer the reverse sweep, realised it was the kind of shot where batters could make very easy runs if they executed it correctly. The risk is no greater than it is playing some other shots.
It's the way the game's going, isn't it? Jaden Denley's in again from the pavilion end to Goldsworthy. You'll get 1 for this. Just plays it into the onside, and it's just the 1 run. He puts Lammonby onto strike, who's on 84 from 89, and like I said before I left earlier, Lammonby has converted every time he's reached 50 in this day cricket.
Yeah, and there's another attempted sweep there. I thought you were about to say the game's gone, but you said the way the game's going, which obviously is very different.
Here comes Denley again then, over the wicket. To Lammonby, who puts 1 leg down and just slog sweeps it for 4 more. He moves on to 88, and that's the 100 partnership up between Lammonby and Goldsworthy. And we've mentioned that there's 5 Kent rookies in today's squad. You can also see, Fred, why Somerset are second in Group B at the moment as well.
Well, I mean, Somerset have been an outstanding white ball side for a number of years. The side that Kent beat in that blast final, of course.
As Denley comes in again. That's a better delivery in it. Troubles Lammonby a little bit.
Do you remember that year that Kent won the blast? Somerset won here easily, didn't they, in the group stages?
was the fog game, wasn't it? It was foggy.
Mm.
Denley comes in again, and that's played off the back foot by Lammonby, who gets one more and moves on to 89 from 93. Yeah, I think it was Tom Banton, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was.
As it always is.
Talking to him afterwards, very low key.
Denley comes in again, and that is it. Caught and bowled. I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It was a bit of a delay. So, you know, sometimes when a wicket falls, he's not given by the umpire, and the batter, you're not sure if he's standing his ground or if he's just doing a bit of gardening. That's caught and bowled. So Denley Jr. has made a breakthrough. Goldsworthy's gone for 43. And it wasn't the easiest of catches, was it, that one?
No, it was low down, and I think we were all just, that must have been a bump ball, we were all thinking, but no, it's given as a catch.
Full credit to Jaden Denley for pulling off what was a very difficult catch. And so Lewis Goldsworthy's innings 43 ends, and with it that partnership has finally been broken. So Somerset are currently 163 for 2. That partnership was worth 101 runs. And really, we talk about 270 now not really being a very high target. When you have a stand of 101, really does take it away from you. But Denley has just given Kent a glimmer of hope here. They can get another 2 or 3 quickly. Get the new batter. It's Rue that is coming out. Can't tell from here if it's James Rue that's coming in,
James.
number 55.
Idiosyncrasies of the shirt name and number is that he is just Rue and Thomas is T Rue, just like Denley, Joe Denley is Denley and Jaden is JK Denley on our shirts.
Well, that is, I suppose it's when you have a different initial.
Yeah.
Of course, Joe and Jaden both being J's, that adds a layer of complication. Now, it looks like we can get a bowling change here. Michael Cohen is going to come on from the Nackington Road end. And Cohen has had an interesting spell earlier on. His figures so far, 5 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, no wickets, 5.8, 2 wides. He's been a little bit wayward at times. He's also managed to get a little bit of movement out there. And you never know. New batter in.
I think this is a bit of a roll of the dice from Harry Finch, isn't it?
And why not at this stage? You've got to try something. So I think Mikey Cohen is the closest you're going to get to a strike bowler. So why not give him a go? We've spoken at length about the injuries to Kent's bowling unit this year. And the fact that we've got Cohen back out and firing is a huge bonus at this stage of the season.
Yeah, over 600 days as a Kent player before he made his debut. He's had a few different injuries, the most severe one being a stress fracture in his back that ruled him out of the entire 2024 season. So we were all very pleased when Mikey took 4 wickets on his eventual Kent debut.
And he's coming in to bowl to Lammonby, who's on 89. And there Cohen comes in. And that one is a dot ball. He's got a sort of bustling action. He's not tall for a fast bowler. He's very quick. As a reference point, older fans of Duncan Spencer, who played for Kent best part of 3 decades ago. Very quick. And struggled with injuries. But he could generate a fierce amount of pace when he needed to. Cohen gets back to his mark. Feels quiet here at the Spitfire Ground now. Almost a kind of eerie silence as Cohen comes in, unleashes, and that is cut away by Lammonby. He's going to get 1 for that. They're going to come back for 2. And they come back for 2 comfortably enough. So a little bit of confusion at the bowler's end as Denley goes for it, Cohen goes for it, and eventually goes through to Corey Flintoff.
He's on to 91. It's Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, he is 91 off 95 balls. So he's anchoring the Somerset reply here. As Cohen back to his mark, comes in. And that one is, well, whether you call that an edge, whether it's going to be a leg by, it's a single.
We're sat right behind the wicket here, and that was very much on the stumps.
Yeah.
So if that hadn't have had bat involved, Lammerby was in trouble there.
Yeah. Certainly no signal. I didn't hear any wood, to be fair, but didn't hear any pad either. Cohen goes back to his mark. 3 runs conceded off 3 balls in this over so far. Somerset 166 for 2 in pursuit of Kent's 269 for 9. There's just a slight delay here. The umpire asking Cohen to wait for a few seconds. Now he just come into bowl. And that one will just be kind of prodded into the ground. There's a sort of half cheer. I think for a moment some of the crowd might have thought that was a catch from Jaden Denley. It was a bump ball.
Maybe that shows how many people here might be for the first time on Community Day. Crowd catch.
Possibly. I think it might have been. What's the phrase? It might have been they're almost willing it to happen. Might have been hope over expectation there. Certainly there was no hint of an appeal from anybody in a Kent shirt. Cohen goes back to his mark. Charges in again. And that's a decent ball from Cohen that beats James Rue. All ends up, the new batter in. And a little bit of a waft at that one. Just eludes the bat. And goes through to Harry Finch behind the stumps. And it's the best ball Cohen's delivered so far, I'd say.
Yeah, encouraging signs for Mikey Cohen.
There's definitely something to work with there, isn't there? You know, he's talking about a player who's been out for as long as he has. He made a stunning impact at Sussex. He's not quite been able to replicate that, but you can see why Kent wanted him as 2 years ago. As he comes in again, and this one, he's flashed at that. He's going to get 4 for it. So I might be doing him a bit of a disservice there, Root, because he probably was in control of that. Didn't really go anywhere near a fielder. And the score moves on to 170 for 2. And it looks like Jaden Denley is going to continue. So 20 overs remaining here. Somerset 170 for 2. They need exactly 100. And the run rate is exactly 5 and over.
And be 8 runs away from his second list day century. And he'll be facing Jaden Denley here, who starts a new over from the pavilion end. Denley's bowled 3 overs so far, and he's gone for 11 runs and taken a wicket. So economical figures so far from Jaden Denley, who comes in to Lammerby and just plays that into the onside, almost like a flick of his hips. And then it go down to Ollie Curtis to do the fielding. And there'll just be 1 from it. Lammerby moves on to 93 from 97. And Rue is there on 4 off 3.
Yeah, Jaden Denley. Again, just a little bit of an adjustment in the field. Looks like Cohen has come into a mid-wicket area.
Yeah, and Denley's now going over the wicket. His left arm spin. And he is. Oh, and it's turned a lot towards James Rue. And you could now say, Fred, that is a fantastic leave.
You can. I mean, it was fairly well outside the off stump, but yes, it's a good leave if it doesn't hit anything.
And here is Denley again. And Rue reverses that one for 4 more. He beats Mo Rizvi, who's at backward point. It's 4 more.
If we had the right kind of software package in front of us, I'd be curious to see how many runs that Somerset have got playing that reverse sweep shot. They've certainly played it, it seems, with more frequency than it's usually attempted.
In comes Denley again to Rue. And he slog swept that one very handsomely indeed. That's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, Rue is not hanging around here. It's 12 from 6. I think Rue wants to get this done and dusted and beat the traffic before the M2 gets clogged with all the DFLs. I suppose as this is a bank holiday Monday, that's it's not going to be quite the problem it is normally.
In comes Denley again to Rue, who reverses that one. He's wrong-footed Mo Rizvi, and he'll get 4 more. Rizvi almost played for it, and he's done a bit too much running before the ball had reached him. And Denley's hit for the third 4 in a row.
Yeah, that's one of those shots that doesn't do the fielder any favours. If you look back at the footage, I think you'd probably be quite glad that there's no camera in that position, as it's just wrong-footed him.
In comes Denley again. Oh, and Rue's gone through that, and I thought it had bowled him. A few people in the pavilion had as well. That's gone through the gate of James Rue, and I don't know how, but it's missed the stumps.
Yeah, he charged down the wicket, and for all the world it looked like that was going to hit something, or he was going to get stumped, but Rue, who has obviously decided that he doesn't want to hang around here, lives to fight another day. He is currently on 16, and Lammonby looking like a very good bet for 100 here. He's currently on 93, so we're going to have Mikey Cohen continuing from the Nackington Road end. He's bowled 6 overs so far. And I don't know, you get to a point where a run chase becomes inevitable, don't you? It's not there yet, but it's not far off. 87 still needed. Stranger things have happened, but it's going to have to be pretty strange here as Cohen comes in. And, well, that's going to be given as wide. And that, again, is one of those where every now and again you see that happen, and the batter gets a glove on it, and it goes and it's caught behind, as it is. It just drifted down the leg side. And it's a wide signal, so Somerset 184 for 2. As Cohen goes back to his mark at the Nackington Road end. Begins his run up. And that one is flicked fairly easily away for a single by Lammonby. Moves him on to 94, so he's one hefty blow away from his century, and I wonder if he's the sort of player saying he's got one list A century. I think he'd want to take the risk of going, going all out, because he's got so much time to play with here. Surely he's just going to want to get it over the line, but you never know if it needs to be put away. I'm sure he'll put it away.
It's worth mentioning this is his only 8th list A appearance, because he's played in the 100.
Here comes Cohen, and it's a better delivery from Cohen. Squares him up a little bit. The Rue there was just... Well, he almost seems to be... hobbling is the wrong word. He sort of just takes a little bit of a walk outside of his crease. He doesn't seem to be entirely happy with something out there. Maybe it's his padding or his equipment. So he was just taking a few seconds, as is his right, to get himself comfortable. And Cohen back to his mark. Will come in again to bowl to James Rue. Played very well here for the England Lions a few weeks ago. And in Cohen comes, and well, he's flashed at that one, and he's out. So Cohen has struck the wicket we said we desperately needed. Mikey Cohen has taken it. So caught behind James Rue for 16. It's one of those cases where he was here for a good time rather than a long time. Sure, he enjoyed himself while making that 16, but Michael Cohen has struck. I think that one moved very slightly in the air as well, so that might be what did for Rue. So, Kent have the wicket that they desperately needed. Somerset 185 for 3. They still need another 85. And you never know.
Absolutely, yeah.
And if Mikey Cohen can produce a few more of those, Lynn, we might just have a chance here.
Yeah, we did say that a couple of wickets might make things slightly more interesting, but I think Somerset's still very much on top, aren't they?
Well, they're definitely on top, but it just gives you a flutter. If somebody else goes a couple more quick wickets and suddenly you can start to panic. I'm watching the Sussex-Lancashire game. It's Friday of last week when Sussex were absolutely cruising. And then all of a sudden, Lancashire started running through them. And it basically got to the point where I thought it was Lancashire's to throw away. And, of course, they duly did throw it away. Because Sussex is, I think it was their 9th wicket duo. But they were in a pretty hopeless position. And they actually recovered very well. So we have Tom Rue is now the incoming batter.
Yeah, the younger of the Rue brothers.
Lamonby at the other end is presumably giving him some advice along the lines of there's no need to get there too quickly. Is it Cohen? Yep, Cohen is just gathering the ball. It's just a bit of a delay here. There always is after a wicket. They use the chance to take on the fluid.
Gives me a chance to update the socials as well.
Gives Liam a chance to update the socials because he is multitasking here this afternoon as he's on the wheels of steel with us and on the Twitter feed, as well as all the other socials that need to be taken care of.
Don't worry, Fred. We've posted a TikTok today, so you'll.
Well, yeah, that's not really my format, but I understand it does very well with a certain demographic. Cohen, back to his mark, bowling to Tom Rue. Cohen comes in and Rue just fends that one off. Denley fields it and there's no run. So Somerset remain on 185 for 3. And so Somerset's media guy Will is doing 4 jobs here today, which is not multi-task, it's quadruple tasking. So he really has got his hands full.
Is he adding an Easter egg to each time we use a graphic, though? I don't think so.
Well, no, because, I mean, we're in the middle of August, so that would make very little sense. Anyway, here comes Cohen, bustling in. Classical defensive stroke by Rue. Goes back up the field to Fred Clarkson. No, it's not Clarkson, it's... just trying to work out, it's Denley. Joe Denley there. Fielding that one, dot ball.
We have an official attendance. 2757 today.
Well, that is a really very, very good effort here. Bank holiday crowd. And I said earlier, different kind of atmosphere here today. I've been here for Metrobank games when really not felt like much of a crowd in as Cohen comes back, bowls. It's a sort of chaotic action that he's got. It's very difficult to describe it. I think the best thing you could say about it is it's one of those things where you're not entirely sure that he knows where it's going. So there's a batter has got very little chance of figuring it out. Cohen, decent over that one, took a wicket. So just kept this game alive. 84 to win needed off 18 overs. So really, overs are not going to be the issue here for Somerset. It's whether Kent can take wickets or not. And Rizvi is going to come on from the pavilion end.
Yeah, the Rizzler comes back on. Are you familiar with the Rizzler, Fred?
He's another agent of chaos, isn't he? He is the sort of player that can make things happen. And let's see if he can cash in. There's just a little bit of a chasm. A little bit of a chink of light for Kent after that wicket.
Big fan of how Mo bowls in his sunglasses.
Yeah, it's Graham Swan style, if you like. It's Rizvi. Again, there's a delay here because Harry Finch is just altering the field. He wants somebody at deep backward square.
We've got first slip and leg slip for Mo Rizvi, who comes into Thomas Rue, and that has sailed past the outside edge. And Rizvi again, he's been unlucky. He's had a few of these deliveries that beat the bat or don't quite go through to hit the stumps. He's in again. And Thomas Rue goes onto the back foot and hits it back to the bowler. As I can hear Toby, one of our ultras at the ground, shouting, "Come on, Kent." In comes Rizvi again, and Rue hits out that time. He'll drive it to Fred Klassen at long off, and he'll just get one.
Yes, I was sitting with Steve in the marquee earlier. Toby was in that area at the time. He was turning around. It's off. I think it was an appeal or something. He was looking for validation for whatever claim that he was making at the time.
Very much one of the cheerleaders here is Toby. As Rizvi comes in again. And that's played nicely by Lamanby, who will move on to 95 with the single off that delivery.
I think what had happened was that Somerset had appealed for a wicket, and he was outraged, genuinely or theatrically, I'm not sure, by the nature of the appeal, and was turning around sort of gesturing to us as if this was an absolute disgrace.
Always good value. As Rizvi comes in, that's swept away on the slog, and we will only get one for it, as there's a boundary rider out there. I think it's Ekant Singh.
Now, is he the author of the phrase Tower of Pisa when he's referring to Jack Leading?
I think he might well be, you know. Because there was that awards due, wasn't there, where he was there. As Rizvi comes in again, that's reversed by Lamanby, who's on 95, but he doesn't get all of it. And it's squirt out to Jack Leading at backward point. That's the end of the over. Somerset now 189 for 3. They only need 81 to win. Kent needs 7 wickets. And there's 17 overs left.
Yeah, 17 overs to go. As we say, it's not going to be a question of the game going the distance. I don't think there's any chance of that happening, as the run rate is so low that Kent are going to have to just take a cluster of wickets. And, you know, something happens, like a hat-trick happens, then it becomes a very interesting game. At the moment, you'd say that Somerset still very firm favourites. But 81 to win, chasing that target of 270. Somerset, of course, are well set to qualify for the quarter-finals here. Kent's chances are academic, really, at this stage. Cohen, well, ooh, that could have gone anywhere. It's going to go for 4. Cohen's a bit unlucky there. Rue is sort of, how would you call that shot?
He sort of battered it into the ground, whereas if he'd played his bat at a slightly different angle, that might have edged up to Jack Leading at first slip. But it's just dribbled, I would say.
Yeah,
down
it's
to third.
Very strange bit of cricket, that. But as far as Rue is concerned, I don't think he's going to be too bothered at all, to be honest, because he's got a boundary out of it. He's on 7 from 8. As Cohen goes back to his mark, comes into bowl from the Nackington Road end. And that one is, well, ooh, it's been given as a wide, and yes, I suppose it is. I'm looking at the mark on the pitch, and yeah, that was wide, in fairness.
Got a good view today of whether it is or not.
Yeah, so I initially thought that it might have been harsh because I was looking at the wrong mark on the pitch, but if you look at it from here, then the umpire has got that absolutely spot on. Just seeing the replay in front of us, so it's a wide. I think that's the 3rd wide that Michael Cohen has bowled today. And he comes in again. And it's a flash at that one by Tom Rue. Goes through to Harry Finch. Doesn't get anything because there's no whiff of an appeal from anybody in a Kent shirt. But that is what Michael Cohen can do, isn't it? You know, one ball, it's so unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen next. It's going to be a wide. It's going to be a boundary. There's a chance of an edge. So what's this one going to do? Cohen goes back to his mark. Rue assessing the field before running his bat down and getting ready. In comes Cohen. And this one is driven handsomely through the covers for 4. Elegant shot, that one, by Tom Rue. Punched through the cover area. And that'll be 4 runs to Somerset, who move on to 198 for 3.
I think Steve Watts has been given the keys to the PA here.
Well, we did get... there was a comment earlier about the PA man playing something when Jack Leaning was out, which he thought was possibly a bit harsh.
Yes, I did think that.
Cohen comes in from the Nackington Road end. And Rue just ducks under that one.
I think we've seen some comments on the supporters Facebook group that sometimes we're in charge of the song choices, and I can very much confirm that we aren't. We just enjoy some of them.
Yes, some of them we do. Some of them just make me feel old, to be frank. No, believe me, I'm not in charge of the music system. I can absolutely guarantee anybody listening that Gwen Stefani would be nowhere near my iPod. Here comes Michael Cohen from the Nackington Road end. In, bowls, and Rue rather digs that one out. And there'll be a dot ball. Now at the end of this over, I think I'm going to make way because it's time for me to do my actual job here and write my match report for the ECB Reporters Network, which will be on the Kent website later on.
Promise not to edit too much, Fred.
Liam won't be editing it too much. Just say I have to write neutrally, so from a Somerset point of view, Somerset clearly the main story here is they've still got a chance of qualifying. More than a chance of qualifying, I should say. And so Cohen comes in from the Nackington Road end. And Root just plays that a nice little driven shot there. It's one of those, not kind of orthodox, he's just sort of steered that through the vacant gully area. And that will take Rue on to 12. So I'm going to take my leave. Thank you very much for your company this afternoon. And I will leave you in the hands of Liam Knight and Molly Davis.
Thank you very much, Fred, for volunteering his time today. And it'll be Molly Davis joining us for the next over. And it looks like Mo Rizvi's going to come back on. He's got 2 overs left. And there are 16 overs left in the match. Somerset are 1 run shy of that 200 mark, and they need 71 to win. So the required run rate is about 4.4. And Molly will join us again. So Mo Rizvi with a slip and a leg slip to Rue, who hits that high into the air. And there's a bit of confusion here, but one umpire signals to the other, and that's given as a 6. It bounced just where the rope is. So the umpires had to confer, and that's given as a 6. So 200 up for Somerset, thanks to a maximum from Rue. And Molly, do you think the writing's on the cards here?
I think so. I think Somerset might have just sort of sailed away with this one.
In comes Rizvi again then. And he's hit Rue on the pads, and I think it's a very optimistic appeal, let's say.
Yeah, I think the umpire wasn't going to move much for that one. But if you don't ask, you don't know.
No, so how does Rizvi come back then? Here he is from the pavilion end, and Rue takes a couple of steps down and slashes it into the onside. And there'll just be a single. As the field spreads out, it's a very heavy attacking field on the offside, but the onside it's very much on the boundary. So how does Rizvi bowl to it? So he is bowling down that leg side line, and it will be stopped on the boundary by Ollie Curtis. And Lammonby gets back for 2. Moves on to 97 from 101 deliveries. In comes Rizvi again, and Lammonby sweeps that, but there is a fielder there. And they'll just get one more, moves on to 98.
Yeah, no batter wants to be in the 90s for too long. It's not a place we want to be.
Now we can say the famous line here because it's true. He's never been out in the 90s. In list A cricket, I might add. And Rizvi comes in from the pavilion end to Thomas Root, defends that into the offside, and Corey Flintoff does the fielding. That's nice tidy cricket there. That's the end of the over. So Somerset are 209 for 3. They need 61 to win. And they have 15 overs to do it in, Molly.
Yeah, you get the impression, don't you, that, as we've said, Somerset here are running away with things despite Kent's best efforts.
But it's a good run out for those young players, isn't it? Ollie Curtis on his professional debut, still a sixth former at the local grammar school, literally down the road. You've got Corey Flintoff, who's making his first steps into first team cricket. Ben Dawkins, who got 100 last week. Jaden Denley, who's one of Ben Dawkins' England under-19s teammates. And obviously Ekansh Singh, who's played for England under-19s recently as well.
Here indeed, and it'll be Mikey Cohen now to bowl from the Nackington Road end as he comes into Lammerby on 98. And that has been hit gloriously into the offside, going to go through point, and it's going to go all the way for 4. So a sensational shot to bring up his 100. Beautiful 100. A very big contribution for his team as he raises the bat to the pavilion. And he soaks up the atmosphere here at Canterbury. And I think it's 102 runs off of 103 balls.
Yeah, really good knock from Tom Lammonby. Very well played, fully deserving of his 100, and he salutes the crowd here. So he has now converted both of his list A half centuries into centuries. Very well played indeed. Survived my potential commentator's curse as well. So well batted, Tom Lammonby.
So he is out of the 90s, as I have just mentioned. So now his job is to see his team home as Cohen again comes charging in. He bowls him. All of the stumps pretty much knocked out of place. And there is a bit of a consolation prize for Mikey Cohen after Larrabee got his ton off the first ball of his over, but second ball, all the stumps go castling pretty much everywhere. And that is the end of Larrabee's innings. 102 runs. A good day out for the young man. And like I've just said, a vital contribution for his side to get them over the line. He won't be able to see them all the way, but a contribution has definitely helped the cause. Well bowled.
Absolutely, and that was some very satisfying stump demolition from Mikey Cohen, who took one stump out the ground and the other one was angled in front of the other. So lovely looking wicket from Mikey Cohen. He'll be happy to have taken 2 here at the first match that he's played as a Kent first team player at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. And glimmers here for Kent. We're not going to get carried away though, are we?
I don't think you can just yet, but that was beautifully bowled. It's almost, I don't want to say done him for pace because it feels maybe not the right thing to say, but it looked quick.
Yeah, it did look quick indeed, and it was full, and it's maybe angled in slightly. And just looking at the replay now, the leg stump is out the ground, middle stump has gone at a 45-degree angle, and off stump's just stood there with no bows on. So Mikey Cohen gets his second wicket.
Is this Josh Thomas?
I believe it is, yeah.
So Thomas makes his way out to the middle where he'll find his partner Roo.
I thought he was limping there, but I think it's just how he's sauntering to the wicket.
But Somerset need 57 here, and they have 6 wickets left. So you would think Somerset are going to get over the line, but an amazing spell here from Mikey Cohen might just say no.
Can't go on like this, can it?
Well, I feel, me and Fred said this earlier, that drama in cricket is what we all want to see. So who knows? Could be a tense finish here at Canterbury on Community Day.
Very well, crowbar Molly.
So Cohen, top of his mark. Thomas sets himself. I must say a very long run up from Mikey Cohen. He's outside of the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, he's halfway up the Daff a bit advert, isn't
I know, he charges in. How he bowls 10 overs of that is outstanding. Anyway, in now. Punch off the back foot this time. He splits the gap, Thomas. He'll come back for 2 as Jaden Denley makes chase. And it'll just be the 2 in the end. Good way to get off the mark. That just a punch off the back foot through the covers.
So it's Thomas and Thomas Rue in the middle for Somerset.
That feels like a mistake I'm going to make. So again, Thomas setting up. Cohen makes a very long walk back towards his run. Again, silence falls around here at Canterbury. You can sort of hear a pin drop. Cohen in. Big shout for LBW. Umpire says no, but they do get a single as they do sneak through there off a leg bye. You can just feel that people now are a little bit like, oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
Kent,
something in the air, isn't there?
Kent could just make this happen.
I'm not getting carried away, though. I've been hurt before.
I think any sports fan's been hurt before.
Absolutely.
Not just you support Kent. If you've got any other teams out there, rugby, football.
Absolutely, Molly.
Exactly. Try being a Bournemouth fan. I've been hurt a lot.
Won yesterday.
We did.
So did Spurs at Man City, but here we are, Mikey Cohen.
Here we are, still in the same league as Mikey Cohen comes charging in. Short ball dabbed down. Well controlled that out to third.
Yeah.
So Mo Risby does the work down there.
Good shot. If you were playing Cricket 25 on the PlayStation, that would be left stick back and right stick back.
You kind of feel now, don't you, from a Somerset perspective, just settling in, don't get too carried away, don't let the occasion take it away from what you need to do. Because 53 here is pretty cruisable. As Thomas, again, just adjusts his pads. And Cohen goes back to his long run. Very long. And he starts the charge into Thomas here. Again, that is driven hard into the offside. Well fielded by Jaden. Body on the line there, so there won't be a run off that ball. And that does mean the over has come to an end. So Somerset are 217 for 4. So the state of play is, as you'll see on your screen, 53 to win off 85 balls with 6 wickets left. So you can't, it's just, it's cricket.
So if you were fully glass half full here,
Yeah.
you would say we witnessed at Beckenham the potential, it didn't happen, we might add, the potential for an absolute worldie of a comeback from Kent women, didn't we?
I think, Liv Barnes, who's all at loan at Somerset, so the irony in that conversation.
Yeah, Liv Barnes now plays for Somerset, but a Kent girl came through the Kent talent pathway and came back to us on loan.
Yeah. It could, I don't know, the optimistic viewpoint here from a Kent fan could say that a wicket now would potentially change it slightly and make Kent a bit more back into the game. But again here, if Kent can keep bowling dot balls and restrict the run rate, 53 off 84, that gap will slightly close. A couple of wickets in the middle as well, obviously help it, but again, it only takes here either Rue or Thomas just to tee off, doesn't it, and hit a few boundaries.
Yeah, it's still very much Somerset's game here, isn't it?
Yeah, I just think as commentators, we like to throw in the element of a little bit of theatrics.
As a come on Somerset from the crowd was met by a come on Kent.
So it is
Good kick off here on Community Day.
I think the fire service here, all your first responders are, so it's fine.
And the police, of course.
And
are
the
here
police
as well.
are cool as well. Risby then, from the pavilion end. And that's driven, but straight back to him. This would be amazing if Mo Risby can make a name for himself here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, this is his last over of the day. But you never know, he's still got 5 balls. And he's 6 wickets.
Oh,
Again, that one's been dabbed to short third. But he went back and cramped himself there slightly.
that's turned as well.
So, again, to start.
Interesting that Joe Denley hasn't bowled any leg spin.
There's a few spinners around now, though, isn't
Yeah.
there? Again, it's been watched carefully by Rue. What are you thinking this team? You've got Mo Risby, haven't you? You've got Jaden Denley, you've got Jack Leaning. So there's 3 spinners already.
Go through a couple of your messages after this over.
There's Risby back into Rue. As that's worked nicely off of his legs out to deep square. So we'll get another single for it. Well played in the end, that. And if you are Somerset, you don't want to get bogged down, do you? You want to just find the ones.
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to soak up the remaining overs, do you? You just want to get it done.
I think so, and you fear by having too many dot balls in this passage of play, you could let Kent in just on the pretense that the pressure that they build and their tails sort of get back up again. So if you're Somerset, you want to keep Kent in their place here. It's Riffy, I think they're going to go through. I think you'll see on your screen, non-striker standing obviously on the left-hand side. So yeah, it looks like Risby's going through here to Thomas, and that has just been guided down to where backward point would be. They're going to come back for 2, but they've said no. So good work there, I believe, from Ekanch Singh, I want to say. It's quite far away from where we're sitting.
Yeah, that is Ekanch.
It's another single there for Somerset. Deficit now 51. Risby now more conventionally over the wicket. That's slapped into the offside.
It's gone under Jaden Denley there.
But Fred Clarkson's misfield will mean that that will go for 4. I think that might be greeted by some fans in front of the cafe. Some disgruntled around the ground. You won't see on your live stream there, but that has just gone straight under Fred Clarkson.
Kyle Andrews, the photographer, nearly got wiped out there as well.
Yeah. 4 more. An unfortunate end to the over there by Mo Risby. But to end Somerset, that's a pretty good over.
Absolutely, yeah. I said I'd go through some of your messages. We've got Annie Chave, who's editor of County Cricket Matters. She says, thank you for such great coverage of today's game against Somerset. It's been really nice hearing about your community day. Great work. So thanks to Annie for your kind words. Yeah, it's been community day here with the Kent Cricket Community Trust and the community team. Lots of stakeholders from the local community. And we even had Mr. Maker, Phil Gallagher, up here alongside Pantomime Dame and Marlow legend now, Ben Roddy, earlier on commentary. As Mikey Cohen starts a new over.
Coming in. And that is a big swipe, but it's missed everything, so it will be a wide. There's a few alls by the fans.
Thomas sort of went in fast forward then, didn't he?
Yeah.
All of a sudden he moved across that one, but it given us a wide.
It's a different field here. Obviously, they need 46, but from what we can see is you've got Corey Flintoff at a very short catching gully. And then you've got Ben Dawkins at a short leg as well. You won't see, literally just off your camera. As Cohen comes charging back in. And that is a big shout. Umpire says no, they're going to sneak a leg by. But that was... everyone was interested, weren't they?
Yeah, that was close, wasn't
Just
it?
watching the replay on our screen now.
Absolutely close, that one. But umpire didn't even seem fussed by it.
Yeah.
That's going down.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah.
And we can't say that we're not bang on the angle because we are. So that shows why we're not umpires.
Oh, indeed. I could not be a scorer for sure. Scorer and umpiring is not, not something I think I could do. But now, Cohen into Rue as he starts his run. Charging, I should say. Again, full, straight. He gets him right behind that and just defends that.
Yeah, that's aimed right at the stumps, isn't it, from Mikey Cohen? He's not messing about now. He's saying if you miss, I'll hit.
Yeah, indeed. I am just thinking as well, who's off the pitch? Because Matt Parkinson is fielding down here at like short, fine leg. Fred Klassen is on the pitch, so it's not him. Just having a little look to see maybe he's wandered off. Could it be a catch?
Potentially, yeah, Rory's just out of view for us here in the commentary box.
And again, Cohen runs in hard, and that's driven on the up there into the gap, but it will be Ekanch thing to do the work, so it's not going to be Ekanch off the field. Trying to use my powers of elimination here to work out who isn't on. Ollie Curtis is on the field, Jaden Denley. Could be, Joe's up there as well.
It's not Dorks.
No.
It's not Fred Klassen.
It's not Harry Finch.
Is it Jack Leaning?
It could be Jack Leaning. After all of that powers of deduction. So obviously, Ben Dawkins, short leg.
It's not that short of a short
But
leg
it's
though,
not.
is
He's quite far back, isn't he? Runs in, short ball, pulled away. Didn't quite get all of that, Thomas, but it'll be fine because Risby will do the work.
I think Ben would have been in play there.
Yeah, you kind of get the impression he might be in and around. But it looks like helmet's come off, so Ben Dawkins are going to come out of that kind of not so short leg. Again, try saying that 10 times. I always admire short legs though, obviously for the job they do, but when they come out of short leg but have to keep the pads on, I always think it's a tough job that, expecting to run around the field when you've got pads under your trousers. Us keepers just tend to stand still. There's Cohen again in this time on the pads but not interested, so it'll be another leg by as Matt Parkinson comes trundling in from a short fine leg.
He's got the floppy on though, you love to see it.
Obviously, rested today, so just coming on to do a fielding stint, I imagine, while Jack Leaning off the field temporarily. It's a quick day for Matt Parkinson. Maybe one throw of the game, that's all it takes, and he's done.
He's warming up that shoulder though, so he's ready, Molly. He's ready for another one.
He could be in play here though, obviously with Mikey Cohen bowling a short ball, you never know.
Yeah, Thomas could try and lift it over Corey Flintoff and Parkinson could be in play.
There's Cohen again. In again. Driven. Sort of dug out more than anything, I should say, as well bowled.
Still a weird field. I know the over's ended now. It was still a strange field. Corey Flintoff was almost at 5th slip.
Yeah, you kind of feel, it was an odd field. But that's the end of the over. And that's the end of Cohen's day with the ball. So he ends with figures of 2 for 59.
Not bad at all in the modern white ball game. Under 6s. 2 wickets.
So that is his day done. But this means from this end, it will be Jaden Denley to come back with the ball in hand, which I think's a good move.
Yeah, it gives him that experience of bowling in the death overs, really, doesn't it? Because I would argue these are now the death overs because there's not many more runs needed for victory here for Somerset.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm just watching Matt Parkinson walk to the bowler's end, look to where he should be, and now he is going to short third.
The floppy is bigger than him as well.
I know. He's just looking to where to go. He's usually bowling, isn't he? So he's probably gone straight to his mark.
Muscle memory.
Yeah, but he is at short third now. And I think it is Curtis, maybe? No, Cohen, sorry, Cohen. There's Jaden Denley's now coming in to Roo. And that is hit into the offside. But Flintoff will do the work. Scamper through.
Good to see Corey bowling again today. Hit the deck a few times, didn't he?
It's nice to see, isn't it?
Hit some bombs earlier on as well. Massive 6s.
Yeah, good young talent. It's nice to see. A few of the youngsters really contribute. Future's bright here at Kent, and that's the key message, I think, this year. Future's very bright. As Denley is in. And that there is just punched back to him. He has a wicket to his name today, so you think that he could get maybe another one. Be good for his figures. As that's whipped off the legs of Thomas. Klassen does the work, but they will get 2. Obviously, you can see in your screen that Ben Dawkins has the helmet on again.
So that's not as far away as he was when he was in there earlier, was he?
Yeah, so he was a much further back to Cohen. But for Denley, he's on your screen. And that is punched down the ground again. And I get a 1.
Fred Klassen with his lovely orange sunglasses. Obviously a nod to his national team.
Yeah, you're a fan of them, aren't you?
Big fan.
That's like your favourite thing to bring up when you come on comms.
There's a couple of things, I think.
That's definitely up there, I think.
So I'm just hinting that I want a pair. Denley comes in again from the pavilion end. That's driven nicely by Rue. He'll get 1.
Joe will do the work.
Yeah, Joe Denley does the fielding.
Yeah, Jaden whipping through this now. Obviously, as you'll see on your screen, only 37 needed by Somerset. Corey Flintoff now taking about 5 paces in as Denley comes in. And that's worked into the offside, but there'll be no runs. So at the end of the over, Somerset are 233 for 4, needing 37 to win. 11 overs remain.
And conversely, of course, Kent needs 6 wickets to win. So
I'd say.
who could? No, we're joking. Somerset very much in control here.
Yeah, indeed.
And they've done well with the ball. Jack Leach earlier on showed great control to keep the scoring down. And they've gone about this run chase quite efficiently, haven't they? There's not been that many gimme wickets or mistakes. And they've played well of Somerset. And if they do go on to win this game, it would be very well deserved.
Yeah, it's been a good day cricket here at Canterbury.
But Fred Klassen has taken off his sunglasses and he's going to bowl another over from the Nackington Road end. So Fred Klassen, who's only bowled 4 overs today, he gets a chance here to potentially affect this game.
Yeah, indeed. Klassen now replacing Cohen from the Nackington Road end.
In he comes then, and he comes in past the umpire and bowls. And that's up on his toes is Rue, and he'll scramble through for 1. It's now 36 to win for Somerset.
That's probably a good observation for people that listen at home, having like a commentator's bingo card. People that watch lots of streams, listen to lots of different people. As obviously
We have been on quite a bit, haven't we? We've done all the women's home games
we have.
when you haven't played, and we've done all the men's Metrobank games as well. So 1 more to go on Tuesday for the men. As Fred Klassen comes in over the wicket, bowls, and that's a good ball to Thomas. He just has to defend that one because it was aimed at the stumps. There'll be no run.
Yeah, Kent's still fighting here. I think that's the key word to say. And the crowd is still here, hoping to see Kent get a victory.
Yeah, lots of juniors still here, still enjoying the cricket activities. Fred Klassen comes in again from the Nackington Road end, and that is hit massively by Thomas. He's picked that up absolutely perfectly, and that's gone for 6 onto the southern bank. Somerset aren't holding around here.
No, not at all. I've picked that up lovely as Thomas. Maybe trying to give Fred Klassen a taste of his own medicine after the back end of Kent's innings.
Yeah.
Obviously, Thomas wasn't bowling that, it was green, but still.
Yeah, Fred Klassen hit. He had 3 career list A6s before today, and he hit 2 more in the final over of Kent's innings with the bat.
Oh, lovely shots, and so was that from Thomas. So now Somerset only require 30. How you feel now they're going to finish it with a bit of style, or are we going to do the conventional way of what we'd call safe cricket and hit the 2s?
I think any neutrals watching will want to see the first one. Fred Klassen comes in again from the Nackington Road end, and it's flashed at by Thomas, but it misses everything. Harry Finch ceremonially tries to run him out, but it'll be a dot ball.
Indeed. I think Thomas are looking to hit that one into next week.
Yeah.
But not to be. No, so a dot ball there for Klassen. But again, Thomas he's ready to face the next ball here as he comes charging in. Short ball, thick edge will send it over Harry Finch, and it rolls over the rope. 4 more here for Somerset.
Yeah, they're on their way now, aren't they? 26 to win. And it's very much their game now.
Yes, that glimmer of hope we were hoping here for Kent fans. That
We didn't talk it into existence, did we?
No, we didn't manifest that to come true. So Somerset requiring 26 now, so very much in the driving pole position. As he again, Klassen comes in to Thomas. Shorter, pulled, and that one bounce 4. I won't go all the way that one, but a lovely shot over mid-wicket, picks it up beautifully. 1 bounce and 4, so that's again helping Somerset's cause here. And that should be the end of the over, and it is. So 22 now needed for the visitors. And yeah, you kind of feel it's going to come thick and fast, don't you? That's the impression you're getting. So will it be Jaden Denley from the pavilion end? And it is, as he gives his hat to the umpire, takes the ball. And it will be Rue here, who's on 29 off of 29. Run a ball to get his team across the line.
Bit of a chat between Harry Finch and Jaden Denley.
Yeah, you feel like just having a conversation to what is the best options now moving forward. But yeah, bit of a conversation, a bit of a hold up here. I'm not sure if you can see on your streams at home. Yeah, you can just see a conversation between Jaden and Harry. Dawkins taking off of the pads now as Matt Parkinson runs on to collect what he needs to. You're right, Junior's still around though, watching the cricket, which is nice to see. I'm sure everyone here at Community Day has had a lovely day, enjoying all the activities that have been put on. And as we had some special guests in and out the commentary box today, it was nice to hear from them and the impact they have on Kent cricket as well, especially in the community, and all the good work that they do to bring cricket to everyone in and around the county. It's always good to be part of. Like I said, I was part of that team a few years ago, so I know firsthand how much hard work goes into it. So days like today is always a pleasure to be here and celebrate the achievements that have happened.
Yeah, if you've been here and had to go home a bit early and turn the live stream on, thank you very much for coming to Community Day. Over 2,700 of you here today at the Spitfire Ground, which is fantastic to see.
And it is Jaden Denley now into Rue. That's skied up in the air. And that is caught. Mikey. Brilliant catch there by Cohen to dismiss.
That is a reference far beyond your years, Molly Davis. But Mikey takes the catch and Jaden Denley gets another wicket.
Yeah, it was a reference of culture from TV shows back in the days that I am old enough to be aware of. But anyway, that is a good catch on Mikey Cohen, and that is one for Jaden Denley. That is a good wicket for Kent, something they needed.
Yeah, now a 5-wicket defeat doesn't sound as bad, does it?
Not at all. Rue departs for 29. And yeah, nice little bit of an end to the day for someone like Jaden Denley to pick up another wicket, and good catch by Cohen.
Somerset 2 for 8 for 5.
I think it's going to be Hill to come out to bat now, from what I can see. I think it is. So yeah, the new bat is making their way out. Yeah. I'm actually quite pleased to got that reference on the stream. Waiting a while to get that one out. So yeah, it is Hill now to be joining Thomas.
Finley Hill, 19-year-old from Devon. It's his 5th List A game. And he's already got 2 List A half centuries.
Oh, there we go. Talent.
Fair play. And they both come in the last 2 games as well. So unfortunately, Finley, you can't get one here today because you only need 22 to win.
Yeah, we've been speaking today about the young talent of Kent, but the young talent of Somerset as well seem to be shining through, which is always nice to see. So, Jayden Denley, 2 wickets to his name today, so good day out for him. As Harry Finch just walks back to his, I would say mark, but he's just behind the stumps. So his position, and they're bringing in Ben Dawkins into a slip, and they're going to move Mikey Cohen into the covers. So Kent are going all out attack here.
Might as well.
You never know. You could do a shocker and pick up the rest of the wickets you need.
Denley in then from the pavilion end to new batter Hill, who will get off the mark with a lovely little cut shot.
Yeah, indeed.
Down to Ollie Curtis.
Yeah, bright futures all round though, I think, for a lot of the men that are playing today. That is Somerset and Kent included.
Yeah, worth mentioning Somerset side. I've got a few under-19s players as well, so good talent on show from both sides. Denley comes in again from the pavilion end, and that's hoiked into the onside by Thomas. And that brings up Somerset's 250.
Yeah, well batted today for them Somerset batters. And now you'll see the deficit change on your screens. And Jayden Denley again is going to come into bowl as he's in. And that is defended away there. Be a quick single in the end. And yeah, another one to the total. Field changes again. Lots of Kent players running in and running out. But it will be Thomas on strike here with them needing 19 to win. Defended back to Denley.
We'll be speaking to Mikey Cohen after play, and junior Jono Isaac will give him a grilling as well, I think. Denley comes in again. Swept away by Thomas, and they'll get at least one. Will they come back for 2? No, they won't. That's good fielding out in the deep. I think that's Ollie Curtis again. And end of the over. Somerset need 18 to win off 9 overs. So the maths in my head says that's 2 and over. All 5 wickets, of course.
There you go. So it will be, I want to say, is it going to be Fred Klassen?
It looks like it, yeah. Fred Klassen continuing from the Nackington Road end.
So Somerset needing 18 runs now.
Yeah, they fully deserve this victory when they get there. Lovely day, community day as well. Great to see so many kids here at the Spitfire Ground.
Yeah.
But it should be Somerset's victory here.
As Klassen now comes into Thomas. Worked off of his legs beautifully into the leg side. They're going to push, but it'll just be 1 in the end. Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't seen the return of Corey Flintoff with the ball.
No, maybe they're saving him for a bigger stint on Tuesday, perhaps, against Yorkshire.
Yeah, potentially. There's always lots of factors to consider nowadays, with workloads and management of schedules, etc. Even for the younger players that wouldn't play all 3 formats.
I did see Adam Hollyoak earlier ask Ollie Curtis how many overs he's allowed to bowl by the ECB.
As that's defended up to mid-on.
Ollie Curtis coming back from a back injury, and he's been playing with the ECB Super Fours tournament, so I'm sure he's had some instructions on how much bowling workload he's allowed.
Yeah, lots of conversations now around safeguarding the younger players and bowling loads, etc., and how many overs they have to bowl as well as they can't exceed. So yeah, lots of science behind it these days. Klassen in, back of the length defended, could be a mix-up here.
Oh,
Direct hit.
Hit him, but it could go for 4, and it will.
And that, without saying it, sums up some parts of Kent's day.
Yeah.
Brilliant bit of fielding by Harry Finch. Throws the stumps down. He hits. Somerset ground is made by the batter, but the ball pings off of the stump and flies away for 4. Not much Kent could do about that. But now that does mean that Somerset need 12 to win.
It's gone for 5. You rarely see that.
Yeah.
In the words of Fred Atkins, he's almost thrown that too well, hasn't he?
Indeed. I don't think Harry Finch can be too upset with himself there. Had to go for the opportunity of the wicket. Didn't quite come off. So, Technically, Somerset 2 hits away.
Yeah, 2 big hits.
There's Klassen again now comes running in. He's hit hard, out. Caught! That is out. To deep mid-wicket there. And I want to say that is Corey Flintoff. As a brilliant catch, it's picked up well, hit hard, but he's hit it straight to the fielder. Either side, you've got probably 4 or 6. So there we go. Bit of drama to end the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good day for Corey Flintoff, really. Good cameo with the bat, bowled pretty well. It's a good catch.
I'm not saying anything about the result because I've been burnt far too many times, Molly.
I think even after the wicket, I think being all serious now and taking away the dramatic theatrics of cricket, it pretty much is Somerset's game. Not much, I don't think, is going to take it away from Somerset winning, despite a bit of a big push from Kent at the back end of this game. So, I want to say it's Green.
Yeah, Ben Green comes in.
Again, experienced, talented. His side ain't needing 12 runs. I'm sure he'll just want to get these 12 done.
Yeah, good player is Ben Green. Played here in the Championship for Leicestershire.
Yeah, I was about to say, I remember commentating when in Leicestershire kit.
He'll be joining them permanently at the end of the year, Ben Green. Speaking of players moving at the end of the year, Matt Milnes took 7 for 38 for Yorkshire today. And he'll be rejoining Kent on a 3-year contract at the end of this season. He'll be back at the county where he earned a county cap and took a bag full of wickets in all formats. So we're all excited to see Matt Milnes come back to Kent next year.
Yeah, I'm sure he's excited to come back.
Well, he could be here on Tuesday for Yorkshire.
Indeed.
In a cruel twist of fate.
It's always the way, isn't it? There's Klassen now. Comes into Green. Short ball.
Welcome
He's
to the
just
game.
left that one alone, isn't he? It's always tough here with the short ball and the slope. It tends to follow you. You always tend to find that before you know it, it's pretty much on the grill of your helmet. So still needing 12 here, Somerset. As Fred Klassen walks up to his mark. And he starts his long run in. Bowls. And that's just defended off his legs there, straight to Jaden Denley. So that does give Hill the strike, who's only faced 4 balls himself.
It'll be interesting to see if we continue with Jaden here, and I think we will. He takes off his cap and he gives it to the umpire. So Jaden Denley will continue from the pavilion end. He's got 4 overs left potentially, but I don't think we'll be here to see all 4.
I think it's a good idea keeping spin on now. I think it's a positive move. Try and create something.
Yeah, give him a go.
Why not?
Jaden Denley then from the pavilion end, and that's hit away nicely by Hill, and it'll beat Mikey Cohen, but it won't beat Ollie Curtis. He's got quite a good arm there.
Yeah.
Ollie Curtis throws it back into Jaden Denley, and they get back for 2. 10 to win.
It's that youth, isn't it?
Yeah. Jaden Denley comes in again. Defended by Hill. There'll be no run off that one. Still 10 to win. In comes Denley again. Defended again, but that's come up a little bit at Hill, and he's had to play that into the onside. In he comes again then, Denley. And there won't be a run there because Uncle Joe does the fielding off nephew Jaden. And he has a shot at the stumps there and misses. But luckily this time Mo Rizvi's there backing up, so there won't be any overthrows.
Yeah, thank goodness that my receiver was watching, because that could have been buzzers.
In Comes Denley again, and that's it into the offside. Jack Leaning will have a shot at the stumps again. He misses that time, and I think that Hill was safe there if he'd hit.
Yeah, indeed. So 9 needed now for Somerset.
9 to win.
Green's just taking strike, marking his guard to face the first ball from Jaden.
Just sets himself to Jaden Denley, and in he comes. Comes into Green, who defends it to Ben Dawkins. Still 9 to win, end of the over. Somerset 2-6-1 for 6. So we've seen some wickets at least, Molly.
Indeed, I think no one can say it hasn't been an entertaining game. I think there's been key moment entertainment throughout the whole course of today's game, first and second innings. So yeah, especially for all the kids that have been down here today, enjoying the cricket, enjoying the activities. So yeah. So, Classen to continue for the Nackington Road end. 4 runs needed for Somerset. 4 wickets needed for Kent. As he comes running into Hill. That's defended. Yeah, no risks being taken here by the away team. Or the visitors, I should say. That was quite football-looking, wasn't it?
I enjoyed it.
Oh, so they don't have the 2 kits, do they, in the Metro Bank One Day Cup? It's just the Blast.
Yes,
they have the 2 kits.
Yeah, Somerset have just got 1 kit in the Metro Bank.
Maybe
One day
next year. They'll extend it to both. Classen in. Driven. Straight up to mid-off, though, so there won't be a run.
That required run rate creeps up past 1.4 and over.
So in the one-day kit, then, if Kent could have a batting kit and a bowling kit, what would the sky blue one be?
I'm not sure on the regs. I think they have to be pretty much the same colour. Because Somerset's batting and bowling kits in the Blast are very much that pinky colour and black.
And that then is driven, but picked out by Corey Flintoff, so no run. So it would have to be the sky blue.
I don't know if it would have to be, but it would be a bit weird if you're going to go out in one innings in a sky blue kit and the next innings in a red kit.
Could you go navy and navy trousers for like one kit and then sky blue and navy for the other?
Yeah.
That would work, wouldn't it? As Classen now, into Hill, short, pulled, and that's pulled into a very big gap, so it will go for 4. He's timed that well. 4 more to the total. So
5 to win, 1 hit away. But there's still so many people here.
I know.
It's lovely to see so many families. They're all enjoying their day at the cricket, regardless of the result, and I'm sure they'll be pleased to see some young homegrown Kent players playing for the county today.
Yeah, indeed. And again, Classen now, into Hill. Driven, straight to mid-off, so no run. Yeah, I'm sure the ice cream man here is in a roaring trade.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he's got any flakes left?
You asking? No, we did. We gave him a lot of business at Beckenham, didn't we?
We did. As again, he returns for his run into Hill. And that is punched, but into the offside, and there'll be no run there. So that'll be the end of the over. Somerset require 5 to win.
5 to win from 6 overs. So it could be over very quickly, or he could eke it out slightly. So it'll be Jaden Denley to continue from the pavilion end.
Just stretching in the commentary box and sat down for quite a while.
Very unprofessional of you, Molly. I'm joking.
So yeah, with Jaden Denley now to... Is this his last over? No, he's got a few more. Apologies.
He's got 3 more, yeah.
He gets through them so quickly, it's hard to keep count of how many he's actually bowled.
In he comes then from the pavilion end to Ben Green, who takes a step down a wicket and plants it over his head and scores a level. So we said it might be over pretty quickly, and Somerset now can't lose. Jaden Denley gets his football skills out to collect the ball.
I'm sure that all the young fans have been racing round to the cafe for autograph session.
Yeah, if you are listening, autograph session outside the cafe as Denley's into green, and they'll turn down could have had a single if they've got to move on, but don't need to risk anything at this point.
No. So
In comes Denley again. And Green hits that over his head. And it's dropped, and they'll come through for the one. So Somerset win here by 4 wickets. And it's at one point it could have been a much bigger margin of victory, but Kent did well to fight back a little bit. But congratulations to Somerset, who win here at the Spitfire Ground St Lawrence by 4 wickets. And I think we'd also like to thank everyone that's been involved in Community Day here today. So Ben Roddy, Phil Gallagher, Mr Maker, the Community Trust captains, they were brilliant on commentary earlier, and they've been checking out all the activities today. I'd like to thank Kent Fire and Rescue, Kent Police, the NHS Health Check team, South Eastern Railway for being here by Floodlight 2. We'd like to thank the Prince of Wales Youth Club in Canterbury, who were here in the marquee on the Southern Bank, giving away some bits and bobs, and also some activities from archery to axe throwing to frisbee to Giant Connect 4. We've also had cars here from Barrett's, our training kit partners. We've had face painters. We've had the Community Trust No Boundary Youth Engagement Bus. I'm sure you're excited about, Molly. We also had free cricket activities for juniors from the Kent Cricket Community team as well. And of course, today will be rounded off by an autograph session by the Kent Spitfires in front of the Oriole Cafe. And it was a lovely day.
it's been a lovely day here on the bank holiday weekend. Sun shining on a Sunday, which is what you want to see in August, and obviously not Kent's way today, but an entertaining game of cricket for all involved, and been a pleasure to be here today watching it all unfold.
Yeah, so next up for the Kent Spitfires is Yorkshire, here on Tuesday at the Spitfire Ground, 11 o'clock start. You can get your tickets now at tickets.kentcricket.co.uk, and then looking into the future a little bit, we've got fireworks evening, Molly, here on Wednesday the 5th of November at the Spitfire Ground. Well attended event. It's sold out the last 2 years, so if you are planning to come here on Bonfire Night, do get your tickets now at tickets.kent.co.uk. Thank you very much, Molly, for your time today.
No, thank you very much. It's been a great day. Me, you and Fred. It's been an action-packed day in the combat, and we hope you've all enjoyed it at home.
Yeah, thank you to Fred as well. I've been Liam, and thank you all for listening today, and hopefully we'll see you on Tuesday for Kent Spitfires against Yorkshire. But for now, Somerset have won by 4 wickets here on Community Day, and we'll see you all again soon.